It's time to open your eyes. Open your eyes. It's time for Nibbana, for Nibbana. Buddhotpado, Buddhotpado. Awake humans, be awakened humans. It's your liberation, your liberation that comes through. Buddhotpado, Buddhotpado. The last breath will be so peaceful, so peaceful. With Buddhotpado, Buddhotpado. Wake up, wake up, wake up to the truth. Buddhotpado, Buddhotpado. Buddhotpadayani, loving and kind. You came like light to free the blind from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddhotpadayani, Buddhotpada.
Seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind, you spread the truth so clear, so bright. The Dhamma's flame, the guiding light, you reawakened Buddha's way. The Sasana shining day by day, through your compassion calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddhotpadayani, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step you lead us on until the night the fear is gone. Buddhotpadayani, Buddhotpada. Nibbana now is not a dream, it flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh, Ariayani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, oh noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddha Parayani, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done. Buddha Parayani, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Buddha Parayani, loving and kind.
Have discussed in the book, which was actually a discussion between Aran Mahanse and another Menin Mahanse, the Venerable. So we can talk about the past few days. We can recapitulate about the stuff that we were talking. It's the same truth, same concept, same way of thinking, same angles. Everything is about the right vision. So, when there is right vision, we can understand that we have to actually understand how this, the living happen. We actually speak about this a lot, like how from a baby, how the adult developed into, and the birth. Lord Buddha explained the birth is the birth of the I. What that means is actually when you actually notice something with the I, it is the birth of the I. So it should be a thing, and usually it is the thing, because we feel it as something, and always if we feel it as something, the person who feels it will be kind of there. That is the beginning of this illusion, and we talk about this illusion a lot. And past few days we have discussed about the book where Aran Mahanse was instructing or preaching Dhamma for the Mehenin Mahanse who kept asking the questions. Sudharma, do you remember the part we ended, or do you have the thing with you? Or
Teruvan
just...
Saranai, Dr. Kokila, yes, until 4 o'clock we were discussing telepathization, and I was trying to talk about how in this short-term memory and long-term memory, we thought information gets stored in short-term memory temporarily, and with revision we committed to long-term memory. But when we came to know that it is all telepathization, so where do those concepts go? Like all these memories are also, I mean, although we believe they get stored in the brain, they are nowhere. I mean, instantly, the moment a child sees the question, all the information telepathizes at that very moment, that very instant. That's where we stopped Dr. Kokila yesterday. It
And I
was
was actually
yeah,
trying to, I think,
yeah,
trying to tell that our memory is, or our telepathization is very, very limited to this 45 years or 60 years or 70 years
yes,
or 80 years of time. That's the, I think, the part that we can't comprehend, that we think too much about the memories or the whatever the stimuli we have had. We think they are the biggest stimuli in the world, like this happened to me, and that is very important because it happened to me. And when we generalize it, we understand like this is just another chapter. Just another chapter. But the main important factor is why we felt that there was a person that who is feeling this chapter. That's the most difficult part that animal can't understand. Animal, even whether it's a worm or whether it's a cockroach or whether it's a dog, whether it's a elephant, they can't realize that any of the changes in the mind or the feel or whatsoever. They just feel it and they just do it, and the usual cycle goes on. But the humans are quite different. There's a wide range that humans can feel. Actually, the whole 31st realm can be felt by humans. The felt, it's very important, it is felt. So then we think about, we kind of are very narrow-minded. We think about this, like something like this happened to me when I was 10, and then this happened to me when I was 20. Then child was born when I was 23, something like that. You just keep adding stuff which happened to you, and now you are thinking, oh, I'm listening to Dhamma. We are doing a Zoom discussion. And it is tricky, isn't it? The way we look at the life, the way we feel that there is a self, how we, with a 7-year-old or even the 2-year-old or 1-year-old or few months old child, how this evolved into the new mind bubble that we were talking about. This bubble, it became so important to us. We thought about earning money, and some would think about killing the person who has done something to the person, and someone would go to another house and try to steal something. People would cheat each other. There's so many things that people do, but they kind of will never understand that this is part of the dream that they are in, and which they feel as really there. So the limited dream, actually, it's like a chapter of a film. But what is the linking thing is, we felt as this, when I was little, this happened to me, and so on and so forth. It's actually a feeling. We kind of think about this and say, oh yeah, that's not true, but it's a feeling. You have the feeling of continuity, and that's why we should feel the no self-perception. That only will break the feel of continuity, and you to understand how, when it is not a thing, how you would not feel as you are existing. So it's really important for you to understand that it is nice to feel it, nice to understand this concept. We can do a discussion about that because today Shani couldn't read the book part, but we have enough. We have read enough to talk about, discuss about. There's enough things we can share with the world. Can someone put any thoughts? Yes.
Thirwan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Actually, the book, even though Shani is not there, we can assume they were uh, discussing the self vibration, as you every day mentions the duality, then how this, how we believe that. Actually, there was, I remember some question Aryan Mahanse asked the nun, do you think whether the body dies or the mind dies? So there he explains and he further clarifies the role of the mind consciousness. And I would like to draw your attention to these revolutionary talks or this Andolanatmaka Deshana discussion and the morning discussion also, Dr. Kokila. You might have listened to them. Aryan Mahanse nowadays, I mean, main focus is on this self perception and how this power is misunderstood as the self and how we got caught in that. So he gradually, I mean, in every discussion focuses on that. And I would like to recall when you talked about this continuity and uh, how, how we understood these concepts, Dr. Kokila, after listening to Dhamma for 1 year or so, still I had a problem with uh, understanding that external world is non-real. It happened like this. One day I was in tears because uh, I felt okay now. It's okay. We think all our thoughts are there. School is a thought. We think it's the school. We think it's the road. We think it's the house. So one day I was in tears. I couldn't still come to terms. I still feels uh, this is a lie that I am believing that outside is not real. Why how come that I step into the same house? How come I walk along the same road? And how come I go to the same school? Structures are the same. So that was the turning point. That very day was a turning point in this uh, path, I should say. Then Aryan Mahanse explained very clearly, you are not going to demolish all these structures whatsoever that you see out there, made up of these great elements. But it's a deeper type of understanding. All these are also made up of this small that went into talk about those Shuddhashtaka, and even they are also vibrations. Only thing that what you should do is not to overthink and try to destroy. He asked the very same, are you going to destroy everything around you? And this nonsense. So you have taken Dhamma like somebody takes it by the tail of the serpent. That metaphor was also mentioned. And so then and there, I got the right angle to look at this. And then when we see through this right angle, only we see the beauty of this Dhamma. We begin to feel that diminishing of defilement, so this refinement of thoughts, so that refinements of perception, no, whatsoever. So at the very beginning, as you said, Dr. Kokila, I have tried to explain this Dhamma to various people. Some at once take it, they understand, and they do not look at it with suspicion. But some people, however much we say, they cannot come to terms with this basic concepts. So what I am trying to uh, highlight here is, it may be the first sermon for somebody, it may be the 10th sermon for somebody, it may be for someone like me, maybe 1 year. That patience, and the moment that you let go your burning desire to realize Dhamma is the turning point there. And so, and another thing, Dr. Kokila, I would like to talk about one experience. So when those days in Zoom discussions, Aryan Hanse mentions, so if somebody honestly, I mean, is in the path, may not have, I mean, smiling faces, like he says, like coconut house faces, like coconut house in the Facebook, and will not, I mean, publicize the work there and so on. So that also, what I did was, I was a beginner actually at the time, and I uh, went to the Facebook and account and deleted all the photos, because it was like a journal for me. When there was an event in the school, we have to provide evidence in certain occasions. So it was like a journal. I used to post things. So I was so silent, and for 6 months or so, I was not there. But now, Dr. Kokila, I don't have that fear or that nervousness. Uh, I know that with the, if I post things in the Facebook or not post things on the Facebook, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter in the sense, it's not not proof, not evidence for my uh, progress, so to show that I have realized this so whatsoever. So when we go, I can't say deeper through with your help, when our understanding broadens, naturally those pressures, tensions we had, and the way that we try to walk in the path, I mean, at superficial level, all those concerns, all those fears, all those doubts, uh, they naturally, uh, we get rid of them automatically, and we experience some relaxation in all our day-to-day activities, and even in Dhammapath. So you can please add your comments, Dr. Kokila. These are my personal experiences. Theruvan Saranai.
Yeah, you said a lot, but are they your personal experiences? You finished the whole paragraph with that. Personal experiences. It's kind of a
I is there.
yeah, kind of it's tricky how when we try to put things outside, how automatically we get carried away. Yeah, that's how it is. It is how it is. Just we need to be mindful how it happens, though, because we have talked about this before. I think we have talked about this specifically, about these experiences being personal. So none of these experiences are personal. Even if you feel that non-self perception, that's not personal either. Even if you feel love, that's not a personal experience either. Arananse has explained that beautifully, how these sentiments are all sentiments and they have the same vibration, and none of these are personal. It's very tricky and very difficult to understand, but if you look at it broadly, you will find out if you are liking something very strongly, that vibration is similar to a pereta, kind of, what, I don't know what the word for that, kind of that realm. So the same vibration. So what is personal experience? There's no personal experience. So if you feel a grudge or if you feel a resistance, that vibration also has felt everywhere, and you just telepathize to that situation. And that can happen in a animal realm too. And you might feel so light, so calm when you walk near a paddy field, and that could be similar to a deva realm. So which one is personal now? None of these things are personal. But the self vibration kind of has made this so personal. That's what the problem is. The telepathization, this is another form of telepathization where you understand the feel. We talked about this yesterday. The telepathization of feel is different to telepathization of these 450-year-old experiences. Because we talk about memories and so on and so forth. But the feels, the feeling being so light, none of these are no self-perception, but I'm talking about these mundane 31 realms. So can you actually understand none of these are personal? The more you understand them, the more you understand or more you feel that how these are similar. That's where you telepathize into someone else too. And then which one is personal? Imagine someone with lower vibration than yours. You know, there is kind of a vibration mix there. So which one is personal then? I would like everyone to talk about this. What do you think? Do you get it, Sudharma?
Yes, Dr. Kokila. Then and there, I got it when you mentioned personal. That is actually, after all, the self view is there. After recalling everything, I concluded with the self view. And that, Dr. Kokila, when we now conclude the speech, naturally comes now, or when we start a speech, because that is also the self view. Paudgalikava, in Sinhala also Paudgalikava Mama Viswasa. So that kind of now, they are, I don't know, fossilized, like such phrases and things. So good that you reminded, Dr. Kokila. These very beautiful. That's why actually I wanted to talk also about all those. It's very interesting. I think Dr. Sakuntala and Miss Surangika can also comment and
Yes, Seva
show
was
the.
Savanai. Therwan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. As Dr. Kokila just a little while ago mentioned about this telepathization, telepathization of the feel, that means in relation to the vibration of the eye faculty, ear faculty. So, telepathization in relation to the feel is happening right now at this moment. And telepathization in relation to the mind, where the thoughts are telepathized, is always in relation to something which happened in the past, isn't it? Am I correct, Dr. Gupta?
Yeah, we can interpret in different ways. Interpretation is the problem.
Mm.
Interpretation has the either the self view or the non-self view. So this is what happens when someone at least feel the non-self perception. What happens is that the concrete idea of that everything is happening to a person or here, that is what is getting shattered. So the whatever the field, that is also not personal. Yes, nothing is personal, but to get that idea really specifically, not just thinking about that, is the problem. Like coming to terms that privacy is not a thing is also really tricky. I mean, I don't think we can even talk about that anymore here in a forum like this, but it is very interesting. If someone is open-minded, only we can talk about these things, because a lot of countries, they take the privacy as the cornerstone of life. I'm not saying that there is no privacy, there is, but what I tried to say is the hatred, if you say hatred, that kind of feel is the same level that it's kind of different levels that getting telepathized. So the Sali Ashokamala, there's a kind of a story that we tell, that there was kind of a thing that was described, but we never think that it is the same thing which can reappear. So is it then, is it there one, or is it here? None of these things are like there or here. Do you get the point? I don't know whether I'm telling it properly, because this anyway, wordings are difficult, but it wasn't there or here, because we feel that, okay, then that was there. No, it wasn't there either. But is it here now? No, it is even not here. So that's the tricky part. It's actually, I mean, nothing to be like, amazed. Nothing amazes Arahant, I think, because Lord Buddha is the one who felt everything we have heard. Like, felt everything. He there's nothing he hasn't felt. So he kind of can telepathize into every level. So that means every level is not personal, isn't it?
Yeah, Therwan Saranai, did you mean, now you said, nothing there and nothing here, by telling that, did you mean that actually there was nothing to take as a spark there and no spark here either? It is both are creations, both are sort of,
Nothing
that
to
is
take as a thing, in the
as a
sense,
thing. Okay,
yeah,
okay. Yeah, yeah.
because we feel some emotion here, like Sudharma
Mhm.
talks with emotion sometimes. So when that happens, when she talks one day, I can remember she was telling Dr. Kokla, this thing happened to me. Like she was kind of flustered and she was talking about something, and that particular moment, she might feel it as personal,
Mm.
but it is also not. That's the funny part of this. So this self, this when we understand that none of these things are a thing. This emotion specifically is a mind sensor. It's products of mind sensor. This is not the light. This is not the sound. This is not the skin perception. It's not the smell. It's not the taste. This is the mind perception that we are talking about. So it's difficult to understand anyway. But we feel that it is kind of personal, isn't it? That's the whole
Yes.
point. That
Yes.
we are trapped in this, the mind bubble. The trapping is so much that we can't even perceive anything different. So I think best thing is to keep understanding these things, how important that is, to understand that there's nothing to take for granted. I don't know whether my wordings are good, but yeah,
Yes.
someone can add to that.
Can I ask you one more question, Dr. Kokila? Now, in your 11:30 night Zoom and this English one also, you sort of reiterate about this uh, seeing that uh, the sensor function is also just a mere vibration and something that created then and there. And then you say that if you are familiar or if you kind of practice, I don't know whether the word practice can be used there, but if you are very familiar with that, or if you have understood what happens there in the sensor level also, it is just a vibration and just a creation and fake thing, then you will experience this no soul feel at that time. So how do you practically advise uh, to look into this matter that I mentioned? That means how to practice to see these sensor faculties are also just a creation. Any practical thing that you can advise?
Yeah, only
I
practical
don't know
thing
whether I
I
was I clear
yeah,
enough?
I got it.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
got it.
Okay.
Um, only practical thing I can advise is from a perspective that uh, the the perspectives can be different. These perspectives can be different. So don't take it as one thing. Like even that thing is not a thing. But I can say a few things. First of all, understanding that how mind becomes like a like it's a kind of a thing. You have to understand how mind works and how a feel would feel in a small baby. It is kind of really it should be understood theoretically as satyajnana, at least, but as facts you should understand that and let go of that fact and just relax and but well that is the only thing I can say, because the relaxation brought the experience, but it had all these um, the revelations, like all these things. So it's very difficult to say that how it arises, but the main factor I can say in thing is to relax That's what I keep telling, letting go and relaxation. Relax to the point that nothing matters, even your life doesn't matter. Just relax. So in that time only, that one particular stimulus, that might, the penetration would happen. In that, the not necessarily that it might even, you might not understand the whole thing, but when you contemplate later, you can exactly understand how it related. And yeah, I don't think I have much more clues. So the relaxation part is the very important factor, because the even the practice, if you try to do the practice, I don't think the mind bubble penetration is easy, because the mind bubble is a kind of a tricky thing to penetrate or to see through. Seeing through the mind bubble is the difficult part, because it just, all the perceptions are kind of true, even though the value is less now. But if you have this in your mind and you relax enough, because as I said, you will be caught. Whatever you do, if you pay more attention, you are caught. If you pay less attention also, you are caught. Lord Buddha said this. So tadin ala ganna, lihil ala ganna. So you're trying to do something or you're not trying to do something, whatever, that doesn't matter. It affects the thing. So best thing is to relax and let go. Let go includes the theory part, you know. That's the only thing I can say, Dr. Sakuntala.
Yes, thank you. I think that is a very valuable explanation. And also, I don't know if whether I'm correct. If you have that experience, isn't it difficult to explain it in words? Trying to, isn't it
Very, very difficult.
difficult, isn't it? Yeah.
Very difficult, because anything beyond the mind, we can't kind of, it's kind of say anything.
Yes.
You can say I got angry, because there is a kind of an understanding about the anger now. You know, someone hits someone, you know that the hitting person is angry. That's kind of an understanding we have put. We have turned it to a thought. But what the person felt is not the thought.
Yes.
When we convert into words, actually what comes out is not the real thing.
Yes.
Just imagine, your anger is not my anger, is it? But it can be in varying frequencies. Someone will be very angry so that they can hit the person in front of someone. Someone will be very angry and will be crying. Someone will be very angry and will shut the door and go away. Things like that. Very, very different frequencies. But what that system felt is can be felt by someone with a lower frequency, yes. Someone who is so good in field, yes. Then someone might feel it. Otherwise, it's very difficult to understand. But if so, we also discussed yesterday, Lord Buddha's abilities are so different, but the Buddha state or the non-vibration state is same in everyone. Buddha Putra means it's same. but it's different. At the same time, it's same. So the feel, even though now, when I say I am angry, and Surangika says Surangika is angry, we feel that, the thought kind of the thinking pattern is kind of similar. Yeah, they both are angry. But what particular system felt is a different story, isn't it? Can't really say anything about that. That's what Aranwansi is trying to tell us actually. The feel is more important. From childhood, we cover our feelings to survive. We cover our feelings, we mask our feelings, we cover them with the thoughts so that it becomes easier. So when you feel uneasy, you will watch a TV. So that you don't remember that one. Or you will put on a music so that you don't feel that one. And no one knows why that person is putting on the music, but they have done that. And sometimes they go for a walk, and it can be out of practice. But I'm telling something like, I'm trying to tell an example here, like feelings, not only the emotions, the feel is a different kind of thing where it is different to person to person. This is different story now. We talked telepathization before, but these feelings, we feel that it is happening here. That is what the problem is, not the feel. So imagine someone felt the anger, so-called anger, which is different again as we talked. But that feel is not the problem. The problem is the idea that anger is mine. But when someone feels the no self-perception, what happens is this idea of self breaks, because you just understand that it is not so true that there was continuity of life. Everything happened to me. That idea is broken now, and you understand if it is not a thing, whether it's the emotion, whether it's the light, whether it's the sound, whether it's the thought, whatever, if it is not a thing, self-perception is not there. I don't know whether I have answered properly though.
No, I think you mostly covered. Actually, it is not something that you can give a straightforward answer, isn't it? And also, a person can't say, I experienced non-self perception. I mean, then there itself it becomes a thought, isn't it?
Yeah. It is actually. Actually, you can't say that. Even this anger word, the happy word, they are all for the communication, the words that we have built. But actually what felt, no one can actually feel it. But the other way around, it is the same frequencies that everyone feels also. But you feel so special that I felt angry. I felt lonely, and I felt scared. I felt happy. I felt so happy. This ownership, that ownership never goes away. No, that's the main important factor here. Not the perceptions, not the emotions, not anything. The outcomes of the sensory system is not the problem. The senses is not the problem. Problem is the ownership. How did this ownership happen? Ownership happened because you felt a difference here when the things are taken for granted. So we have already taken everything for granted. Everything goes in that line. But when we learn this Dhamma, we actually turn it around. We understand the light is just eye perception. More we think about it, more we understand about it. More we discuss about it, more we understand about it. We can have a debate about it. Still, it helps. That's what Lord Buddha did. Lord Buddha went for a debate, isn't it? And everyone couldn't debate further. It is also Tadapi Pasapachaya. That's also thought, that's also thought, that's also thought. So there's no win for others. So, but to have that discussion also, the other person must be really good in these things. Otherwise, just because Lord Buddha said this is a thought, this is a thought, this is a thought, you think that everyone will understand. No, it's a specific person who has thought about these things before, isn't it? Now, if we haven't heard this Dhamma for almost like years and years, we won't understand if someone come and say, I feel lonely, and then we say, oh, it's just another thought. One would get very offended. Very, very offended. So we can't tell these things to everyone. They can get really offended. They will feel like this person is not, not looking after others or something like that. Like they can misunderstand. So it is only in that one kind of forum we can talk all these things. Who will be seeking truth? Surangika is silent today.
Everyone's Sarnai, Dr. Kokila. I think Dr. Sakuntala's questions are very good.
Yeah.
Touching on a very fine point, which is, as you said quite rightly, difficult to explain, isn't it? And whatever you do, you can bring the I-ness into the conversation unerringly, unknowingly, as well, as long as that is there. And actually, when one is on the path, you can't deliberately withhold that. If it is going to weave itself into the thought patterns and come out in words when it is being communicated, then trying to suppress it is not the way of this Dhamma, isn't it? That has to
No,
come
actually, no.
naturally.
It's
Yeah.
natural way is the best thing. That's
Yeah,
where
exactly.
even
So,
the Andolanaatmaka Deshana, what everyone is trying to say is that be natural. But that's what I'm saying. Masking is really taught to us. Even parents taught us to mask things. Teachers taught us to mask things. Then the society taught us to mask things. Like, if you feel sad, don't feel sad. Go for a walk. Do something. Don't feel sad.
and don't
Forget
cry,
about it.
don't cry in public, like, male
Yeah,
people are
so
told,
many.
especially in Australia, New Zealand, it was a big problem, I think. I remember when, so many years ago when I went to New Zealand, and there were that country, the fact that people committed suicide was taboo. it wasn't even getting into the papers. And I remember inquiring about it at that time, because coming from a country like Sri Lanka, there's so many, the suicide rate is so high in Sri Lanka. And then when you come to these countries, it wasn't as if it wasn't happening. It was because they said, no, we don't talk about it, because if we put it into the media, people catch on to that concept, and then there can be more suicide. That was the explanation that somebody gave when, the question was raised. But then that itself was, all these are concepts. In the concepts, there are misconceptions, isn't it? Such is society. And with those things, they go on about it, and they create various kinds of cages in which they put themselves, all, as you said, within the mind. And then society takes on that image, just like the concept of privacy, which has now become legislation, and it cannot be easily spoken about, because if it is taken in the wrong light, without the lens of the true Dhamma, one can not only get offended, there can be, even regulations or regulators thinking that the teachings are doing harm. I think Aryan Mansi has explained also about cases in Germany where, the regulators come down on certain practices and teachings, saying that they are very negative-minded, whereas that is probably, as you said, getting hold of the serpent from the wrong end. If one doesn't provide that correct lens to when the teachings are given, somebody can get hold of it from the wrong end of the stick. And that can really do a lot of damage, not only to that person, to the teachings, and to everything. And then unknowingly, the good that was trying to be done to society, and to the helping hand that was trying to be given, can turn sour. So one has to be quite careful. But in terms of that self-perception thing that you're trying to explain, Dr. Kokila, and even to Sudharma's experiences, that opinion that one was always very keen to give, isn't it? Wherever you are, in the workplace, whether it is in the school, everywhere. When the I is there, the I wants to assert itself, isn't it? The I wants to bring attention to itself. All of this is to entertain, out of ignorance, to entertain, and then the mind keeps on entertaining itself, which is why we have this preoccupation with the thoughts. And as a result, everything we have an opinion. We have an opinion about Sri Lanka, we have an opinion about our cricket team, we have an opinion about Israel, about Trump, all these things. And not only do we have an opinion in the conventional world, then we want to share it, and we want to say, I have that opinion about this and this opinion about that, and all these kind of things. But when the Dhamma is accessed, and this true Dhamma, gradually, when one is on the path and the practice becomes almost an integral, there's an integration with the practice, then the the misconception goes away, and the self-perception gradually starts to dissolve. The opinion, there is no opinion to give, because, as you said, there is nothing to find of value. So if there's nothing of value, well, what is the opinion to be given about? So even putting things into words is it's so artificial. And of course, one can do it if there is a bigger, more philanthropic or charitable purpose, like Aryan Mansi says. If you have to do a duty by something, duty by anybody, immediately all those, sense faculties are used. You will go out of your way, all that will be done. But it is not done for the entertainment of the senses. It is not done for the propagation of the I. So when those things start falling away, because one realizes the falsity of it, the notion of that identifying with stimulus, identifying with any external object, identifying even with the thought, doesn't arise or gradually begins to fade. And then there is no identification, no entertainment, nothing to be said. And one is quite, what shall I say, one is quite content letting, if you are in your household, you are quite content letting the family members talk. And no, you don't try to assert yourself because there is no self to assert. That's what's so beautiful about this Dhamma, isn't it?
Yeah, and also if someone is actually keen to get your opinion, you can give it so freely. That's where the other problem is, because free opinions are not entertained by the world as well. So it can really hurt everyone. So there's always tricky situations everywhere where people are not ready to listen to a free spirit, isn't it? Like in Lord Buddha's time also, not everyone listened to Lord Buddha. So there's always resistance.
Dr. Kokila, I don't know whether you listened to the morning Zoom today. There was a question that I wanted to ask. Were you able to listen to the Zoom in the morning?
Yeah, I did later, yeah.
Okay. So Maran Vansi was talking about a particular lady's, I think, saying that as one experiences the true Dhamma and there is a gradual awakening, that one has to become more aware of finding out the taints and digging deeper, and gave a lovely example as well, how he said that in the household, you may not be turning on the fan, you may not be turning on your fridge, but there is still current. And that the current is still there that can be utilized if the situation arises.
Yes.
So, and that was so beautiful. And that's why he said, stop being content, saying that, oh, I'm feeling light, I'm feeling calm and peaceful. And that's enough for me. Thank you, Aryan Mahansa. You were, such a blessing to all of us with the, giving us the true Dhamma and all that kind of thing. He said, stop being so content with yourself because there is so much more that you have to really be aware, not that it's an active doing. And there, Dr. Kokila, he talked about, I don't know the English word, Gatinimiti, and Sudharma. Dr. Sakuntala, if you know the English terms, please say what it is. But ultimately what he said was just being aware of one's true nature itself is going to help in kind of bringing that to the fore, and without being content with the ashrava. And that's why he said, because the 7-year-old doesn't have much ashrava or taints, but is closer to the zygote level, and that self-vibration, that is why it is easy to dissolve the self-vibration at the zygote level. So even when one accesses the Dhamma and has that lens, that is an enormous help to get into a lower vibration. But still, one has to turn the light on to that Gatinimiti and be aware of that. Now, is that something that you can please explain a little bit more to clarify the matter?
I thought we were talking about this all along for last few days. I was talking about this, the way I word it may be different, because the mind bubble I talk about is the main thing that that baby, the 7-year-old, can penetrate very easily, because the mind bubble is not thick. But when you are like 8-year-old, you have like such a thick mind bubble because there's so much perceptions which can be true at any time. So the perception level or the form level is really is tricky as well. Where or any perception can be important, like the death. Death is a perception. Death is not even considered here. We are discussing, are we considering death here? Am I being am I struggling to breathe or something? No. So that perception has not arisen here. So all the perceptions are mirage, like similar to like a mirage. So that kind of level has to be understood too. And then comes the vibration level where the zygote or the baby in the cot. That's where that example where there's no, when you penetrate the mind bubble only you can feel that, and that level is the third Pratipada level, where you understand that that is due to the function of the sensory faculty only. The vibration of the eye, or the vibration of the ear, or the vibration of the skin. Skin has that all three things: skin and the nose and the tongue. But that's why I tell it's like a vibration is the wording I use in that as a vibration is it's something you feel. To tell that, the most easiest way to explain is the vibration, because vibration has no kind of a form. It's just a feel, when you're cold, you feel something, isn't it?
So on that Gathinimiti thing, I think he also touched on the fact that, depending on, Sudharma spoke about experience.
Yeah, I forgot to tell that. So the vibration level is the actually which manifests to the form level. So if the vibration is so high, the vibration is with a very high frequency, it is kind of in Nira or very lower realms. So, but in humans, usually it's kind of in a mid level. But then but the beauty of the human realm is the human realm, you can actually feel all these vibration frequencies. But there's a specific vibration which came to the zygote, whether it's Surangika, whether it's Dr. Sakuntala, whether it's Sudharma, whether it's anyone. There's a specific vibration here and now. That vibration is underneath your mind bubble, which is yet to be discovered. I don't know. Maybe you all have discovered. No. I mean, I meant to say, if someone has not discovered it, it is yet to be discovered. So if it is discovered, then you know how much is the vibration. But then when it is masked by the mind, you can't really feel it. What was the question?
Yeah, so I mean, I think it's the difficulty, what he said was, and that's the importance of the noble spiritual teacher, and because of the Parachitta Vijnana Jnana, the ability to tune into that person's vibration, because most of these mothers, ourselves included, I suppose, in a conventional world, so sometimes now that lady also, one can feel that there is something stuck, and that was what Aryan Vance is saying. the style of speech and the way the communication was being made was not fluid. And there was no easy flow. It was as if there was tension. And that is something that actually can be felt. But whilst another person listening can feel it, that person who's actually saying it may not necessarily feel it. So then a different mother can have a different one. So R.N. Matse has said this several times, that you could have childhood trauma. You could have other experiences where something has happened, and in your inner psyche, you have either suppressed it or one is not aware of it at all. And we have come across several such examples in the Andolanaatmaka Desana. So I suppose the noble spiritual teacher is the best avenue of being able to get it out and show it and all that. But he also encouraged people, followers, to be aware of it.
Yeah, again, if you are
Yes.
if you are asking about how to feel that, if that question is around that, I would say the same answer I gave it to Dr. Sakuntala. The more you understand that the outside is actually not real and this form level is also not real, then it is easy for you to feel unmask the feel level. That it is also there. It's always there.
You're
Even
coming around to the same thing, isn't it?
even
to touch the
the
vibration.
non-self vibration is there, but we can't telepathize into that because
Yeah.
it is there. This is a what is it called, the Buddha Kalpa, where there is a possibility of telepathizing into non-self vibration. This is a time that can happen. Specifically, this is a time that can happen. So it is there at any time. If the perception is not real, it's not perceived as real, there's a 100% chance that it can happen, the now self vibration. But even before that, this field level is before that. So the field level to unmask is the same thing. Let go and relax, let go and relax, let go and relax. Then you will feel. Then when you feel it, you have to be kind of open-minded and accept that and be okay with that, because it has nothing to do with you. That's the funny part of it. It has nothing to do with you. That's the trickiest part. Whatever you feel has nothing to do with you, but you feel it as like it's happening here.
But actually, that is the part that the more the understanding of the Dhamma is there, the easier it is, because the self-perception dissolves, and then it should be easier, isn't it?
Yes. So the letting go and the taking it easy, easy is all like in a cycle. This happens and this happens, this happens, this happens. Same way like how the self happened, the self happened in the same way, vibration happened in an eye. And now because of the tense or the ignorance, now completely feeling is already, the feel is felt as it is here. Consciousness is that. The consciousness itself is felt as it's here. So then comes the form world or the mind. Same thing. You feel like everything is real. The mother, father, family, whatever, chair, tree. But then it goes into the outside, means now the complete thought is there. I am here, you are there. Like that, this goes on and on. But the same way, if you come back also, it's the same kind of cycle where you keep letting go. And not easy, but I think with Dhamma we can easily do that. So the feel which Aranvans is trying to tell all of us to, that is not the end part. Some others, I think, keep saying that, yes, I feel now, but that's not the end part either. That's actually the beginning of the part. Do you get it?
The Anyasamiti Indriya thing is dissolving.
Yeah, you have to feel it now to dissolve it.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's how minute this part becomes. Path is, like we feel like it's really deep, sharp, and deep. But at the same time, 7-year-old can do it easily. And when you take, what is the difference between a 7-year-old and us? We take things for granted. Everything is a thing for us, isn't it?
We have
So
this entire basket of taints that the 7-year-old doesn't
yeah,
have.
and the form, the actual, the data, all the data we have. What you just have to telepathize into one thing, and that will tell you. If I say Antarctica now, don't you feel like Antarctica is in that part of the world? You feel it as real. It wasn't there in our vocabulary now in this program. Now in this Zoom discussion, we didn't want to talk about Antarctica. But when I say Antarctica, there's no value even. Who cares about Antarctica? But now we feel it as real. That's the form level what we talk about. The feeling as it is real. The shoe that is eaten by the dog, it's felt as real, even though the value is not there. I don't know whether Sudharma can relate to that. Yeah, so it's getting deeper and deeper. How deep is that? Beyond that mind bubble, even the light which felt as real is not real. So then only this self vibration will not be telepathized, which telepathize each and every stimulus, telepathizing into self vibration, telepathizing into self vibration, telepathizing into self vibration is what happened. One particular moment, if the stimulus is not real, not felt as real, the whole three levels, then the non-self vibration arises. I think we are running into the other
Yes, I think
Zoom
we
discussion.
that time now. Thank you, Dr. Kokila. That was
Saranai, Ms. Rangita and Dr. Kokila. Can we use innate perceptions or innate habits, something for that word, Gatipurudu? Just, does it make sense?
Yeah, I think so, isn't it? Innate is a good word for that, I think. Like it's a habitual, deeply ingrained kind of. I think
Well,
something like,
if we don't have a word, we can say the vibration which was there as in the fetus kind of thing, or even the zygote. Yeah.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, and all of you for beautiful explanation, and I got a lot
We'll
from it.
worship Aryan Vahanse, and thank you everyone for coming to have a beautiful Dhamma discussion. Teruvan Sarnai, everyone.
Teruvan Saranai for all the nice
answer.
messages in my class and
page number 75. In the teachings of the Buddha, the past is only mentioned as Perasanya, Navasanya, past signal, new signal. This means that whatever we remember now, it is not from the past. It is information created only at this very moment. Nothing has come from the past. A spark that takes place only at this moment. Aryan Mahase, now let us talk about your belief that you remember the shape of the book because it comes from your past memory. In the teaching of Buddha, the past is mentioned as Perasanya Navasanya, past signal, new signal. Means that whatever we remember now, it is not from the past. It is information created only at this very moment. Nothing has come from the past. A spark takes place with all information and it takes place only at this moment. This information that we consider as past memory is all a superimposition, layers of images, of information that is available in one spark, within which it also includes an illusion of a self. This spark happens moment to moment. It is not a continuous thing. The illusion of self is felt only from moment to moment. And this illusion of self is felt like we are living. And this feeling of self is a delusion. This superimposition of the feeling of self is called Chitta Aropanaya. Trillions of superimpositions of tables, chairs, sun, moon, trees, leaves are made up by the coming together of stimuli of color and sound. These superimposed things gives us an illusory feel that they are all real, that they are true, and that they exist. The spark is like a current that gives a feeling that we are alive and that we exist. Within the duality of I exist and the outside exists, we create an Asmimanaya. Asmimanaya means it is a feeling of this is me, it is mine, and I am living. With this feeling of me, we get attached to things outside, and it is called Nandi Ragaya. This strengthens the me concept even more, creating the next moment of illusory self again. Within this illusory moment of self-feeling, all information is included. It includes the sun, the moon, and everything else. When we look up at the sky, we know that the ground is below us. When we look at the brick wall in the room, we already assume all the other things in the room, like the bed, the chair, and the table, are there. There is only one thought at one moment, but trillions of information is within that one thought. When we say to see the truth in a thought, it means to realize with wisdom that this thought is a lie. It is an illusion. To understand the truth about a thought, you have to contemplate about how a thought is created. It is us who name the shape as a book. Mehenin Mahanse, yes, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahanse, so then, even the moment we will always see, hear, taste, smell, feel things. Sparks take place at all times with seeing, hearing, tasting, smelling, feeling. It does not stop, and we cannot stop it either. Aryan Mahanse, when we look at the mirror, we don't believe that the images are real because we are aware that these images are not true. Likewise, even when all the senses bring us various stimuli, sparks, you should be aware that they are not from the past, but the information was created only at this moment. We must be aware that there is nothing as the past. If we remember the past, it happens only at this moment, because each and every thought that is formed, it is immediately totally destroyed, just like how any other spark would burn out immediately. We should have a very good understanding about this moment. If you have a very good understanding about this moment, then you will understand what happens to a spark at this moment. Once you understand about the spark, you will know what happens to a thought which is also a spark. There is a spark that takes place at our senses. As long as we breathe, our senses will always be igniting with sparks. When we stop breathing, the senses also stop giving off sparks. Therwan Sarnai, everybody.
Therwan Sarnai, Shani. Therwan Sarnai Aryan answer. Therwan Sarnai, all the my friends. This is Buddha Pado. English Zoom discussion. Here we discuss the pure Dhamma, where we help you to understand the reality of the world and whether there is an existence or not, whether you are living in this world or not, whether things you experience true or not. Are you living, or is it just an illusion? So each and every moment, our senses, they bring us sparks. So our life is a series of sparks. So we hear, we see, we taste, we smell, we feel, and the thoughts are always filled in the mind. So when do we start these thoughts, and when are we going to stop these thoughts? As long as we breathe, our senses always be ignited with sparks. When we stop breathing, the senses also stop giving off sparks. So today also we'll start our discussion. I would like to invite Dr. Kokila to initiate the discussion. Therwan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila.
Therwan Sarnai. Aryan, we worship Aryan Mahanse, and may Triple Gem bless you. So, as usual, we'll continue to discuss what Mr. Bernard and Shani was talking about today. It's we discuss this in different angles. It's the same thing. Yes, we every stimulus, there is only the stimulus, but we felt differently. We felt as I felt the stimulus. I saw the stimulus. I heard the stimulus. I felt the stimulus. I thought about the stimulus. This all we knew. Now we know by learning this beautiful truth about ourselves. Now we know that we felt, we projected it completely to the outside, and then of course when we project it outside, we feel as here I am and the trees in front of you. But then when we come to know that it's only a perception, we come to the mind, and but then still we have the perception, kind of we have the mind consciousness still as a thing. Mind consciousness being a thing is because we feel that the perceptions are true, even though they are not outside, but the value has come down. We still feel them, just feel them as real when it comes to thoughts, specifically for mind consciousness. So this mind consciousness is very tricky. That is where we get trapped usually. But we have to understand all 6 consciousnesses like this. None of these consciousnesses are true, and mostly this trap of feeling like a thing is due to the speedy vibration of the sensor. So the feel that we get, the duality we feel, the trees outside, I'm here, was a illusion. That illusory feeling, we kind of we understand that really good. Then we come to the kind of perceptions where we have so many perceptions, billions of perceptions that come and go. Mostly, none of these perceptions are important to us. Only few are really important to us. It can be your mother, father, it can be your house, it can be your job, it can be your own figure, it can be your appearance, it can be your looks, it can be your kids, it can be your husband or wife, it can be grandkids, it can be the next world you were thinking of going to, stuff like that. There's so many like perceptions that we have, but most of the perceptions does not give you any feel. Some perceptions, when arise, you can feel it, so you know still the perception level is active. So but when the perceptions are, you keep understanding that the perceptions are just perceptions, nothing, it just constructs, mental constructs. All of these things that I was mentioning, they are all mental constructs. So when we understand these mental constructs or mind consciousness, the value of the mind actually goes down completely, and we don't feel anything with the mind, but we might feel the other 5 sensory senses where they keep vibrating so fast that we feel like that the light is actually happening, and it is happening in here. That is the feel we get in here. The feeling is that it's happening here. And that's where you understand it's not actually happening anywhere. It's just the eye only. Because we over, like our senses, there's always a doer or holder of the senses kind of thing. It is very subtle, these things. As in the eye is always my eyes, my ears, but that concept has already broken when we try to think about a thought of so we come to the thoughts. I put out a lot of thoughts, trees, trees, and the rivers, sun, moon, family, country, all that. But then there comes a very specific thought that we are struggling. Me, mine, I, me, mine. That is the thought we have. So this whole journey is to understand how this thought arises. This thought arises because of the duality, and the thought arises without anyone there. Actually, thought arises due to the fact that of this vibratory nature of the sensory organs. There's no doer actually here, no I, me, or mine, but we feel like that. How do you feel like that? That's where the magic is. What is the magic? Magic is that we feel I, me, or mine because when the illusory nature of the senses are not understood, we feel it as a thing. We feel it, not with, we can think about it too, but we feel it as a thing. So when we think about it in that way, I become a great thing. I have to go there, I have to do this, I will be, my family will be, in trouble, my life will be in danger. There's so many things that we think with I being the center. So we keep understanding this thought level. When we understand that outside, the thoughts are, that there's thoughts are not real, it applies to this thought of me, mine, I, me, mine too. That's the main part we struggle with. How to relate everything, the chair to the me. We never think that the chair and me are related. Are we? Are we actually related? This is how it happens. When the chair is felt as existent, definitely the self-vibration has arisen there. So it has also already has risen. So this is the main thing we understand. It just happens. Nobody does it. No one does it. You don't do it. I don't do it. So no one does it. It just appears like that. So that's how we understand how I, me, or mine has come into place. So when I, me, mine has come into place, there's a big story. So that is outside. Actually, that is the outside. The story is outside. So this story slowly calm down when we hear this Dhamma. We keep understanding every thought, including I, me, mine, is just another thought. It's not outside. It's just another perception. But the perception, so this is where the trick is, understanding or feeling the self-perception. So the self-perception is there until an person becomes an arahant. So the self-perception, even though it gets smaller and smaller and smaller, self-perception is there until you become an arahant. So the perception value will be becoming smaller. How do we know that? That is actually measured by how you feel about it. That's where the trick is. So the feel self vibration. If you feel something that is self vibration, that's simply, you can put it like that. Yeah, I'll invite someone else to join the discussion. We can discuss about it. Theron Sanai.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Teruvan Saranai, Aryan Mahansa. First of all, let's pay our homage once again at Aryan Mahansa's feet. Dr. Kokila, there are a lot of food for thought in your start actually. A lot of things to develop the discussion today. So, Dr. Kokila, what came to me at once is when you were telling, yeah, the sun, moon, river, all these perceptions, and when you said as long as uh, uh, the inhalation and exhalation happens, even Mr. Bernard mentioned that the sparking will happen. Sparking in the sense we cannot stop the function of the eye. No one can stop the function of ear. Uh, or, and so it's the same with other sensory faculties. So this is a natural phenomenon, and the ignorance we used to have is when the eye perceived certain shape of light, the name automatically came as river. But we used to believe I could remember the name river when I perceived the moon. It became moon, and we felt, oh, if we cannot think of the name, I mean, at once, if we do not know what it is, in a little while, then it comes and it becomes moon. And we used to believe that, oh, I thought and I recall the name moon there, and it's me, as you said, it's me, it's I who is recalling all these past perceptions and attaching it, and the kind of the role of the self was really evident. That before we heard this truth, how this telepathization works, how the two particles with the same properties despite the distance, if certain power is applied to one particle, it also the other particle, although it is in another galaxy, it responds to that. So otherwise we used to believe that these knowledge or an information, bits and pieces of information, they get stored in a certain memory lane in the brain, and we, through our skillfulness, we recall them, and okay, even same thing comes in the exams also. When we see the question, oh, it's I was thinking, I was trying to recall all the facts that I memorized and put it on the paper. So this illusion was only challenged with this beautiful uh, knowledge of truth uh, shared by Uttadpado Aryan Mahansi. I had a time in understanding this telepathization. I might have asked so many questions from Aryan Mahansi. So once I remember, uh, I was asking Aryan Mahansa, if we don't know the name of a certain shape of a light, some object, let's say like that, to communicate. So then how does this name comes? Because we were trying to objectify every concept, and when Aryan Hansa says this name and form, we have mental images for name and form also. Then how do we, if we don't know that the name that goes with this shape, how can we say that always name and form come together? We cannot separate. So actually it's due to ignorance. And then what happens is, if we don't know the exact label for that, we would associate it with similar object and say it's like actually what I was at that point asking was some structure made of sticks like mess. So he said, you would associate it with something other, some other perception, and however, it's also nature. You cannot separate name and form. So that was very beautiful. This telepathization plays a vital role in understanding this Dhamma from a scientific perspective. Otherwise, we always have that problem. If we live for, as Dr. Kokila always mentions, this shana, beautiful, the instant of liberation. So if the existence, we can't say it's existent, however, existence of a person or a being is only in that shana, how does this knowledge, we say wealth of knowledge, we say vast body of literature, whatever form, all come all uh, comes in that one thought, because it's so miraculous, unbelievable also. But with this telepathization, even a huge mass of huge volume of uh, prior perceptions can spark at once in that single thought. It's the actually with that lot of doubts we had related to existence got cleared, got clarified. And again, Dr. Kokila, it is the same that in this section I heard that Shani was referring to the timeless nature of Dhamma. That is again, in other words, it's the same. What even in the morning discussion, Aryan Hanse mentioned, if you believe that you lived 40 years, all 40 years come in this single thought. And then if you say, I would do something in 15 years time in future, that is also this moment. Even this moment is a lie, it is also not existence. So that is very beautiful, and you can add and correct me, Dr. Kokila, Thiruvan Saranai. Others can also contribute. Thiruvan Saranai.
Yeah, Theron Sanai, it's good. We have Surangika too. If you can add something to our forum, it's really good. Like we can discuss in several aspects how you see these things. Everyone see it quite differently. Important thing is to how to understand, whether you feel it or not. If you are feeling it, it is a self-perception, yes, or the self-vibration, and that should slowly dwindle or say Dhamma vaya Dhamma. Yeah, someone can add
Thiruvan Saranai, Dr.
Thiruvan Saranai.
We worship Aryan Hanse. Yes, I think Sudharma, or that Perasanya, Navasanya kind of aspect that I wanted to just touch on. I think we just use that terminology in Sinhalese. That means old perception and new perception. That's how the telepathization happens. So, but one should not get, I suppose beginners can also get slightly confused when one says Pelasanya, Navasanya, but that is only from purely from an understanding perspective to make it easier to understand. Only that kind of wording is used. Actually, there is no Pelasanya or perception kind of thing. If one understands how the telepathization happens, and you said that, how it was a bit challenging for you to understand that whole concept as well. So once one understands that how that spark happens, and we all know, having listened to Aryan Mahansa's talks for so long, how he recounts that experience that he had, I think so long ago, probably from his childhood, where he had gone to, I don't know whether it was Tiyatalava or someplace, Morelli or somewhere, where he experienced the early morning mist and the coolness of the air in a particular place, and then he had visited the same place 10 or 20 years later, and he had experienced that same experience. The body consciousness, the feel had been the same, and that was the trigger point for him to gain that realization that was reflected on later. So when one thinks about one's own experiences like that, each of us can recount so many things where we have experienced through the understanding of the true Dhamma. What we had in the conventional terms all these years before knowing the Dhamma, thought was memory, is actually through the, what was that called, tuning fork example, how that understanding is gained, because something that we don't know or see or even dream about, the moment we encounter a little part of it, the entire picture gets completed, isn't it? I think I've explained or discussed in a whole Zoom as well. I from an experience, I go to Sydney every 3 or 4 months, and sometimes I don't even remember the train stations. I don't even remember the names. And but if I go from the airport to the train station, I can't even remember the train that I have to take. But moment I go down the escalator and I see a particular spot, the whole thing just, telepathizes in that very moment. So it's incredible, and that's just an example. But if you, for example, if you see a flower that looks like an Aralia flower, you'll immediately, the entire telepathization happens in that Aralia flower, and a vivid experience that one has had in one's childhood or somewhere else about the Aralia flower or the tree, or an experience or an incident around an Aralia tree. Everything telepathizes in that very moment, isn't it? And that is the beauty of how one can understand how this the mind construct works, and the sparks and the vibrations occur, that everything is only in this moment. The construct is only in this moment. So in Pali, I think there's a term called Auta Sambhuta Uttanam Bhavisati, which means that without existing before, there is a construct now. And whatever that gets constructed now vanishes or ceases to be without a trace. And but it means that every moment is just that moment, and even that moment is not true, because when one understands the Dhamma, we know, as you quite rightly said, Sudama, it's an ever-flowing stream of stimuli. And Dr. Kokila, to your point, we can say that, there is a stimulus, and I saw the tree, I saw the mountain, and I think you corrected me the other day as well. It's not I know I saw this, I saw the mountain. It's or I saw the stimuli. It's the stimuli, isn't it? And that's all there has been. That's all there has ever been. And that is through that understanding only one gains the realization that there has been and always has been just that process of, because as long as the sensors are there, as long as there is an inhalation and exhalation of the breath, and the sensors, the vibration occurs in the sensors. If the sensor is faulty or damaged, there can be probably almost either a vibration or a different vibration, or if the sensor is not working at all, the vibration wouldn't occur. But as long as the sensors work, there is a manifestation due to the speed, and that is all that happens for that construct to happen. If the sensors are not working, there is no construct. So, and again, if I think about, but whatever those constructs are, those are still just perceptions. What we call all perception becoming new perception is the telepathization of perceptions occurring in that very moment. But how much we've talked so much in this room about the going to the Dunhinda Falls and feeling that the steam of the vapor of the waterfall and feeling that it is so real and all that. But one can be in one's bedroom or in the lounge and still recount or recall Dunhinda and almost visualize that experience to a certain extent. Because the body conscious is not so vivid, but at the same time, one can visualize, one can hear the roar of the waterfall, one can see the waterfall, like it will vividly appear in one's mind and so on. So where is that, from that one can understand it's all a mental picture, a chitta rupa, isn't it? And the chitta rupa is all that has been experienced, the spark occurring in that very moment, which is a combination of sparks from the light, sound, touch, taste, and smell, and so on, coming together in one Dhamma shot, which is the experience. You see, one can only say Dunhinda, and everything else that comes through from the light consciousness, the body consciousness, the feel of the vapor on one's skin when one had last visited Dunhinda Falls, all that will come in and complete that picture. Such is the creation, isn't it? Such is the trick that has kind of tricked us all this time to think that all these experiences have been real. But the beauty of the Dhamma is that through understanding the thought and the construct that happens here, which is occurring only in that moment, but that construct is also of no consequence, no validity, no value. And then Dr. Pukula, as you said, once we get out of that external reality aspect of it, there is still the perception. And as long as the perception, we give value to the perception, there is still that element of element that has to be gradually, what shall I say, gradually one has to understand to be able to transcend it, isn't it? And then finally, as you said, to the point of arahathood, the self-perception still remains, but will gradually, through the ceasing of the defilements and ceasing of the, what do we call those, taints, that gradual transcendence of the self-perception also occurs. If you can elaborate on any of those points, Dr. Kopila.
Yeah, I would just add something. A small child, sometimes before this mind develop, will say so many things about the past life. So we can understand how tricky these things are. So the new bubble has not formed yet. New bubble in the sense, this film has not formed yet, but through the feel, the child is feeling other things, a lot of other things. Aran Wahanse actually talks about so many things that feel can telepathize. So both of you talked about the telepathization of this mind bubble, you know, our mother, our father, our childhood, whatever. But before this thought bubble started, the thoughts, the mind started, we had a feel and we felt so many things that we may or may be able to communicate. Some people actually communicate that and tell about the past lives. And when this mind grow fully, like it outpowers it, like it gets the whole power. So the feel has a different telepathization as well. Not different, actually it is the same way. It happens in the same way. So you can understand how the light, the feel, the sound, that feel, there's no mind yet. I'm talking about a very small baby, there's no mind yet. But those feels brought some kind of vivid telepathizations, isn't it? So we can understand how this works. So this is endless. How this can be endless, in the sense infinite. And Lord Buddha has said, the person you meet on the road maybe have been your father or may have been your mother. Number of times. The grave that you're thinking of putting you in, you have been cremated there, or cremated, or the other one, can't remember now the word actually, but
Maybe just buried.
buried, yeah, maybe buried in exact your name multiple times. And we know how because we live in this mind bubble. When I try to say bubble, don't get confused, it's just about this mind I'm talking about. The bubble word follows it just automatically. So this how do I say this, not this one, so kind of, yeah, this 45 years or 50 years or 60 years, 70 years, whatever that we talk about is just a little bit of that. So we have heard some Lord Buddha's time how mind liberated from one realm, born in human, and actually leave, like die and reborn in the previous realm. The other person is asking, where did you go? The Deva is asking, where did you go? Such kind of telepathization is there. So this telepathization is a massive thing which happens everywhere, and we can't even restrict it to this 70 years or this 20 years or this whatever the time we are talking about. So you can understand what type of perception do we have? What kind of self vibration should we have to being subjected to this telepathization? Can't you see there's a linking? This is the link that will be broken. The self vibration, inability to, because this self vibration is arising at every stimulus, as we said. But there is a linking due to the ignorance. And this ignorance is being challenged by RN1, by telling this beautiful truth about how telepathization works. So, not even in mind level, even the feel level, none of these things. Yes, you can feel that the Lord Buddha is I think the most renowned being for feeling everything. You just feel the other person and you can feel the other person's every stimulus, isn't it? I don't know whether to say that in those words, but you can feel the person in front of you. The Lord Buddha could feel the person in front of you and could feel the whole past of that person's vibrations. How immense could that be? Could the feel be? Does that have a self? No. The lack of self actually gives that immense ability to become the person or anything. So we can understand how beautiful this whole thing is. At the same time, how we can misinterpret these things, like as I am the one who became the crow. I am the one who then next became the animal, like the wolf, and then I became the Deva. I became the Brahma. Then I became the animal again. That's how the ignorance worked. But Lord Buddha didn't interpret it that way. That's the correct interpretation. What is the correct interpretation? Correct Dhamma. What is the correct thing? What's the truth? There's nothing like that. It's just a stimulus. So what happens to the link? Where's the link? There was a link, isn't it? There was a link. That was the main problem. Definitely, Aranwanse says, Lord Buddha says, yes, if you have the self vibration, you always would have effects. And he also reassures you, if you feel the non-vibration, yes, it's not 99.9%, it's 100%. You will become the non-vibration will be the thing one day. Yeah, someone can add to that. Yes, there on Sanai.
Therun Saranai, Dr. Kokila, when you were explaining this feel aspect, something that some personal experience I reminded actually when we were marking papers, especially essays of advanced level students, there is a marking criteria. So, for content, language use, creativity, mechanism of writing. So, certain according to those, criteria, we have allocated certain marks like for language 10, then creativity 5, like that. So, we are supposed to mark it according to those 5 guidelines and allocate like offer a mark like 10 out uh, 10 marks have been allocated for content, then another 5 for language, another 5 for creativity, another 5 for mechanism of writing. So but if we read the essay and without looking at that, when we offer a mark through our instinct or gut feeling, ultimately, even if we uh, offer the marks under those 5 criteria, it becomes the same. And sometimes, especially in advanced level marking, the professor advises, okay, the marking scheme is there, the criteria is there, but if you strictly go by this, it is unfair by some exceptionally good students, so go by your instinct. So that actually in every field, this field works. Now I got this when you were explaining it because this field experience is there in, such areas also. You can explain it. So I just felt that as a personal experience, Doctor.
Yeah, that's actually still in this kind of thing because it is English, it is paper marking, it is everything in this kind of thing. Yes, it is a field that you're talking about. It is good, but sometimes you can feel how Aaron once he talks about, you know, the so many stuff that is not even related to this system. So that's how the telepathization can work, and how field can extend into. You can, I mean, we can only say examples. Yeah, it's all good.
But Dr. Kokila, the field that she mentioned is the Pruthajana field, isn't it? The conventional field, because at that time also one has feel, no? One has a feel about people. One has a feel about, you get that innate consciousness about actually feeling something. So in that instance of the example, the fact that the essay was beautifully written, that there is an essay, that it was written beautifully, and then there is an appealing to that particular teacher's conscious, depending on the teacher's experiences, it can appeal in a particular way. So that means all those things become real for that field. That field is not the Dhamma final when one transcends the
No,
senses. So that is quite different, isn't it?
yeah, that's what I'm saying. That example comes to this bubble. Like it's true because our ideas about people, our ideas about things, our ideas about even an essay comes from all the experiences we have. If we have been traumatized by a tall person, we might be traumatized by tall people. Like I'm just telling an example. But such wise, if you are, if some in the small childhood, if you feel that there what kind of someone like with a mustache or something like that is fearful, you might feel it throughout. That's the kind of telepathization what happens. The trauma, the same thing. But all the concepts we have built as a child, then postgraduate, graduate, the time when you actually work, everything adds up into this mind. But the veil extends beyond this mind bubble. That was what I was trying to say. But the same telepathization is same. It's the same phenomena. The phenomena is not different. Phenomena is the same vibration. It's a feel, which can't be explained. We can have that in the deja vu feeling too, but it's quite difficult to explain in some ways. Yeah.
And that linking aspect that you mentioned is actually the self vibration, isn't it? Because
yes.
Not any other linking, and that is why Aran once, I think in the Andolnatmaka also said that when one analyzes the light and the sound and how those are comprised of, how this whole earth atmosphere and this whole the way the atmospheric conditions lend itself to these senses and the, what do you call those things, the Shuddhashtaka forming, which is only something that gets manifested to the senses. And if that is such a false construct, then how can the thought be anything of substance, anything real? And when one sees through that whole thing, what breaks down is not only the thought and not only the taints or the asrava that gets compiled or piles up in this life, if we can call it in the conventional world, but it breaks down to the point of that sasava or taints, which is the self vibration that you mentioned, which is linking from earlier, what shall we say, earlier existences.
Linking actually is due to ignorance.
Yes.
It's due to ignorance, and once the ignorance is is dwindling, the prajna or the wisdom arises. This completely changes. Then even the telepathization understanding, even that little thing, the person who killed about thousands of people was able to attain non-vibration. How come is that? Because the understanding of this simple phenomena, even though it is simple, which is very difficult to even feel, is the same place that we have trouble understanding. But at that particular point, we become, the whole, it's so beautiful, the Dhamma is. So how to understand these, how we linked, I mean, it is ignorance or the, when the ignorance is not there, the self vibration has nothing to do with, I mean, it has no place at all.
Yes, because the self vibration is a spin off of the perceptions that get manifested through the senses, and from those perceptions, one gets the existent feel, and the spin off from the existent feel is the self vibration. But when through the understanding of the Dhamma, that spin off doesn't happen, because the senses still, the manifestation occurs, and then it doesn't project to the external, it doesn't consider the mind itself to be real. So all those things break down. Each time a perception occurs through the senses, and that we know happens all the time, continuously, as long as there is that exhalation, inhalation. But to the point of the spin-off, it doesn't happen. To the point of the spin-off, it doesn't happen. So then what happens? That self-vibration that was lying dormant in the baby in the cot which you have said so many times, Dr. Pokila, that if that baby dies, the baby dies with that taint. And that will manifest itself somewhere else through, telepathization of that vibration. But with the Yarahat nature, the spin-off into the self-vibration does not occur. So when that self-vibration doesn't have a place to go, it recedes and recedes to the point of almost attacking that dormant taint or dormant self-vibration that was there, that brought that existence through the samsaric cycle, isn't it, to the point of becoming zero or non-vibration.
Yeah, actually, chair has that all that. The chair arises from all that. So that if the tent was not there or the shastra was not there, there is no light. There, because there is light, and because shastra or the tents are there, there is the sound. So these things coming like vibrating together, we get the mind, kind of the thought. So when we understand the chair, the whole thing is there. I mean, you can't. That's the beauty of this Dhamma. The one stimulus. If you see through one stimulus, you pass all through all these layers. That's where the beauty of that. So then, when we feel that none of these things are not true, then telepathization of self-vibration does not occur. That's the beauty. That's where you don't feel it as happening to you. The light happens, but you don't feel it as happening to you. The sound happens, but you don't feel it as happening to you. Then that particular moment is the non-vibration. So that can come and go. I mean, you will be back in the same world again. You will feel the self vibration again. But at the particular important of that particular moment is you understand that when the chair has no value, you have pierced all through that, because chair can't happen without the eye. Or if you're talking about a visual thing, or if you heard a crow sound, you can't hear a crow sound without the ear. So everything, one particular perception has all these layers. So if you how does the piercing happen? Piercing happens only through the Dhamma, Satyajnana. So that's actually what we are mastering, that we try to master by these discussions, by sermons, whatsoever, or Pratipada, the same thing. It's just mastering how this, because if you see one mangosteen, it's enough for us to understand when the crow's sound is sorted, it resolves the questions. It resolves all the questions. It resolves about all the doubts. It resolves about, that we always felt as alive. We felt alive, and at that particular moment you don't feel alive. So but it will go back. That's okay. But what I'm trying to say is, it gives you the clear evidence of what Lord Buddha is saying, because nowadays all the renowned people in the world, what they say is the consciousness is the fundamental, and we are trying to say no. The non-vibration is the fundamental. Vibration actually happen and non-vibration is there. That's the fundamental. And we are trying hard to become the non-vibration because due to the ignorance, we couldn't feel it because we felt everything as real. It's not because there's no one is doing this. Someone else is not doing this. No, you are not doing this, but it happens because of the vibratory nature of the sensory organs. But that is the one which telepathizes the self vibration from somewhere else. When there's a cell with a vibration, there's always a chance for any vibration to telepathize there. Similarly, vibratory nature of the zygote, the telepathization has happened. So the beauty of the telepathization is the topic today, isn't it? It's such a beautiful thing to understand. We keep understanding. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't think we can say we have talked enough because we have never talked enough about that, isn't it? What do you think?
Good morning, everybody. Teren Sanne Renhanse, Teren Sanne Otama friend. So let's start our morning Dhamma discourse for the day. So mind and thought. This is the create of this illusion that what we believe as real, what we perceive as truth, reality. Just imagine an artist standing before a completely blank canvas. There's no mountains, no river, no person, no sky, only an empty surface. Then the first brushstroke appears, only one. It is not yet a landscape. It is not yet a painting. It is only paint touching canvas. Another stroke appears, then another. Hours pass. Slowly a beautiful scene emerges. People who see the finished work admire the painting, but few think about the thousands of tiny brushstrokes that created it. Our mind works in the same way. Our experience begins just like that tiny brushstroke with tiny sensory contacts. Thought paints over them, layer by layer. until a complete world appears. Today, we will not see this finished painting, but we will watch every process rush through this that create this beautiful illusion. Before there is a world, there is contact. A sound reaches ear, light reaches the eye, pressure reaches the skin, scent from nose, flavors, taste from tongue. These are like the first drops of paint, simple, complete, incomplete, very light, and they are on their own. They are not yet objects. We see a red patch. The red patch is not yet an apple. We get a vibration, a sound. It is not a thing, a voice, a sound. It's just a vibration. Pressure is not yet my hand or a thing, object. Just a simple vibration of our skin. Canvas has only begun to receive paint. Now something beautiful happens from those sensor contacts. At one point, at one point in our life, we started to learn about things, objects. At one point, we were shown this red patch, and at the same time, we heard a sound. Apple, apple, apple. So now, immediately, at one point, this red patch and that sound, that vibration got linked. This is this is how the thought was created. It's not the apple, it could be our first thought. Most of the time is the mother. So you were shown a color patch. That's what represents my and a sound non-stop saying mother. And that point, this image and that sound got linked and created the first thought of mother. Before that, for a child, it's just some bunch of colors, some vision, some sounds, some taste. They have no idea the names, labels, any details, properties of things, objects, people. Just vision occurring, hearing occurring, sounds happening, tasting, smelling. So once this first thought was created, then the mind starts to create thoughts from each and everything. Like It links not just the vision and sound, but all other senses to this thought. Now the apple is not just a sound. Now apple has a red color, a red patch, a smell, a taste, a size, a texture. So now, likewise, thoughts were created in our mind. So this is the best example that thoughts are not something existing. Thoughts are something that we created. Our mind created. If thoughts are existing, then the child must already know. But no, that child created their own thoughts. And if we take 10 children, they have 10 different ways, thoughts, or value for those thoughts, is their mind. So now, this thought construct, it appears now not just once, but we have it not from one go. We learned about the thought, about mother, about apple. They were kept repeating it till we remind it, till we get used to it. And once at a certain age, we start to remember those, like, it's not hard. Now we know the apple. Now we got used to apple, that thought of apple. It's not hard like the first time. Instantly when the sound or the color is there, we know this is this thing, that apple. So how does this first thought appear? It's through the mechanism of this resonance happen. Our eye or our ear hear a sound. I get the color. I not just taste or even smell or taste or texture, touch, anything. This one sensor contact has to be present. From that sensor contact, so we get one sensor contact from one of our sensor faculties. And immediately this mind starts to recreate the thought that was used, create using this kind of sensor contact. And this thought, it doesn't come out of nowhere. It is not stored anywhere. There's no location for thoughts. Each and every time this thought is getting recreated, but it has frequencies. So this mind, it's running with these frequencies. If there is a certain frequency for a thought of apple, that frequency is getting created this moment. And that is what we call an apple. And it doesn't come from a storage or location. It is just like the tuning fork mechanism that when we strike one at rest with a similar frequency, starts automatically move, vibrate. Thought didn't come out of nowhere. It was reconstructed right at this moment. But similar to that previous thought that occurred. This is how a thought appears, and each and every time something similar to previous thought is recreated here. Not that previous thought come itself, because thoughts, they are not existing objects, things. Thoughts are like a current, electric spark. It just appears, and at the same time it disappears. It's not existing. But something, if something similar to the frequency of that get created, which means it is that same thoughts, it represents that same thought. So that's how we misunderstand that something similar to the previous thought as the previous thought itself. For example, we see a chair in our room. We saw it yesterday, so the thought of chair was created. And that chair thought appeared and disappeared. And we see it today as well. And we think now the chair thought again created. But the thing is, because this thought is similar to the previous, even in the colors, even in the thought, we misunderstood it as that previous thing itself. We used to see the world in this way. So now it's not just simply is as a concept. Now we strongly feel this is the exact chair we saw yesterday. Because that's how strong this illusion has become. That's how we got used to this illusion. Now we think this is the exact chair. No doubt. This is the exact chair that we saw yesterday. But in reality, those are two thoughts. Yesterday is one thought. Today is another thought. But because their frequencies are similar, we misunderstand, we mistaken it as the same thought itself. We mistaken it as the previous thought came itself to this moment. That's why we are seeing the same chair again. That's how we feel this world continues. So imagine not just this chair, each and every small, tiniest to the biggest thing in this world. We believe in that way. We blindly believe these are the same thing we saw, experienced. So we think The world is continuous. The world is solid. Now it's not just even a simple light one. It's a strong one. It's a strong field. Now the power of the thought has increased. The value is increased. The self is increased. We think this is the exact chair. We don't even have to think. There's this strongness. We don't think. We just feel because of this strongness of this thought. This is the exact chair. This is the exact person. This is the mother, father, dog, school, house, each and everything that we think, same thing, continuous solid thing is part of this illusion. Is basically an illusion. Because of those frequencies are same, we misunderstand it for the same as a same object, same thing. So we think we are living in a solid. And not just the object. On the contrary, on the other side, same mechanism as the thought of these objects, chairs, people, bottles, everything. But the place we assign it different. Objects we assign it to the outside, while this self we assign it to the inside. But these objects were created from a simple sense of contact. They were created at the same time in our mind, based on a simple sense of contact. We get a sound, immediately mind creates a thought. One thought that assigns the object to outside, while the other thought, that self, the self is experiencing, only seeing, doing things different way, but that gives the sense of a self. So now there's a self, and there are different objects, things, people, situations. Likewise, those objects were created. The self is also created. Yesterday's self is a one thought. Today's self is another thought. But because the frequencies are similar, the thoughts are identical, we think it is the same thought, same self. Everything that feels continuous, even that thinking is also we are thinking right at this moment. And it happens because these frequencies are similar. These thoughts are similar. But these are two different thoughts that look exactly alike. So when we see the world like this, and when we give attention only to these thoughts, and we blindly believe these thoughts exist outside, not that they are mental formation. We know thoughts are not something that is really existing. If so, the child must know even without learning. But this child were taught That's how the child starts to create thoughts. The thoughts are about construction. Thoughts can vary from person to person, country to country, culture to culture. If it's something solid that exists, it has to be seen similar to everyone. And it doesn't have to be taught, but we were taught. So we made the thought ourselves, we made the chair ourselves. These are mental formations, these are mental concepts. And over the time, they got powerful to the point we believe that they exist outside, only on their own, not that they are mental formations, but things, objects, people that exist outside on their own. But the thought is a creation of someone. Because our sense of faculties can perceive only one sense of content. Eyes can only perceive color. But when we see just only a color, he made it to get the thought of apple. If eyes can only perceive colors and no any other sense of contact, but when we see just the colors, how we are so sure that it's an object, apple, yeah, thing, because our mind is that assigns it. Mind is the one that creates it. For eyes, there's only colors, but mind is the one who does this illusion, this trick. There's an existing object, and the thing is, this mind created this illusion, but it assigns it to the outside, believing, basically believing this mental formation concept in that colors, what I perceived, it's a proof. Eyes never can show any other senses, smell, taste, colors, only. Just focus only one sense. Observe only one sense. Imagine your other senses are not working now, and you only see. But if you see, your eyes can only get color, not sounds, not taste, not smell. But how are you so sure when you see a color? In that color, all of those things are present. And it doesn't stay as just a mental formation. Also. We believe it is present in that bunch of colors. That's the illusion. What we really experience is color right now. What we believe our mental formation. In that mental formation, not just color, but sound, smell, taste, everything is there. And the thing is, even though rest of our sense of contacts are now not working, our eyes only working. So eyes only can perceive colors. But still we are so sure that there are smell, taste and everything in that bunch of colors. We don't see it as just bunch of colors. We see it as an object. That's how illusion it has become. We create this thing inside our mind, yet we blindly believe it exists outside. in those colors. We blindly believe it exists outside in those colors because we never got it except the colors. Because eyes only can give colors, not any other sense content. So it's basically we are blindly believing that rest of the sense contents are also there. So now imagine not just the color, but the sound, smell, taste, separately taken. They only give that one sense content, but somehow we blindly believe all of those sense contents are present in that one sense content. All that thought is present in that one sense content. We assign it to outside. We believe this thought is outside. Just try to experience it yourself. Look at the chair. Is there a really a chair? Or you just think a bunch of colors that has created the shape? In that bunch of colors, did they say, I am the chair? Did they say, if you touch, you feel this hard or smooth, or you get a smell like this? No. We are the ones, we believe all of those things are present in that vision, in this bunch of colors. We don't even think it now. That's how we used to see the world, this wrong perception. Now we don't even have to question, we don't even think. Now we already feel like it's already there. The chair is already there. That's how we have trapped in this illusion, this wrong perception. Even though it is a wrong way of seeing things, we have used to it over the years, ages. Now even the wrong thing has become reality, real, right. So on the other side, like the chair was created, there is this self. So now, not this object, like how we assigned blindly this mental formation, this thought, this chair to outside. We created this self, this sense of self that what we call me, mine, myself, whatever names we call. We assign this to inside. Not that we can see inside or there's existing inside, but we blindly assign it, and that knows we are used to it. Now it has become the reality itself. This illusion has become reality. This wrong perception has become this reality itself. So now we believe there is the chair outside, and there is this self who looks, who owns at that chair. And the thing is, now we strongly feel the existence of this chair, even though it's a mental formation, even though it's we are mentally assigning it to the outside, and we still strongly feel a solidness of this illusion, this chair. And at the same time, we feel strongly this self. The self is existing, the self is real, the self is doing everything, the self is owning everything, the self is living through everything. Because of that, each and every object, whether each and every object is occurring in our mind, there is a self on the other side. And the powerful these thoughts, they self get, the more value we assign to these mental formation. We don't even see it as mental formation, we see it as a thing that exists outside. So that's how each and everything that feels real, solid, becomes a part of an illusion that mind creates and mentally assign to different places, locations, outside, inside. Yet we blindly believe this illusion as the truth. Yet we feel it as the reality itself. We feel, even though it's a wrong perception, because we're used to see in that way. That feels now real. That feels so. We are seeing in that way. So now we have to do it. So this time we have to see this illusion, not blindly believe because someone's saying, but looking, experimenting with your own mind, own self, your own experience. Observe, look at things. Is it really solid or is it a mental formation as they told in this Dhamma? So try to observe it. Try to see it yourself. When you get the confirmation yourself is an illusion, then this mind automatically starts to loosens the value, the power it has given to this illusion. Because now I think it's reality. It has more power, more value. But once we get the confirmation it is an illusion ourselves, then it starts to lose its power automatically, because that's the point of suffering over an illusion, something that is not real. But for that, you have to get the confirmation yourself. This is an illusion. And once you see through this illusion yourself, slowly, with that deep understanding, the power, the value, the suffering that has for this world, this inside, this outside, slowly start to loosen. Because now it's not truth, real, as we thought, as it used to be. So with that deep understanding, it starts to get this peace, this calmness, this lightness. It comes with the deep understanding itself. And in the end, what remains is this system is working with the value, that power we have given to them, these mental formations, this illusion is no longer there. I still working, he is still working, even the thoughts are figuring, but now we know that now we are aware that these are just illusions from our mind, from this feet. And so rest there gently. Feel and develop morning family discourse for today. There Sana everybody.
Thoughts fly by like clouds in the sky. I watch them come, let them go, like leaves that drift on the floor. I try to escape from the cage, to run wild, to be free. But the door is locked, there's no escape. Thoughts passes by like storms in the sky. I see a bright light calling from outside. The cage is open, you are free. Freedom of mind. Once you see the truth, the door was always open. You didn't see the illusion. Freedom of mind, where compassion starts to flow. From that stillness, mind starts to flow. Not freedom from world outside, but freedom in the rising tide. Freedom from mind. Awaken to this blissful
It is a thing that we truly believe that exists outside. But what it is actually? It is a spark from the side and a spark from the hearing sense. And these two sparks come together and create a book to us, which we believe truly exists outside. We name the thought that is created with the shape, color, spark, plus a sound spark as a book. Then we say a book, it is a shape and a sound together. The process of the sound and the color coming together is called it Sampatichanna. Actually, what is a book then? We receive a shape, spark, and we name that shape, spark, with a sound, spark. Did the book come from somewhere? මෙහෙණින් වහන්සේ, it came from the past. ආරයන් වහන්සේ, now, what you said just now creates a big problem. You see, if there is a past, then you would also feel that you existed in the past as well, wouldn't you? That concept of coming from the past does not align with the Dhamma because it confirms to you that you exist now and that you had a past as well. Do you understand? If you believe that you exist now and you had a past as well, you become a thing. In order to realize that I don't exist, we tend to create many other irrelevant things, don't we? There is nothing as the past. The Buddha said, Auttanam Sambhutanam Utkanam Bhavisati. This means that the spark created at this present moment is created only at this present moment. It was never created in the past. And this spark, which is created only at this moment, would immediately die off or disappear without any trace of it at all. Nothing is left behind in a spark. Let us see the problems we would encounter if we believe in the past. Supposing there is a bucket of water full to the brim, and if it has a tiny hole somewhere, wouldn't all the water leak out of the bucket? Believing in the past will not allow you to realize the pure truth. Another example is if a ship is sinking in the ocean, no matter how much you try to remove the water that gets inside the ship, unless you plug the hole through which the water comes in, you will not be able to stop the ship from sinking. Likewise, if you do not understand how the past does not exist, you will not be able to realize the pure truth. You have to fully understand the teachings of the Dhamma. If there is even a little bit of ignorance about the Dhamma, you will not be able to end all suffering and end the cycle of rebirth. Ignorance regarding the Dhamma will be the cause for rebirth. Ignorance deludes you to believe in a self-identity. There is nothing as the past. When we present the teachings of the Dhamma to you, we talk about the four elements as the first step in the process of teaching. Then, in the second step of the teaching process, we say that what we receive is a sanna, perception or signal from the past. But when you step on to the third step, you have to take the foot off of both the two steps below. We cannot keep a hold on all the three steps. Either you climb to the third step or remain on the lower steps. This holding on to the two bottom steps is like you are afraid of losing your self-identity. Therwan Sarnai, everybody.
Thiruvan Sarnai Aryan answer. Thiruvan Sarnai all Dhamma friend. This is Buddhotpado English Zoom discussion. Today also we continue discussing pure truth. This is your story and this is my story. This is our story. What is this story? This is the story of our life. What is this life? What do you think? What are thoughts? Where do you live? Are we living in a dreamy world? Oh, everything you experience is true or not? Today, also, we are ready to discuss this reality, the one and only reality in the world, which reveals everything, pure Dhamma, pure Buddhism. So, dear Dhamma friends, let's start our discussion. I would like to invite Dr. Kokila to start the discussion. Thiruvan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila.
Therwan Sarnai. So, yeah, we will discuss as usual. We keep discussing in every angle. So, Shani was reading the book where we are reading actually what there was a discussion between an Aran Hanse and Venerable. Then, so what we keep understanding, actually, we have been talking about this in depth every day. So, the same things over and over again, but in different angles. How this dream, as Mr. Bernard said, how this dream is formed. So until you kind of your breathing happens and your body, the senses are working, the dream will not stop. Okay, so the dream will continue. It's okay. The only thing that will not happen is the burning, because you understand that it's a dream. It's very difficult to understand it's a dream, though. Kind of difficult, because we usually like to believe it as true. There's a very subtle thing that we actually want everything to be true. But actually what Lord Buddha and Aranwasi is trying to describe is how this dream is actually not, it's a constructed dream. Yes. You can feel things, you can see things, you can hear things, you can think. So it's kind of a very good construct actually. But it's a construct only. So first we can have like a repulsion by, like when you hear this Dhamma, you can feel like not liking it. But then with time we get used to that, and with time we keep understanding it, and with time you might feel it too. So it's such a good thing to keep even being able to listen to this, because it's such a inspiring but at the same time frightening thing that we hear, that this dream is actually a dream, because we like, as I said before, we like it to be true. You know, we from our childhood, we wanted our dreams to come true, isn't it? We wanted our dreams to come true. So we had so much dreams, able to look after parents, without letting them suffer, to look after the parents. So yeah, it's such a beautiful dream, we feel like, and to be able to help people, to be able to have a independent life, so on and so forth. There's so many like list of things that would be there. The dreams. So suddenly there's a discussion now with Dhamma, the truth, that it's a construct, and you might not like it because we usually like our dreams to come true. So which one am I going to choose now? Which dream? The nirvana dream, the money dream, or the job dream, or having kids dream, or having a married life dream? What dream would you like to have? Which dream is the best dream? Which dream am I going to give up? Is it part of the dream that we are going to give up? Or are we going to actually give up a dream, or just understand that the dream was a construct? And when the dream was true, the me was another dream that happened. Because as soon as there is a dream, there's someone who is dreaming. The subject-object phenomena is always there. If there's a dream, there's a dreamer. If there's something to achieve, there's someone who is achieving it. If we want something, there's someone who is wanting that. If you're feeling something, there's someone who is feeling that. That's the vision we had. That's the vision we are trying to actually understand how that happened. It didn't happen because of anyone. Lord Buddha, not actually Lord Buddha. It was said by, I can't remember whether it's Sila Thernia, but it didn't happen due to anyone, or it didn't happen because of you. It just happened with the construct of the sensory organs. The dream arise. When the dream becomes true, only the problem comes. The me is also there now. The dream, there's no dream without me. But with Dhamma, we understand that the dream, even when you are awake, that dream, I'm not talking about the actual dream, sorry, I don't know. It's not about actual dreaming. When you're asleep, you can dream too. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about actual this dream which we have while we are awake. That dream, inside that dream, we have so much dreams. We want this, we want that. And I was talking about that. So this current dream, where you wake up, you go to the bathroom, you do the stuff that you have to do, and then you go to the kitchen, make a tea, and then, start making food, going to work. If you have kids, you send kids to school. Try sort out things. What is the dream? Maybe have some time for myself. Wow, that's the dream. Is that the dream? What other dreams do you have? Yes, Dharma, what is the dream you have? Do you have a dream?
තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Kokila. I actually missed the first part of it. You are talking about life goals we have, or right now how things become real to us.
No, it was just a simple question. Do you have a dream?
Okay. Right. Okay. Yeah, we used to have dreams
No,
within
no,
dreams.
now.
Uh, Now, of course. Well, um, first and foremost, we have the dream of attaining Nibbana because we have materialized this concept also. And although in every sermon, Aryan Maharshi explains that there is nothing called Nibbana, it is actually liberating from the belief that
So then you have to drop
someone
that dream, isn't it?
is there, ignorantly
So
sometimes
you
to
might have
work
to drop
towards
that
this,
dream,
and that kind of
Sudharma. Can
dream
you hear
is
me?
there, Dr. Kim. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, then you might have to drop that dream too, because there is a dreamer always when you dream something. So do you
Ex-
even get that point? So if we have a dream inside our almost now, there is a dream with the light. Again, that's a dream too. You feel that as real too. The sound, even before this tree and all that, we feel that dream is also true. The sounds, the light, the feel. Before
Yeah,
anything, it has come. That
yeah,
dream is also true.
yeah.
So then we have another dream now. Well, in the past we had so much dreams. Now we have a dream of as liberation of mind. That dream will never be achieved through dreams. So you have to come to the moment. So to do that, we need to understand that the dreams are just constructs of the mental constructs. So, but actually speaking, even before the mental constructs, even the sound level, even the light level, even the touch level, it is still that part of the dream, because that is also not there. It is there because of the sensory organ. This part is very important. If you don't get it, even the sense of it, you need to get it. You need to understand how there are like 3 layers of dreams. First, the dream extends to the outside. Then the dream, there's another layer where the actual, we have so many dreams like the nirvana, or the money, or looking after parents, or looking after dog, looking after kids, looking after looking after yourself, whatever, doesn't matter. Because lesser the dreams, better the life. More the dreams, like if I can say an example, if you want to have a dream of expanding your country limit to the next country, that's a big dream, isn't it? So you have to kill so many people to achieve that, because no one is going to give you another country just by, hi, do you want this country? I take this. No one is going to do that. So there's like always resistance. So that's kind of a dream too. Like, we have to expand this country. This is not enough for us. But then the village mother, they don't have that much dreams, like they don't have that much dream, but they have a dream too, very strongly held. This land, it's mine. It is given to me from my ancestors. No one can take this. Child can't sell it. If child sells it, this ancestors' land will be destroyed. Oh my God! I'm just taking these things from stories that we have heard. So and so forth. So we have so much dreams, so much needs, so much stuff. Now finally, someone hears as Sudharma suggested. Yeah, the dream can shift. dream is different now. It's a very beautiful dream, though, which is so great. But in the beginning, it becomes a beautiful dream where we keep trying to understand Dhamma. But I would say, rather than dreaming about Nirvana, actually keep understanding who I am would be much better research than going after something. So I would say, drop that dream and try to find yourself. Just drop it. Just drop all the dreams. Just keep doing what you're doing. Feed the dog, feed the and like for the people inside the house. Make the food. Earn the money if you want. If no one is giving you money, earn the money. Yeah, just keep doing stuff that you're doing. It's okay. But find yourself. That would be a better research than seeking nirvana. Because actually understanding nirvana is when you understand there is no yourself to actually attain nirvana. That is actually the state of nirvana. So you losing you, as we said, is the state of nirvana. So, what do you think, Sakuntala? Dr. Sakuntala, do you have anything to add?
Yes, Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila and other friends. What you described, sort of the dream that you described, I mean, looks like kind of buildings or something which has different layers. That is, I think, what you were trying to explain. What I felt was the topmost layer has all projections to the outside. So I mean, we are dreaming about achieving various things in relation to the outside world. So it's like this tentacles of the octopus projecting outside. So you get everything as per existing and persisting outside materialistic world is mostly. And when you clear that level, or when you understand that it's a creation, then you go to the deeper levels where, as you very clearly said, the sensor level where when the light and sound, those things, you come to that level, and then you realize that that's also a part of the dream. And I think that is the part that is difficult to clear. So, in other words, it is the second level of our practical experience
I would
thing.
say that light is the third level, actually. Second level would be the nama. Nama in the sense, the
Yeah.
nama in the sense, the still, when you say chair, it can extend to outside, but then the actual feeling
Okay.
that chair is there is the second level. That's
Yes.
where nirvana is also there as in the second part, because that
Yeah.
is a form level, that you have a perception of nirvana, that there would be something like that. That I was trying to say about that. And the third level would be the actual consciousness level, whether it is mind consciousness or whether it is light conscious, like the ear consciousness or stuff like that. So those are the three levels I was trying to say. What do you think? Do you think it's
Yes, I think that means the second level is the mind constructs. Is that what yours, or thoughts? Is it what you were
thoughts level, form level?
thought level?
Yeah.
Form level. Okay, yes. I think that is that gives a much more clearer thing. And then, as you said, the third level is when you go further deep, you realize that there's yet another thing to clear. That means your sensor level, where the light alone or the sound alone, the taste, smell, those things, those are also part of the dream or part of creations or part of the imaginations. So I think that is the most difficult part.
Yeah, that's not even a
Yes.
mental construct. That's just a construct.
Yes, that's a construct. Yes,
Yeah.
yes, yeah. It's a very
But
beautiful
it,
explanation.
but in Sakuntala, in that chair,
Mm,
the most important thing is in the chair itself you have all the three layers. That's what Aryan says, Dhamma's beauty, understanding in cross sound that all three
yes,
layers are there.
yes, yes. I can. The first one is the what do you call it? Sensational. The Kamaloka, Kamabhumi. What is the word for the
Sensual.
sensual? Yes, that is that means you have some sort of uh, attachment. Can you say attachment or some form of clinging to that? That is what is described clinging or
Also, clinging
aversion.
is, yeah, clinging is a part of that, but actually
Mm,
the thing is that it is there outside. Chair is there outside. Then you can,
mm.
color it, you can paint it, you can kiss it, you can do whatever with it if it's outside. Do you understand?
Yeah, basically it is a value, isn't it then? The
Yeah,
value you are giving
value.
to the chair, yes.
But
And as
the
you were,
value goes
Mm,
deeper. Imagine if we feel that the
mm,
money is actually outside.
mm,
We know kind of we can do anything to, we can kill people to get money. We can steal things to get money. We can do a lot of things to get money. We can lie to get money. And in the end, what we have fulfilled is kind of a perception, but we feel that it is out there. And when you have that, you can have a house or whatever. So why people are doing so-called a lot of stuff to maintain the life in several ways, like stealing or killing or lying or stuff like that, is mainly because we feel that there is something to do outside.
mm. Yes.
So it extends a lot. It extends to kill someone else too. It extends to envy someone else's money. Can you imagine that? How
Yes.
it can extend? We don't talk about these that much, but when the outer world is true, you know, that's where I was talking about the achieving another land to this country, something like that, or achieving airspace, or achieving going to moon, whatever, Mars, whatever. So like that, there's so much achievements we can do when it is outside, because outside is infinite. Like there's no limitations. We want
Yes,
this, we
giving a
want that,
value
we
is
want,
the very basic level, isn't it? I mean,
yeah.
giving a value is a very basic foundation, I would say. And then, as you said, you can build up so many things to so many directions on that.
Yes, and that's why Lord Buddha said that once when someone understand Dhamma and feel this, their defilements actually shrink to a level, very small level, because that infinite projection is limited now, because we know that it is all in the mind. That's the nama part of it, like the form world. That is the actual mind. When we keep understanding that it's the mind, that's actually because mind it is only in the mind of a human that we have these problems. But if you're if you think about a mind of a Brahma, that Brahma has different ideas. They were different ideas. Whatever the animal, that's a different concept of the different concept. They have different worlds. So this is in the human kind of thing. We feel that these all the ideas in our mind are true. Now, because of that only the projection happened to the outside. But then actually now when we shrink, we start the shrinking from that level. We don't start from light. We have to understand the whole thing though to actually understand the full thing. We have to understand all three layers to actually even feel the non-self perception, at least for a moment. We have to go through all these layers. So it's very important to understand where the dreams are. Dreams are in the form world. Dreams are in the form world. You can't have a dream without a form, can you? You have to have a form. What is a form? At least nirvana, at least anagami. What? Can you give me some form? Yes. Live in a nursing home. Oh no, no one will dream about that. What? What can we put? What kind of dreams can we put? Okay, living with my son forever until I die. I will live with my son. I'll put it that way because no one will dream about dying in a nursing home. So, what are the dreams? Yeah, to be healthy until I die. Like, oh, some people can say, I have to die quickly. I don't want to die suffering. So, that's such a beautiful dreams we have. But all the dreams have a form. Do you get it? It is kind of a different layer. And we have to understand that that layer is also not true. But even beneath that, even the light, because the light doesn't have a kind of a form, it's a feel. You feel the light, you feel the sound, you feel the touch, that's all. That's the level of the small, fetus or the small baby. But even that is not true. That's really funny. That is also not true. What do you mean by that? That is also a construct. So do you have a seat somewhere to say, this is mine? Leave me alone. This is my world. Can you say that? Give my space. Keep me, I want to be alone. I want to be have some space. What space are you talking about? That construct. That's okay. It's okay to have your space. That's fine. What I'm trying to say is when we keep understanding this, we know that there's nowhere for you to fall. Anidasana Vijnana is that. Because nowhere to fall. Nowhere to consolidate. Where can you consolidate? This is my place. Where can you consolidate? Light? Yeah, if you want to, you can consolidate light. Or you can consolidate the sound. This is my space. This is my organ. Is that so? Can we say that? We can't say that, can we? So this is the thing. You end up having nowhere. Yes, what happens? What actually happens is dwindling of self vibration is the same thing, because the self vibration is there when there is a value to the perception, whatever the perception it is, whether it's a light, whether it's a sound, whether it's a feel, whether it's a thoughts. Yeah, anyone to add anything? Sarana?
Therwan Saranai, Dr. Kokilana, only I got actually I missed the first part of your explanation. It's another dimension, and it's very interesting the way that you brought up these three realms in the stimulus, same thing with a very beautiful metaphor of the dream, and it is so rational. And they are when you were explaining, what came to my mind was Dr. Kokila that either concrete or abstract, always we associate that with a certain form. The form is there. Jealousy or, as you said, any emotion, there is the form, or anger, whatever. And then when you said, okay, when somebody get the thought that I should expand the country or I should own the other person's land or whatsoever, the person becomes so violent maybe. It happens due to the abhisankarana of that thought, isn't it? It comes repeatedly, so the automated power of that thought, it gets aggravated, and ultimately it might lead the person to kill others, and that kind of thing happens. Or does it make sense? Is it due to that power that somebody might be that violent and try to own someone else's land? And it's again, the root is the power generated in that particular thought, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, that's okay. So what Dhamma does is actually make you to like it keeps shrinking. It keeps shrinking your the self vibration. What actually happens is it's not actually the self vibration is sinking. It's actually coincides with the shrinking of your dreams too. But because an arahant will not have actually a dream, because dreaming in the sense hoping that something would happen, this is very, very, very difficult thing for us. We'll try to understand. Hoping that something will happen is part and parcel of our life. I have seen so many patients coming to me saying, I don't feel like having a hope. I'm lost. I want a hope. And we try to solve the problems. But do you know that when people feel like they don't have a hope, they get so flustered, so worried about that. So they are labeled as depressed. But what actually happens is, because the self vibration is there, and when there is no place to put the octopus stuff there, when there is no place to focus, that self vibration is so suffering, because the person will feel so upset about it, that there's no place, no dreaming. They want to have a dream, and they are trying to find the dream. They feel like lost because they can't kind of find a focus. That happens to a lot of mothers after emptiness syndrome, like when the kids are gone from the house. Suddenly the part of their life is almost shattered, because we know that the life is like just the flowing of stimulus. So the 50% or 70% of your stimulus would be the kids, feeding kids, thinking about kids, planning the kids, sending them to classes or whatever. Now suddenly they are getting independent. The mothers find like hopeless, now dreamless. They find it very disturbing. So they might actually start thinking about going to a better world in next birth. That's where people try to find some solace in, going to temple or going to meditation and stuff. It's okay, but the thing is, here we have to understand this. This Dhamma is so beautiful, so inspiring. We need to kind of understand how this self vibration works. Because I have even in Zoom discussions, some mothers would come and say, oh, suddenly I felt lonely, I felt empty. And even saying I felt empty, that mother is actually asking whether it was some kind of a good experience in Dhamma. And unfortunately, that's not how it is, because you have felt empty. That's exactly the way that everyone feels. You feel empty. That's not the way. So you feeling empty is actually in the form world. It's a sanya. It's a perception. So we have to keep understanding how this works. This mind works. Mind is a very tricky thing which works beautifully. You keep understanding how mind works. Mind is, after the baby in the cot, mind has formed, and we are kind of in that mind bubble. So everything is felt in that way. I feel empty. I feel sad. I feel lonely. I feel angry. I feel anxious. I feel like agitated. I feel whatever, happy. But then that's kind of a perception that we talk about. Well, when we understand Dhamma, we understand, yes, there are kind of stuff that you can feel, but that's in the mind. These are mind outcomes. The emotions kind of things are like mind outcomes. When the mind doesn't know what to do, when the mind is kind of has no thing to think about or, dream about, it feels empty. And suddenly you are scared because you don't like that. You want something to, that's why people like phones. When the phone is with you, you can actually go to the phone and you can, scroll down, keep checking, keep checking the SMSs, keep checking the YouTube, keep checking, the new WhatsApp messages, whatever. So you keep checking them, you keep adding life. It's very difficult for us to
I try my best to get it, and it's clear actually. And Dr. Kokila, when it comes to this dream thought, if we think of a child in a nursery, so when the teacher asks, "But what's your ambition?" The Sri Lankan child, of course, may come out with like, "I want to be a doctor, I want to be an engineer or an accountant or whatsoever." Then next time when he or she writes the essay, writes about that. Then at home, when the relations comes, then again the child repeats, "I want to be this and that." Then the child has a mental image of that. So this way the child grows with that thought. This is the thought probably which gets uh, repeated the most number of times, like more, that is subjected to abhisankarana so many times, and then it gets more powerful, and the it becomes real, though there is no substance in that. Ignorantly this image becomes real. When the person sees doctors having the stethoscope, this gets more power telepathized, and ultimately when this actually, although it's a mental image, when the person is unable to realize that dream, that downfall happens, and the child ends up with depression. It is sadly, no, ignorantly, he or she doesn't know that this uh, this is the outcome of a like mental kind of mental fabrication, not a real thing. So even we were in the same ground, and unless and until we heard this true message that how everything that occurs in the mind becomes real to us, and this truth, we would also end up with depression in certain situations in life. That's what I got when you
Imagine
yeah,
someone
yeah,
was a doctor and then
yeah.
had to retire and then does not do any prior practice or anything, just loses the whole doctor thing. Just imagine that, or suspended to do anything anymore. That person is lost. It's again like the mothers who the kids are gone from house. It's again like in a teacher's life where teacher has to stop even doing classes after retiring because she physically can't. All this actually, the mind usually likes to fall onto something in the outside and keep going and keep going and keep going. That actually is living. So when this comes to an, imagine now I'm like 8 years of age now at the moment, and I can't even lift my leg out from the bed. What kind of dream can I dream? So there the problem is the dreams are limited now. So obviously that if you try to go to that mind that who is bedridden, can you feel the nervous person who is trying to grapple the situation that his body is not anymore in control of the mind, because mind is really brand new. Mind has nothing about the body. Body doesn't work according to mind. Mind works independently. So the body is now dying, kind of dying. And can you imagine the person, how the person would feel, how frustrated that self vibration would be, because now that person on the bed can't understand where to fall that attention. It can fall onto a beautiful robe, which, like in that story of a monk, or it can fall into your keys, or the most beautiful cabinet you had, and become a peretia in that, you know. So the the nervousness of the body not actually working with the mind is so immense that people start thinking about the next birth, and then whole thing falls into place now because the person only can think. So keep thinking. So now all the ideas come, because ideas are given, especially in Sri Lanka, ideas are given in such a way that what you do, you will get. In these countries, Some of them are actually very, very, very religious and very happily waiting to go to heaven. There's the attachment to the heaven, even though they don't know what heaven is. They strongly believe that they are going to heaven and they are calm. They're actually calm. They have already put the foot in somewhere, so they are calm. Their attention or their focus has already put in there, so there is almost the vibration is very high towards that. In our country, even that is not possible because that's not feasible because we have this karma para thing. So where what we does, what we get. So that is true in a way, but this if someone has not understood this dhamma, and even though you have heard it, if you haven't fully understood, there's always a risk that near death you can get flustered. So it's really important to understand this and not to lose the plot, I would say, because definitely until your body is like doing whatever the things that you want to do, you don't feel this. You don't feel the anxiety. You don't feel the anxiety of death. You don't feel the nervousness of death. You don't feel the nervousness of not being able to, get up from the bed. You don't feel them. You don't know them. You can't feel them. So you are okay with dreaming. At the moment you are dreaming, your dreams are focusing. If you don't have one dream, you can focus the other. What? If you don't want to go to Australia, you go to UK. Or if you don't want to go to any other country, yeah, it's okay. I don't want to go anywhere. I'll stay in Sri Lanka. Yeah, you still have the dream. Isn't it? We still have the dream. So we keep changing the dream. It's okay. But then towards the end, it becomes so difficult to understand where to focus now. That's where the whole problem comes. So we are inviting everyone. Actually, this Dhamma is everywhere. It can be felt even by a 7-year-old. It can be felt by a 20-year-old. It can be felt by a 50-year-old. It can be felt by a 90-year-old also if the Dhamma was understood. The main important part is to understand how this construct works, how we have the dreams, how the dreams keep maintaining this self vibration. I think we have to stop at 4:15, but we have few minutes. Anyone else to add into that? Yes.
Dr. Kokila, that when you explain this dream concept, it's very, insightful. We can go on and on. So here, Dr. Kokila, one thing came to me that that is the nature of the mind. For the existence of the mind, always the next thing, this dream or the other dream, as you
That's
said,
it.
you
That's it.
go,
Yeah.
yeah.
That's the self vibration.
Yes.
Next thing part is the self
Yeah.
vibration, and
Right.
when the death is happening, that's why people are so flustered. They don't know that they can't understand anything because they have nowhere to put the foot on now, like that. Yeah.
Aryan Hansi himself several times said, Dr. Kokila, now all how feeble, how weak his father is. He is not ready to accept that kind of thing for us to think he was telling at the deathbed, as you said, the people, although all five senses get weakened and they, I mean, in their function one by one, as long as the mind consciousness is there, no, the person is not ready to accept that ending the life or whatever. Always, still there is some hope of recovering, and I mean, that's the nature of this mind, as you said, mind consciousness.
Yeah, actually, understanding that the arising is just in one stimulus is also difficult. Even though we talk about that, the feeling that specifically is difficult. That one arises in one particular moment is an experience that you should have. It has all these three levels too. It's an experience that everyone is trying to feel when you go to a this meditation places where Ramhanse has started to like try and get people to feel this, that one particular stimulus where you feel that the rising and the death is at the same particular moment, not the other one is in the mind. The projection is in the mind. That's actually not there. It's not the truth. Truth is, it's only in one stimulus. So yeah, and there are so many factors which you will get an idea with the experience. So that's where Aranwanse has given these four steps too. Like it's good that if someone can actually go to these places and do it properly, really you have to do it very happily actually, because let go of your burdens and just be there and try to feel this. And this no self-perception is not going to come if you haven't really fully understood that how these things work. But it will come if you relax enough. The most difficult part is the mind, because it's a form level, that mind level where the nama level, the penetration of that level is a bit difficult. But for that to arise, you have to relax enough so that, because you keep understanding that whatever you try to do, that is still the trap. You try to do something, it is still the trap. So you just let go, and you will definitely feel the no self vibration. Yes.
And Dr. Kokila, to express my gratitude to you, actually, not as a person, for all the work, all the effort you make, and especially the reminders, constant reminders you give related to this field. Otherwise, I personally might have gone on the journey forgetting this field aspect of it, which is the main thing actually, which is the way of liberation. So thank you so much for that. And from time to time in the day, that's the beauty of coming, joining these Zoom discussions and listening to people like you and talking to Aryan Mahanse and senior practitioners directly. When we do day-to-day activities, this reminders haunt, I shouldn't say haunt, and they come as monitors, a kind of, they really work, this advice. It is essential. So in that case, you all are Kalyana Mitra, Theruvan Saranai.
And I think we are going into the 4 o'clock Zoom meeting now. So we will worship Aran Wahanse. We salute Aran Wahanse for everything he does with the utmost kindness to the human, not only human being, actually beings. And thank you, Shani, for starting the discussion, and Mr. Bernard for organizing this. And I thank everyone actually for there's people behind this scene where they don't talk, they just uh, do the computer part or the internet part. So I thank everyone. If not for you, we can't actually do these things. So kind of it's so good. It's a collective effort to give this message to the world. Therwan Sana, everyone. May Triple Gem bless you.
තෙරුවන්
Teruvan
සරණයි.
Saranai, all Dhamma friends. Teruvan Saranai.
නමස්කාරයි.
Thiruvan Saranai Aryan answer. Thiruvan Saranai all Dhamma friends. Thiruvan Saranai Dr. Hopla for presenting beautiful and powerful presentation. Thiruvan Saranai.
Second paragraph. The pure truth is that there is nothing that exists outside and there is nothing that exists inside. The feeling of self is an illusion. It is not true. All the stimuli or experiences of sound, color, taste, smell, touch, and mind are only thoughts, and thoughts too don't exist. It is all a lie. No beings, no any living thing exist. Nothing exists at all. This is the pure truth which we need to understand, and you must maintain this awareness or mindfulness of the truth whenever you have thoughts. Once you have realized the pure truth, you will be able to Good afternoon, everybody. Therun Sanayadan Mahasa. Therun Sana, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 1, page number 69. The Dhamma is only felt by wisdom, O Jnana. The Dhamma, the pure truth, is not felt by thoughts. The realization of the pure truth is beyond thoughts. Nibbana, the total abandonment and elimination of all forms of craving, cannot be achieved by thought. If we think of anything, it becomes a thought. Mihinin Mahase, I understand, Honorable Sir. R.N. Mahase, what we feel when we maintain an awareness and wisdom to realize the pure truth is totally different to have thoughts in the mind. One, awareness, and second, wisdom are beyond mind, beyond thinking. Awareness or mindfulness is what we need to realize the pure truth. This realization of the pure truth will enable us to come out of this illusion and suffering. Let's say, for example, that you are trying to tell awareness by using words. Can you explain non-existent in words? If somebody says that I am an arahant, is it something you can speak about and explain in words? Some people claim to be arahant, but from the way they enjoy their senses, we are unable to believe so. We can see that they are associating with a self-identity. They associate with material things that they like. We also understand that they earn a living too. They cook and consume food that they like. We can see that they entertain their five senses. They cannot realize the Dhamma because they have a self-identity. This can be seen from the way they enjoy life. The followers of Dhamma cannot obtain any valuable advice from priests who claim to be Arahant. The priests themselves would not know how to follow the path to realize the pure truth. What is important to us is to follow the path to realize the pure truth. When we are on the path, we need not bother about the four supramundane stages of the spiritual path. If we give too much of importance to the stages we achieve, then we develop an ego and fall behind then move forward on the path. What is important to us is to eradicate our greed, ill will, and delusion. We need to be on the path to understand and realize the pure truth. We have to develop an awareness to the pure truth. Awareness that nothing exists outside, nor inside. We have to know that everything is a thought and that the thought too is not true. It is a lie. We should develop awareness until we realize that we do not exist at all. When you realize that you do not exist, that is when you will totally drop your self-identity about yourself. Then, is there anybody to become an arahant? When you are at the stage of an arahant, you cannot say that you will not be born again. In this fourth stage, Araham, if one does not have a self, who is there to say whether one will be born again or not? If there is no one, then who is there to be born again? Now, what should we understand? We should understand that there is no one even at this moment. මෙහෙණින් වහන්සේ, yes, Honorable Sir. ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ, what is important for us is to realize the point where we melt into nothing. For that, we should realize the pure truth. When we realize the pure truth, we realize that there is no being, there is no person, that there is no self. Avidya Ashesha Nirodha means ignorance, not knowing the pure truth. If you have already realized the pure truth, you begin to feel the truth. When you feel the truth that nothing exists outside and that everything is a thought, you begin to see the self in every thought. When a feeling of self arises in a thought, you will know. Therwan Sarana, everybody.
Therwan Saranai to all of you. First of all, let's pay our homage to Aryan Mahanse. Therwan Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
Sorry, I joined a little bit later, so I didn't actually hear the part that Shani read. Sorry, I couldn't hear
Okay,
that.
Ms. Rangika, shall I
What
read
was the
the
discussion about?
That was page 69 and page 70, Dr. Kokila. So started with explaining that one who sees Dhamma sees me, that Buddha's word, and that thought we cannot realize pure truth through thoughts. It goes beyond
Yeah.
thoughts. That was being emphasized. And the most important aspect in the first two paragraphs is the awareness and the wisdom. So in one of other sermons also, Aryan Mahanse
So the
has
prajna
explained
and the jnana?
prajna and
Jnana.
sihiya. Wisdom is, I think, prajnavo jnanaya, because in English
No,
we have
prajna and jnana are different, but anyway.
yeah, doctor, but words we find it's very difficult to use exact words in English. No, so there are three words like knowledge. Anyway, danuma, knowledge is used for prajna also, and discernment and wisdom are there. Wisdom is the exact word for prajna. So, whatever it is prajna here. Wisdom is the word. Wisdom and awareness. Awareness is mindfulness. Sihiya. The
Also
importance of
kind of super
sihiya.
awareness.
It may not be super awareness, doctor. It is actually it's for someone to see the truth. He or she should maintain awareness, and this wisdom here means seeing the truth of the stimulus.
Yeah, I think it is
Because
a super awareness because the
okay.
awareness here is always the awareness that there is no self. So that awareness is different to every other awareness we know. So we don't have a name. That's why we have put another name. Like actually, you don't need. But what I'm trying to say is we don't have a word for that kind of awareness because we always have an awareness for actual existence.
Yeah, presence of mind.
Yeah.
Actual, yeah. Right.
So we don't have another word for another, like, not non-existence. We don't have that.
Mm.
So it's very difficult to say, but I think that's why the word problem is there. So what was the discussion after that?
Yes, awareness and explaining the importance of maintaining awareness or mindfulness. That is not to be deceived by thoughts. So
Yeah,
when
okay.
one has the awareness only, that mindfulness only, one will be able to apply actually Satya Jnana. Whenever the thought occurs, to penetrate through it, one should have that awareness. And then talking about self-identity also, without understanding how the self-vibration arises, one cannot again liberate from this duality. Then Dr. Kokila further elaborates on the up to Arahant, the 4 stages, stream enter, what happens at the stream enter stage, liberating from the external world, the path level and the fruition level. Then at one's returner level, how one feels the diminishing of defilements and how he or she becomes that is without any effort, how the defilements may diminish. That is the fruition level. Then non-returner level, I think, the stage where one liberates from the mind and becoming that fruition level, finally the Arahant. So what is being emphasized is you cannot achieve or think of any of these using the mind. That is the big mistake people do. So you must feel it. And it is the summary of entire journey, I should say, because how one should liberate from outside, inside this duality, it is being mentioned. So finally, what is being said is, even if someone says Arahant, and that I am an Arahant. So how do you know how to become that? Only that very person may know, but you cannot achieve any of these stages through your mind. So that's it basically. So in terms of awareness and wisdom, Dr. Kokila, so 2 examples comes to my mind. In one of the sermons, Aryan Hanses has explained it through the simile of the sky, that is space and the cloud. When you have this awareness is like that space. It doesn't get involved with the thought, which is compared to a clouds. Clouds may occur, clouds may appear and disappear. But awareness is there, it doesn't get inside the cloud. It only kind of unexplainable, still entity, still in the sense that doesn't shake, it is consistent, and through that we can understand it doesn't get disturbed. It, whatever the type of cloud that appears, it doesn't get disturbed. And in one of Andolanatmaka Deshana, Miss Swarnamali came up with the metaphor of a lake surrounded by hills. So there is a beautiful lake full of water. The top or the surface of the uh, lake may have ripples due to the winds, but underneath there's still water. So that awareness is something like that. So the thoughts may, uh, at the upper level, thoughts may create ripples, but the awareness may prevail without being disturbed. So and what actually struck, I mean, in when I was trying to come to terms with this is Aryan Mahanse's beautiful example of the ladder. Uh, Basically, these two aspects, awareness and wisdom, are like wisdom means yathabhuta jnana, ability to see the truth, to see through the thought, is like the two poles of the ladder. So if one to proceed, just like you also said, parallel railway line, railway track, the parallel, like the two lines, they should go in, though they should be, they are parallel to each other, because both are equally important. So that's it, Dr. Kokila. I can add, I mean, that is basically nothing from my experience. What is being explained by Aryan Mahanse in this conversation between Meherin Mahanse and him. That's it. So the awareness, wisdom, and the 4 stages of the path. And also that we can't do anything with the mind. We must awaken to the feel. And Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, Ms. Surangika.
Yeah, I was listening. There are few things, I don't know whether I'm even able to tell any of these in English, the capacity to tell, but I can try because of this jumble of words. It's so complicated when we try to say something. It gets because even the metaphors can be taken slightly according to the receiver's end. So even the metaphors can be, understood differently. So the I don't know, the no self-perception, we tried to discuss that day that a small baby who is in the cot slowly grows up and then become the 7-year-old or kind of whatever that age child who has the mind now. That child had the awareness. I'm trying to get this across. Tell me if that doesn't work, because that may not work. So that child had an awareness. It is not the correct awareness in Dhamma. It is an awareness. But in that also, baby doesn't have defilements. Baby is free. Baby has the mind, has not developed the mind yet. That system has not had the mind coming up yet. The awareness has the self-vibration. So the feel is not the Samma Sati. It's not the awareness is not the Samma is what? The correct awareness. According to Dhamma, because we have 8-fold path, so there's correct awareness. So when you talk about the correct awareness, so the child.
Dr. Kokila, I think it's right awareness, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the right awareness. So I'm trying to get through a message, but so the child with the radiant mind also has an awareness, but it's not right awareness. Someone someone who has actually passed the stages of stream enterer and going on, so forth, has the right awareness. So can you see that there is a small difference there? Actually, great difference, but we should be able to feel the difference. Yes,
Teruvan Saranai, is it right view that you are referring to or right awareness? Samma Ditthiya
Samasati I'm trying to talk about.
so that is right mindfulness, is it?
Yeah, whatever that is awareness.
Yeah, that's what. Clear. What got little confused. Okay,
So I think I understand what you're trying to say, Dr. Kokila, because unfortunately, the baby is the closest possible example that we can use to communicate, isn't it? The radiant mind at that stage. But at the same time, it has its limitations, which is the point that you are trying to bring across. That the basic feeling that the baby has is the basic feeling, but the right awareness can only be reached or realized through the understanding of the mind, whereas the baby, the mind is not developed at all. So it is at that basic level, but the stream enterer reaches the point of devaluing the mind by understanding the mind. Am I making sense?
Yeah, and then I just wanted to get through Sudharma's heart, like not heart. I just wanted to like go across her so that to understand whether she understood what she's talking about, because it's so difficult to communicate here with this language, but we are trying to say people can talk about a lot of awarenesses. So, but when we take the idea, it is with our perception we take the message. So we need to know what perception we are trying to get. So I'm trying to actually reiterate that the awareness, super awareness, or the right awareness is different to just clear awareness without the mind in the baby. So there's slight difference. What is a slight difference is the main important factor here, because baby is not an arahant. Baby is not even close to arahant. But the baby is actually close to arahant, but not. It's like a catch, because baby has no ability to contemplate any of these things. But someone who has heard Dhamma will experience at one point, go through all these stages and go through even the baby stage and feel the non-existence. That's anatya, anatma, sanya. And that is the only thing that is going to change this person, where they understand even the feel that we talk about is just a function of the sensory organs. By understanding that, by feeling that, the fruition level is there's a fruition level where some of the fetters will be broken. And likewise, Yeah, I don't know whether I'm getting this across to you, but the right awareness has this clear view of no self perception or absence of self vibration. The absence of self vibration has nothing to do with the baby's normal awareness in that field level. Did I make sense? Any sense, Sudharma? Because I'm not sure whether
Yes, Dr. Kokila, I was actually trying to get what every word that you are telling makes sense to me, and what came to my mind is, Dr. Kokila, that when with this awareness, one has the 100% confidence that these whatever are the manifestation of the sensory faculty, it is just the automatic generation of them
yeah.
without the involvement of the self. Is
Yes,
that
and
that? Yeah,
also Surangika
yeah.
will agree with me. In the whole world, actually, there is so much about this consciousness and being happy with the consciousness, being okay with the consciousness. You know, I don't know. There's so many words. If you're listening to English podcast, I listen to them just to know that what people think about these things in the world. People do talk about this moment. They don't talk about no self-perception. They talk about being in this moment. I'm sure Surangika must have had like a lot of experience around this, because I know she goes through a lot of stuff too. So what's the difference of Lord Buddha's Dhamma, and what's the difference from that and from being aware? Because a lot of people in the world, they talk about being aware and being happy with that awareness also. So we have to be very, very cautious, because the message to the people who never listen to Sinhala sermons, they might actually switch off this, thinking that we are telling the same thing, because there are so many people talking about being okay with the consciousness. Consciousness is the final thing. Consciousness is the fundamental thing. They even talk about so many other words which I will not talk at this moment, but being aware about the consciousness has been talked so much, but super awareness or the right awareness is slightly different, because not slightly, actually it's different, because it's mainly about non-self vibration, because no human will have that no self vibration unless he or she is a Buddha's disciple. What do you think, Surangika?
Yes, Dr. Kokila. That is why I think right at the beginning you were trying to clarify what Sudharma said. Probably that's the way, Sudharma, it might be even in the book, because sometimes based on the translations, there could be a few, errors in translation as well. The problem with the Western world is, as Dr. Kokila said, this awareness is not only Western world, now even in our country, Sri Lanka also, you get this awareness thing, and you get mind awareness app. Even meditating, there is an app now. People put the mind awareness app or the mind app or something, and then they think they've done their meditation for the day in the morning. So this awareness and super awareness, it's like earth and sky. The difference is vast. So that's why I think, as Dr. Gupta said, one has to be quite careful about awareness as opposed to avadiya. And I don't know whether there's a separate word for avadiya, Dr. Kokila, as opposed to adhigata samadhiya, but anyway, we'll leave that aside.
That's what I felt. I felt the
Yeah.
avadhi is not this here. I thought avadhi was a meditative state, but the problem is I'm not sure about these English words.
Yes,
That's what I felt.
So the point that you are trying to also make is the issue with awareness is, and the people wanting to be present in the moment, which is what the Westernized society is trying to do, because they think by doing that it at least keeps them away from their sorrows and stresses and worries, kind of thing. But the issue there is that then not only is there a person trying to be in this moment, the moment itself also has become real to them. So they have absolutely no idea as to the concept of self, whether it is a false perception even, or whether the so-called moment, what do they call as in this moment? Have they even analyzed or even thought about what this moment is? All those concepts have been, I think, kind of clouded over. All their thinking is, don't go to the past, don't go to the present. If you're in the present moment, then your worries won't plague you and you will be a little freer, and therefore, you can savor the moment. And that's the other aspect. Being in the moment is another kind of means for them to be able to enjoy the present moment. So it's bent on happiness, that the material happiness that they can gain by being in the moment. So all of these things
And
are
also,
quite
Surangika,
contrary, isn't it, to the truth teachings.
yeah, Surangika, and the other thing is that little baby is also happy, even though, the radiant baby has no kind of suffering. Even they cry because they feel the vibration different. They're not particularly unhappy about self or thinking about self, but the self vibration is there. So we have to kind of, even when we say radiant mind, we can get confused. That is the thing. The path radiant mind and the non-path radiant mind. So everywhere there is confusion, and I'm sure that even whoever who listen to Dhamma, we yet don't know whether we have really fully understood what Raran Vansa is saying, even because he would use the same words.
Yeah, that's exactly true, Dr. Kokila. The more one progresses on the path, there is that on one side, there is a realization of those very finer points. At the same time, there is a realization that there is a deeper meaning that has not been grasped.
Yes, so imagine people doing those podcasts who are not Buddhists. They don't know anything about that, but they are talking about feel as well. They talk about the consciousness, being happy with the consciousness. That's definitely the feel. They talk about actually ignoring the mind too. But none of these things actually is going to work because even if they are in asanya, what is the asanya? I don't know. When there is no perception also, the self, the vibration self, perception self, thought can arise at any time, even after 80 kalpas or something. So there is always this tricky thing where that's why I try to reiterate all the time this right vision, right, whatever the right thing,
view.
what is the right thing?
Yeah.
So what is the right thing is that there is no self. Because if you miss that, we can talk about so many feels. Do you know? Like we can say about feel, because we feel with the right view or wrong view, we never know, because it's only according to the person we can understand that, or according to actually we can't even guess. We can't even guess. That's not something we can do, because someone like world popular people, I'm not talking about Sri Lanka actually, I'm talking about the world. There are so many people who talk about these topics so beautifully, and they are really, really popular. I mean, not just popular. So the one of the podcasts done recently said, "Awaken Living: Practical Guide to Being Present in the Moment." I'm not going to tell the names, but if you go through that, you know there are very similar things told, and you might say, "Oh wow, that person is an arahant." We never know. You can't say that, because it's very difficult to say just because you are awakened to the moment that it is the right view, with the right view, or without the right view, or with the right awareness or the wrong awareness, because there's wrong awareness too. What is the wrong awareness? Not that you feel that rubber is metal. This is about actually the self-perception being there or not. Yeah, we can discuss. Actually, it's really, really interesting point. What do you think? You all can add. We can have a good discussion about that. What do you all think?
Dr. Kokila, Therwan Saranai, in this context, the right view is this that is the ability to see the real nature of the thought, or the creation of stimulus, isn't it? How it gets created without there is no person to entertain with the sensory input, and there is no value. So
Those are
wisdom,
thoughts. The whatever you told was thoughts. No, the
yeah,
actual
but
thing is to
inner,
feel that.
yeah, feel that first of all one should have that knowledge of truth, isn't it?
Yeah,
Then naturally it's
that's yeah, true. But the actual right view starts from knowing the non-self vibration,
yes,
feeling the non-self
non-self,
vibration. So
yes.
that is the tricky part, I think. Here people talking about the feel in the world, they also do talk. As I told you, I just looked at the thing, and now I didn't just memorize it. I went to that site and I just read it from there. So when we talk about these things, if we keep saying the same words, actually people might misunderstand. Oh, they are talking about awakening to the moment. Yes, that is the thing. And then yeah, it's all being already told, and I'm like really telling this is not so. This is not so, because no one talks in this world scenarios. No one actually talks about this properly. Like no one talks about this no self perception properly, because they talk about the consciousness 100%. They talk about that. They talk about being aware, the feel. They talk about all that, and how beautiful that is, how it doesn't have any of those suffering, because that is also a level, but you have to maintain that. That's kind of a thing that you have to maintain. But in this part, it's with it, there's no maintenance at all. There's no maintenance. So yeah, I would like someone else to participate in this discussion. Any additions?
Sarnai, Dr. Kokila, can you hear me? I just
Yeah.
found a problem with my mic a little while ago. Can
No,
you hear me?
we can hear.
Just few things that I I have sort of understood about these topics that you were talking now. Being in the present moment and the being mindful or mindfulness, which is actually practiced mostly in the Western world now. Actually, it has come
No,
to our
even
cultures
not the
also.
mindfulness. Now it has extended
Yeah.
to coming out of the mind and staying in the awareness. Now it has come to that level. So the mindfulness
Yes,
was a old concept. It is old, but nowadays
old
when I
theory.
look at the yeah.
Yeah.
When I look at the
Actually,
actual these days, they talk about being aware, just being aware, nothing about the mind. Being aware, just being aware. Like
yeah.
they mainly talk
Being
about the
aware
consciousness.
and being in the present moment. Is it
They don't
the
even talk
same?
about that. Yeah, it is same. It is same because you can't
It is
be in the
same.
past. If you're in the past, it is the mind.
Yeah. Now, one of the things I have heard was that being in the present moment or being in the present moment was practiced as a person is concentrating on what he or she is doing. Now, for example, if the person is sweeping or if the person is chopping some vegetables, concentrating on that act was described as being in the present moment.
That's
But in
one
that
aspect.
situation, in that aspect, purely the person is there, a doer is there, and the doer is concentrating on what he or she is doing. So that is completely on the
No.
miccha
After
side.
that,
Now, samma,
now
opposite of the samma is a miccha, where, yes,
now these days they actually talk about awareness about awareness. Kind of so many words. If you can get so confused because they talk about being aware about awareness or being aware about presence. That's actually what they are talking about is not even the task. Aware about awareness, kind of aware about presence, aware about actually it's all about the self vibration they are talking about. And they are okay with that. That's like they're happy with that. They are kind of talk about that. So we have to clearly, when we discuss in English medium, we have to clearly try to say the difference. Difference here is we are not talking about being okay with the awareness, being happy with the awareness or the unconscious consciousness or anything like that, because there are words used like this. So we are not talking about being okay with the consciousness, like or the unconscious or whatever. We are actually talking about that even the consciousness or the self vibration is not there. It is there when the self vibration is there, yes, but it is actually not there. So this is very tricky. It's very tricky. This is actually the exact point where you will feel the non-vibration will understand. Even that self vibration, we were like kind of okay, is actually not there. So if we don't get that, if someone has not become a stream enterer, that person, even when that person has gone on to level where there is no awareness about awareness, where there's sanya Nasanyayatana, even that level, there's still you have nothing to do with nirvana. You have nothing to do with actual liberation of mind. So that's the tricky thing. That's the tricky thing, isn't it? Like,
Yes, I haven't actually seen any of the podcasts that you mentioned, but isn't there a person or an observer in those situations where,
100%,
I mean, who
100%.
is 100%? So that is the difference, isn't it?
They start
There
from
is,
there and they lose
Mhm.
it. But then they start
Okay.
from there. That's why the self-perception is there. Now imagine who has done, I am not a meditation person, but I can understand this through the this path now, because if we have the idea that there is someone also, you can go through this kind of same way, because then you will you have the idea that there's someone and you will actually go through that too, because the observer part and the perception part will both not be there at one point. That's the nevasanya nasanyayatana, because there's asanya, isn't it? There's definitely Lord Buddha has explained all these things, the how people went into those realms
Yes,
and
I
stayed.
think Arhat state. Yes, sorry.
Yeah, that so there should be a clear difference. So
Mm.
the right vision and uh, feeling the no self vibration is the only difference here, because then you don't look at any of these things in that same glasses, because we have a red glass, or we look at the world with the idea that that with the observe effect, and you lose everything, but the observe effect is always there. You will go to the level that you won't feel anything, yes, but still the observe effect is there. The it has not vanished per 100%. And that's why even in 80 kalpas, which is a very long time, and where the Lord Buddha's even time is gone, there would be a chance for vibration again. There's chance of vibration again. So we have to understand how vast the difference is, and how tricky the path is, isn't it? So the
Yes, isn't
only
that the
thing, yeah,
Yes.
tell.
Isn't that the difference between this now Samma Ditti, Samma Sankappa, all that, which starts with Samma, that as you mentioned earlier, there is no doer, there is no person on this side, whereas the same 8 things are described with the addition of Miccha Distri, Miccha Sankappa, Miccha Ajiva, like that, where Miccha, the word Miccha
This
represents that
starts
there is
from
a
stream
doer.
enterer. That's why the problem is this all starts from kind of stream enterer. So the stream enterer already knows that there's no self-perception. Kind of there is self-perception when when the stimulus is kind of important. Otherwise, the no self-perception has been experienced in then there is no kind of the samma starts. That's the main difference, I think. I think that's why Aranansi keeps telling this is the portal, and there's no other portal also. What the reason is, whenever we have the notion of this self, even subtle, because the baby, it should be very subtle, no? The little baby in the cot, self-perception is so subtle, because it's only in the feel level. You only feel things. You don't know anything about us mind. But at that level also, if the baby dies, there is a vibration. Definitely there is a birth again, kind of a resonance again, isn't it?
Yes, the
So
difference,
yes,
the difference between the small baby and the arhat, that both levels we talk about the radiant mind, but in the baby's level there is no thought formation, so only the sensor level and the fields are there, but at the same time the taints or this glue which can give rise to the defilements later are there underneath, isn't it? When it comes to the arhat state, the thought formation is there because already
yeah,
what has been achieved will not be reversed. Thought
yeah, but
formation is there, but that glue is not there. The
yeah,
taints
but
or
Sakuntala,
Mm,
Dr. Sakuntala, actually, I was trying to
yeah.
tell this because when
Mm,
we reverse this also, imagine when we try to reverse this also, you can slowly go in this path and come to the uh, baby's level,
mm,
even
mm,
without samadhi. Do you understand?
Yes,
That's the Brahma level they were
that,
talking about
that is.
in Michaditti, the wrong vision level.
But the sasava is there in that case
Yeah, but
also, isn't it?
they didn't bother about the sasavan also. That's what I'm
Yeah,
trying to
yeah,
say.
yes.
So
Mm,
even a person who has, so imagine who is in arupa dhyana.
mm.
Imagine the arupa dhyana person. Arupa dhyana person is the person who feels.
Only a vibration, isn't it?
In the
I mean,
sense,
no physical body.
no, actual in life also.
Yes, yes. Mm,
He doesn't have an idea. That's why someone has in that situation, he may not be able to take Lord Buddha's Dhamma even if Lord Buddha is in front of him. It's difficult to
yes.
understand because he's already having that perception. The perception is that there is self-perception, but you are in the field level. The mind is not important to him. The form level is not important to him. Definitely the sensual world is not important to him. So Lord Buddha actually didn't go to them. They can't change. So Lord Buddha actually went to see the Pasogatan man, where they didn't have the Arupa Dhyana. But anyway, why I'm struggling so much to tell this is my intention is actually here to reiterate people can go to certain levels in this path with the knowledge in the mind, but whoever who is listening to our like sermons it will not happen hopefully, because we always only talk about no self dharma, but when we talk about this in English, we are trying to put it to everyone in the world. So I'll try to rephrase it so that this is all about, even if there is a perception about light, so these basic consciousnesses, light, sound, body, smell, taste, these are the only 5 things we have as basic, as per the small baby. It's such a beautiful world because there's no defilements in it. And same when someone can come to that level with wrong vision. But here the difference is we understand even that consciousness that people talk too much about being fundamental and all that is not true. That's the difficult part to put through to the heads, that even the consciousness is not true. That is only a function of the sensor levels, sensor cells in the organs. It is due to the speedy vibration. So this has to be felt. If you feel this only, you will realize how speedy that is. So that if you feel this, and you will understand it's that it how that is not true. That's the main point that the whole world is missing. What do you think, Suranika? Do you have anything to add?
Okay, I think that's a very fine point, isn't it? To be able to feel the basic faculties and that sensory things. I think Asanti also in a Sinhalese Zoom recently was emphasizing over and over again the importance of the practical program. And in that program, how much one can actually, through that practice, gain an understanding about the fact that all that can be experienced is basically the manifestations that are coming about through the sense faculties and the sense faculties only. And if one pays attention to that in I think the first stage of the practical program, the fact that, a light is discerned, and then it is the mind that puts an interpretation on it. There is a sound that gets constructed, and it is the mind that puts an interpretation and a label and a name to that sound. So if we keep on practicing this and seeing it through the senses, how this whole thing comes about, and this whole external reality, which we call the world, gets created by the mind interpreting a notion, the mind interpreting a manifestation, then it becomes clearer and clearer. Where was the so-called self? Where was the so-called identity that we created called I, me, and mine? So I think the practical program in every stage seeks to bring out very important points of the core teachings that one can realize from stage to stage, which will then come down to, as you said, Dr. Kokila, the fact that there is ultimately only as long as there is as long as there is breath coming in and out of the body, there is only finally the basic sensory perceptions through the faculties, and the faculties only. There was not a self and never a self here to begin with. But that realization is so hard to come by, and it has to be meticulously practiced through going through those stages, along with understanding those very finer points of the true Dhamma. It is not an easy task, but it is not impossible either.
Yeah, because no one talks about consciousness being not true. No one talks about it. No one talks that the non-vibration is the fundamental. No one. I don't think so. So, and it is very hard to go through the head too. I mean, when you listen to some people's podcasts, they talk really so many people, like millions listen to them, and to see what they are trying to say is be okay with the mind, be okay with the sound, be okay with the vision, be okay with whatever, and then people keep questioning, what about the thoughts? Yeah, let be, let be, let be. Then someone can say, oh, maybe he is an arahant. But the core thing is not there. The only one factor is missing there. Only one factor is the right vision. So it is very, very important. I mean, not to our listeners. I think it's just, I'm trying to get through this to the world. Actually, if you really want to know what Nibbana is, you have to really feel this non-self perception where consciousness is also nothing, and that is where Nisatto Nijjivo Sunyo. Sunyo is empty. Empty of what? Nothing. Empty of, not about empty of anything. It's empty of here. Empty of self-vibration. So it's such a beautiful Dhamma not to be missed and to be discussed in future. I hope with so much clarity. Not everyone will even feel this, but if someone has even, this, like I have heard some, narratives that people talk about these experiences, unusual experiences. They talk about their unusual experiences. Specifically, they are people who actually try to do spiritual stuff. So they talk about these unusual occurrences where they feel the consciousness and stuff, but they never actually talk about no self. But they sometimes talk about, Lord Buddha has talked about these things. They actually mention it in some parts, but not necessarily. They are not actually combining them. It's not their fault, but it's not actually used there. So that's what we are trying to do, isn't it, Saranga?
Yeah, I think the sometimes the issue with this society is that the self-identity is so strong, Dr. Kokila, that they can't take the concept that of this no soul Dhamma. It is such a thing that if you think about the way Aryan Mahansa over the last 4.5 or 5 years started, that there were deeper meanings in his earlier talks, which one realizes only later. But at the same time, the way he proclaims the Dhamma is also, he takes a stage, isn't it? So everything is revealed to a certain extent, and then he takes us along the path a little closer. And with that, the sudden shock of saying to a person who is new to the Dhamma, there is no such person as you, and all that kind of thing, people find it hard to take in the conventional world. And I have listened, in my experience, I have listened to other Paramartha Dharma, whereas in those Dharma, they straight away say there was never a person here to begin with. But you won't find that kind of, it might have been there, it would have always been there, but it is put very gently. It is introduced through almost like a gradual realization that a person can get it without kind of rejecting it and going away. So there is that beautiful nature of the way this Dhamma has been introduced, I think, over the years, which if you try to do something like, try to give it.
Yeah, I think time has come now, maybe. And it will never come again also, because the way that the generations work, I think in the newer generations, like, the time to come, I think people will not be even sensitive sometimes. I don't know. I may be wrong, but the generations can keep changing. But now this may be the time, because there is a kind of people who are kind of in search of happiness, in search of trying to understand who I am, in trying to feel the spiritual stuff. So there is an awakening. Otherwise, we won't come to the YouTube and try to search for Dhamma. So there's definitely an awakening where when we talk about other people in the world also, just one video, you will get like millions of views within few days. How does that happen? That happens because there's people keen to know.
Yeah, that's true.
There's people keen to know, but the problem is the access to them, or the getting across across to them is the challenge. And when we try with the words, they actually might think, they're talking about the moment also. We are talking about the moment also. The same kind of thing. They talk about the field, so we talk about the field too. Because everyone knows, kind of everyone is aware now. The mind is actually a tricky thing. That
Yes,
is not
true.
true. Kind of everyone knows it. It's just that they just have to feel it. And that's where the whole trick is, I think. Most of the spiritual people in the world, I'm not talking about the Sri Lanka, I'm talking about the world. Most of them are aware, not the people who enjoy the sensual world. There are a fraction of the world where people are trying to find the spiritual part. They all kind of are aware that the mind is kind of not true. But the thing is, they just can't understand how the liberation works, because you just being liberating from the mind consciousness is not enough. You have to understand the other consciousness is like the worm. Even that level, we need to pass that level. That is the main thing for the no self perception. So yeah, there is a challenge, and we are actually trying hard to try to put this into words, and we have our flaws, isn't it?
Yeah, I think the challenge is the wording and the language, and also the fact that there's so much of similar common terminology being used out there that they put all the teachings and whatever they hear into that same basket, isn't it? And if
Yes.
they've heard awakening, they've heard awareness, then they listen to one or two other things and they say, yeah, that's also the same thing, isn't it? And then, as you said, they dismiss, and unknowingly, and unfortunately for them, they're dismissing something that quite possibly would have been Buddhotpada teachings. And they've gone behind something else which is promising consciousness or unconscious consciousness or whatever it is. But the other issue is that they want to experience that. And then they want to come out of it and speak about it and be able to relate it to people. And they like to do the teachings or teach it to other people and that kind of thing. So what happens there is fundamentally one understands when you think about their experiences, is that they have absolutely no idea of the self vibration, and that is the thing that is promulgating this suffering, this samsaric cycle. They have no idea of that. And why? Because they have no access to the core Dhamma teachings, which is why.
And Surangika, there's another point. They also have the experiences. What they say is, I felt the shunyatave, but I felt the emptiness. That's how
Yes.
that's how they say. I mean, there's no correlation between this Lord Buddha's Dhamma in a proper way.
No,
So
not at
they
all.
think
Yeah.
they have faced nirvana, like something they felt nirvana, whatever.
Yeah.
That's the basic I think problem here, that that is not the thing because that's the same thing. No, when we listen to Andolanaatmaka Deshana, also what we hear is a mother would be saying, now I don't feel anything. And Aran Hanse must be scratching the head because, well, she doesn't feel anything now. What can I do now? Is she going into Asanyatale then? You know, she can't feel anything. Then is that the path? No, that's not the path. It's actually you feeling that this side is empty. Is that then the actual why the stimulus can't go until the breathing is happening. So the complete 180 degrees turn is not taken properly, isn't it?
Yeah, but and the thing is, and that also shows a lack of the true Dharma teaching or the inability to understand it, because when sometimes one can experience the fact that, oh, actually maybe there's something wrong. I'm not feeling that properly, or I'm not sensing it properly, or something. But then, moment that thought even comes to the head, then one understands, number one, that it's a thought. Number two is that who is this so-called I? That means that, there's more to
Yeah,
be cleansed, more to be cleared, more teachings that have not been properly
true.
understood. So one can, at different stages, we go through all these hurdles, and we can stop and languish in a particular, as you said, pitfalls, because the pitfalls are many. But as long as you have the noble spiritual teacher, as long as you have the
Actually,
accept,
as long as you
yeah,
participate to these things,
participate in the
Zoom
discussion.
discussions,
Yes.
yeah. Otherwise, you will not feel it because you will get cleansed if you actually participate and actually seriously try to understand. You can randomly, like as a side talk, you can do something, but still, no. If you're really keen, you will get it. I'm 100% sure about that. If you're really keen, you will get it. You will feel it. The no self-perception. That's the main important thing. Nothing else. It's the main important thing. Now, someone might think that the feel is the main important thing. No, that's not then. No self-feel is the main important thing. So, but to come there, Aranvansi is taking so, as you said, so slowly, nicely, he's trying to take them to the feel and then to like show them that it's nothing. No one feels it. There's no one to feel this. But that's the basic challenge we have, I think, isn't it? Yeah, I think we are running out of time again today, and Shani, we thank Shani for reading the book in the beginning, and Sudharma for explaining the book again, because if I missed the book part, actually, because I don't have the book, I missed that, but I catch up with you all, and thank you, Sakuntala and Sramika and everyone for participating in the discussion, because it's useless to like talk endlessly. It's really nice to have a discussion, and 10 heads into this, the how to give this to the people who never speak any other language, who are talking only in English. We are trying our best, and we this will materialize, because there must be people out there who has kind of the power to unpower themselves, or lose the you. What did we say that? You losing you. Teruvan Saranai, everyone.
Yes, that's a good one, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? That's the ultimate.
Yeah, that is the ultimate one.
I losing me or you losing yourself.
Yeah.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, for your
Tera
great
Sanai,
explanation. Teruvan Saranai.
Worshipper's ego, their self-identity view. This ignorance of their self-identity can make them reborn in realms of evil and suffering. King Asoka built 84,000 temples and places of worship, but he was also reborn in a bad realm. You have to understand this dharma, this universal law, the illusion, and that there is no self. If it is not well understood, and if you won't realize the pure truth, the possibility of being reborn is in better realms will be very rare. Queen Mallika gave the biggest almsgiving to the Buddha and his disciples with utmost magnificence and richness. This kind of almsgiving will only increase one's ego and self-identity. They give alms to the priest, believing that the outside is true. They believe that they are conducting a meritorious deed. Again, due to their ignorance of not realizing the illusion of self and the illusion of the outside, they will only be reborn in worlds of suffering. The Buddha said, Dhammang vina natti pitacha mata. This means that apart from the Dharma, knowing the illusion of our thoughts, there is no mother nor a father. Knowing the Dhamma is of utmost importance. We honor and respect our parents very much. Yet, for all, the Buddha said that if you realize the pure truth, you will realize that there is no mother nor a father. Amazing, isn't it? Mehenin Mahanse, yes, there is nobody in this world. Aryan Mahanse, the Buddha said, Nisatto, Nisjivo, Shunyo. Nisatto, no beings. Nisjivo, no living thing. Shunyo, nothing exists. When nothing exists, how can a mother and a father exist? Could there be? When you realize the pure truth, you lose yourself to the pure truth. Realizing the pure truth is the only way you can be assured not to be reborn in suffering hells. If you have realized the pure truth and has an awareness of the supramundane spiritual path, you are safe from suffering hells. Mihinin Mahanse, yes, Honorable Sir. Pardon Mahanse, until you realize the pure truth, you can never enter the supramundane spiritual path. In almost all the teachings of the Buddha asks only one question: Rupang Nichanto, Anichanto. The Buddha asks if the stimulus from the six senses are they permanent or impermanent. Then his disciples replies Anicham Bhante, meaning that all the stimuli we receive from outside and inside are impermanent. There is a very deep meaning to this question. If you think that there are things outside, you have not realized the pure truth. The Buddha said, Ida bhikkhave bhikkhu. The Buddha says that the path to enlightenment, the path to realize the pure truth, is taught only in the teachings of a Buddha. No other religion or spiritual teacher teach about the cessation of suffering. The path to the realization of the pure truth can be realized only if we see that the outside does not exist. That is the way to eradicate this cycle of suffering and rebirth. What we have to realize is that this is only a dharmatavaya. It is an illusion. There is no living being, nor is there a person. It is only a thought, which is also an illusion. When we drink and when we eat food, it is only a thought. We only associate with thoughts. The Vijnana or the mind consciousness is an illusion. We think that this body is me. We think that we are eating a pineapple. We think that we are wearing beautiful clothes. We think that we are beautiful. All these are only thoughts. Mihinin Mahanse, yes, Honorable Sir. Tedwan Sana, everybody.
Teruvan Sarnai Shani, Teruvan Sarnai all Dhamma friends. It is the beautiful pure Buddhism we are discussing in this Zoom forum. So we are always associate thoughts form in our mind, and they ultimately bring an illusion. So we don't know that we are living in an illusion. We think the outside is always there and our existence also here. But because of this, the people keep on suffering without understanding this. That is why the Lord Buddha asks, is this stimulus permanent or impermanent? It is actually impermanent. So in order to understand this, we have to understand the pure Buddhism. So today also we start our discussion. So to understand what is suffering and how to experience the cessation of suffering. So let's discuss. So I would like to invite Dr. Kokila to start this discussion. Thiruvan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila.
Tedwan Sarnai. So actually, Shani was discussing how we have been in the past, kind of, she started with that, how in the past we have just, actually, I can go back to my childhood, how we thought about attaining nirvana was actually mentioned every each and visit to the temple. So we are familiar with that. We have heard that we will attain that one day, and we also had good, really, we learned so many good stuff, but yeah, good attitudes, good deeds. We did so many things. I mean, it's really nice. It's the most beautiful thing because I think it molds a child to do good things, to be a good child. I think nowadays we are nowhere. We don't have that or the Dhamma. So we might not have anything. But at that time we didn't understand much about Nirvana, but at least we were taught like good behavior, good will bring good. So I mean, that's okay. I mean, at that time, that was the only thing that we knew. But now there's a change. We know if we act good, it's good. But we know something else also, because we know that whatever the life we imagine like we have is kind of an illusion, where what happens is actually one thought or one stimuli is there only at one particular moment, and even that moment is not true actually. So we started from there, and then we understood slowly with Aran Hanse's help that there's no self. He took so many examples for us to like kind of even feel this to begin with, that there's no self. But there are things that we feel. What do we feel? First of all, we understand that this mind, or kind of the perceptions, so much perceptions we have, the ability to telepathy or the resonance at one particular moment to anything which has the same frequency is the, I think, the breaking point. I think that is kind of the breaking point. Then there's no time. Time becomes just another notion, because synchronicity or the some vibration happening simultaneous. The time, we can't talk about a time because it is the same vibration. So the same way we understood that the self vibration is also something like that. But the problem is, to understand this, we have to actually understand how then we feel existent. Even though we say there's no self, we feel something, and then we keep understanding what we feel. First we feel mother, father, brother, sister. Then we keep feeling, that this is my school, this is the classroom, this is my teacher, this is the chalk, this is the blackboard, this is my garden, this is the my village. And you don't have an idea about the whole country, but we call it, this is my country, or we just call a name. And after looking at a globe, we say this is kind of the world. We can't see the world at one particular time. We can't really visualize the world. So looking at a globe, we say this is the world. This is kind of a structure, that this world looks like this. So which came first? The world came first, or we came first? Actually, the self vibration is the beginning of the so-called world. So the self vibration, the reason for the self vibration to telepathy into anything is the cause for that is the avidya and few other things. So avidya is the ignorance. So the actual this self vibration, when there is a vibration to telepathizing into any vibration, any form, in that case, we call it like something, because there is a form we can kind of feel it. But then there are beings, a non-form as well, because you can't actually visualize them, or to your perception. To some other species it may be actually form, but to the humans these three levels are there, because the formless is not directly there. And there's another reason that it is explained like that, because that's the way that you feel things. So as I said, we first feel everything is outside. We feel someone is here, and then the toy is in front of me. Oh, behind me in that case, by the side. So do you know, because we have five senses, this the ability to visualize around us and have an idea. That is the beauty of the actual this mundane world, where we can actually feel like we are existing and people or things are existing outside. But then this association, when you understand that the association actually is not there, what happens is the telepathy effect of the perception. This we have to go back to the child, which we always do. Like we go back to the baby in the cot and try to understand. The baby in the cot had no idea about anything at all. What he or she felt was the skin vibrations or the eye vibrations or the whatever the vibrations of the sensory organs that they feel. So it's a feel only. It's a feel only. There's no form. But but still, even at that level, even though we can't say anything about defilements, we have that feel that it is happening here, and we try to maintain that. That is the next one effect in the, like the liking. So when you say formless world, also there is a raga or kind of in needy feeling to enjoy that. That's the only thing that goes. Actually, form or non-formless or the three layers would be still there, but the entertainment. So that's what goes. The feel that we entertain. Oh, I don't know what's the word for that. Not entertain, but nandi or feeling it or enjoying the feel of it. So the kama raga, rupa raga, arupa raga, that is the only thing that is going. It actually vanishes. That is the liking towards these things. When we like things outside, we want money. Like money is outside, we want money. But we keep understanding money is needed, just doesn't necessarily matter here. But what we try to understand is what we really want is what we have as a perception. We have a perception that we need to maintain this life, and then we need money. That's okay, but I'm just trying to explain how this happens. So we need the next one like that. So we need to actually, when we are in the sensual world, we need so much things. We can't there's no, the list is endless, because when you're sick, you need something. When you're well, you need something else. When you're bored, you need something else. When you are lonely, you need something else. When you are happy, you need something else. Even the food we want kind of to change every day. The most damaging punishment for someone is to leave them alone. That's the most damaging punishment, actually. Like in the world, the punishments, they don't have an association with their social life or any outside world. Then that is the most terrifying punishment, because this self-perception has no other way to exist. So you need the next one. And if you are in sensual world, you need so many things. It will be endless. So definitely you will have a birth, but it matches how strong you need that. I think we all understand that, isn't it? Like how strong you need to need the pineapple, how strong you need the ice cream, how strong you need the need to go somewhere, how strong you need to maintain your children, how strong you think that the children should be there when you are dying, or should be helping you, or something like that, whatever. So this, how strongly you have this defilements, or how deep they are, how bad they are, kind of how strong they are, is the most powerful thing. That's why, you know, in these European countries, there are so many people who really, really very strongly thinks that she or he is going to be born in heaven. They don't have any question even. They know that they are going to heaven. And that kind of the strong desire to achieve something is the problem where the vibration gets so high. So the raga is, what is the word for raga, by the way, Sudharma? Do we have a word for raga?
That's Dr. Kokila. Desire. Craving is tanha. So it's more or less the same, right? Rather,
Desire.
attachment or desire.
Yeah, okay. So
Desire.
the desire, I think word matches it bit. Yeah, so the desire for the sensual world is different. Sensual world is different. It's like, as we always try to tell, thought is different. The attachment to the thought is different, or the feel that you get it as real is different. When you take it as real, I mean, this is where what happens when it is real in mundane plane. As a normal person, everything is real. There's no talk about it now. So we can go back to our recent past and just understand that how easily we thought that everything is, you know, available here, there, at home, at school, everything, yeah, happening in America, whatever. So the feel that we have that everything is existing is a bit shattered now. Like it's kind of the shaken. So then because of Dhamma, it is shaken. But we keep understanding, how did this desire is the place, desire goes first. So the first three things are gone. What three fetters are gone. You know, the first three fetters are all about the thinking pattern. It's actually thinking pattern, because thinking pattern and the satyajnana, or the truth, because the doubts about the Dhamma, doubts about the stimuli, doubt about how the mind is formed, which is paticsampada, or the stimuli is formed in this system, and then there is no self, and all these things are actually clarified in the first three fetters. Then the next two would be actually sensual world. So but in that, even though someone is kind of fully aware that the outside world is not actually existent, that it's a perception only, still, because the self vibration is there, you still have the desire, even though you know you have the desire. Sorry. So when the self thought is shaken, self thought is the one first which is shaken, the desire to the sensual world is shaken. When that happens, because there is no self, the thinking pattern has changed completely. Because there is no self, the value that is given to everything is subsiding. The desire goes down. it slowly goes down. It can take a long time, but it will go down. Definitely, if you have felt this non-self-perception, at least transiently at one particular moment, if you have seen nirvana, even though you haven't achieved that level, if you have felt it at least transiently, everything about this living, the feel of existence is challenged, because the feel of existence is there even in the worm, even in the fetus. That is being challenged. That's being challenged, and the non-self perception is evident. So this starts to get more powerful than the other one. So as we talked that day, there's a fight in between. There's no actual fight, I'm just talking. There is a kind of a fight between self-perception and non-self-perception. So each time the self-perception is there, because it is there, even though you just have seen non-self perception for a second, it doesn't matter to the self-perception, it's still there. But because that the thinking pattern has completely reversed, the no self-perception is getting more powerful. You have the idea that there is no self, and whatever the desires start to slowly dwindle, and then you kind of understand how this is all kind of useless. Then you keep understanding a bit more. You know that even though we don't feel any craving towards money, any craving towards your daughter, any craving towards your son, any craving towards your house, you know, we would like to come back to our house. So kind of we have difference in everywhere. We feel some kind of difference. So we keep understanding this form level. That is the kind of where we can telepathy at any time. That form level is again in the mind, but not the value. There's no value, but still they are there. It's still inside the kind of mind. So if you keep understanding none of these perceptions are true, actually what you keep understanding is self-perception is not true. Because in the first time we understood that the first time if you experience this no self-perception, we understood some of the things. But we keep understanding more and more when we feel this, because we keep understanding that even the perception, just the perception, you don't even need it. You know, you don't go after your daughter, you don't go after money, you don't want anything, but still there is perception. So it is still strong, because if there is a perception, there is a birth. So when you keep understanding this, you understand that perceptions are all kind of like a mirage. Then you the craving towards that desire for form world is mind. So the form world, to have a mind, you know, that's where we actually where we have this so much problem about dying also. that is there, because we are scared to die, because we feel that the form world will be gone. So then comes the formless world, where kind of it's not the it's just kind of like a vibration where it's just the sensory level, the initial level, not the mind consciousness. This is the other consciousnesses, like eye consciousness or the ear consciousness or the bodily consciousness. That is not even true. That is not true. So that is due to the like speedy vibration of the actual sensory organ. This is where the non-vibration would arise. So it's really beautiful to feel this, and this truth is out there now. So when this truth comes out, we all understand this. Remember, in Lord Buddha's time, there was a lady, I can't remember the name. All the sons with the father, the husband went to war, and she was giving almsgiving to Lord Buddha and all the monks. And the message came. She read it, she put it in the cloth, and then she went on doing the task of offering the almsgiving. Do you know how equal those stimuli are? Like any message that can come. We can understand how many SMSs would you get per day? I mean, phone. How many messages would you get? And can one message shock you? Can one message make you to feel the self-perception? I mean, we have the potential, isn't it? But imagine getting a message saying to the phone while you're offering almsgiving that you're whatever the sons, 7 sons or whatever the number of sons, and the husband has died in the war. And it's just another SMS, and you keep going doing the thing that she was doing. Imagine what kind of what kind of truth should she have? I mean, shouldn't we salute that? I think we should all salute that. And that's where the importance is. Understanding this Dhamma. Whatever perception is a perception, yes. And if you feel that the perception is real, you are there. It's a feel only. You can't think about this. If you think about this, that's a form world or sensual world in that sense. So we can start the discussion. Can you add on Surangika's Dharma? There's some Dharma friends. Well, now, so do you have anything to add, Sudharma? Oh, Surangika, if any. Yeah, Lalana, yeah.
There are some doctor. There are some all Dhamma friends. Doctor, it's a beautiful discussion you had with you are having with us. Doctor, the non-firm world is the problem that we have to undergo because we feel something is there, but the cravings differ with each and every thought, doctor. But the existing field is still with us, doctor. So I think. Doctor, non-firm world is the most difficult part to understand because existing field also there. So if we really understand there is not at all in the thought. Thought is not real at all. The existing field also diminishing slowly, but it is very the decreasing of the existing field is very slow, no, doctor?
Yeah, I mean, that's in the mind again. So you're thinking about it. Yeah, if you want to, you can think about it. But that's not the path. It should be with the feel.
Yeah, it should be with the field, doctor, but not every time we are having that feel, no, doctor. We are always tangled with the mind perception, no, doctor. It comes really, no, doctor, isn't it? So give me a doctor. Can you explain a bit about the non-firm world, how we feel it, doctor?
You can't. It's like
It's really hard. Yes, I can understand,
it's like the
doctor.
salt. A salt. We can describe salt. You know, like we can say when you add a little bit of salt to the you know, pineapple or chips, it would make it tastier. We can say that, but actual the vibration of the tongue, you can't really explain that, can you?
Uh, I have a small issue, doctor. Sometimes my mind says it's a vibration. I know it's a thought only. It does not mention that it doesn't mean that the uh, feel, doctor, right? So
No, I can't
sometimes it
understand
comes automatically.
no, I can't understand what you're trying to say. Can you tell that again?
Doctor,
Go slow
now,
because you're very fast. I don't know what you're saying.
sorry, doctor. Doctor, now when the thought comes, when one thought
What is
comes.
the thought? You have to give an example. It's useless to say anything like that.
Now, doctor, I want to eat something, right? I feel hungry. It doesn't matter. So when I eat this, just imagine a chocolate, doctor. So when I try to eat it once, not at once, I want it again and again. That means the gravy is there, doctor, right?
Well, yes, if you think it that way, yes.
But doctor, at once when I want to eat a chocolate, I just eat and it doesn't matter. I don't need it anymore. So, doctor, what is the difference between those two? Uh, that means thoughts and how to understand the form and formless world in this, doctor.
Definitely you are inside the mind.
Yeah, inside the mind. But at once
Because the
when
field
I want,
doesn't have the chocolate.
we doesn't have the chocolate, but when the thought comes as a chocolate, I want it now. Wow. What is so? How can we understand this, doctor? Whether
You
it is
can't.
mind or the
That's what
feeling.
I'm saying. You
Mm,
can't understand this. This has to be felt. You have to come out
mm.
of the mind bubble to feel the actual um what child felt, the baby in the cot, or the what before the mind bubble formed.
Yeah, doctor. Yeah, that's true. So when I see the
So
chocolate,
you
sometimes
can't explain. Chocolate has nothing to do with the baby in the cot.
yes, yes,
Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddhotpado Aryan Vahanse, the great sage of our era, the most valuable spiritual master with the highest wisdom. May Aryan Vahanse live long to spread this Dhamma all over the world to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai Dhamma friends. Today I am going to discuss about the Dhamma discourse. Buddhotpado Aryan Vahanse has done and uploaded into the YouTube channel 6 years ago. That is Nissarana Magga 4. Nissarana Magga means the path to liberation, the way out. Sasara ginnata diya binda, mitmal arana. That means a drop of water for the fire of worldly cyclic existence. So, Aryan Vahanse is now in this Saranamaga for Dhamma discourse. Aryan Vahanse is explaining about the form and the outside world. When you are meeting a world outside and the things you come to know, you come into contact, whether you like them or dislike them, or balanced, moderate, you have become impure. Aryan Vahanse is telling so. So, because of the mind is clinging into the outside world, and at some things, mind is attaching and some point, mind is redeeming. That means detaching, and sometimes it's moderate. But the defilements are there. That is why Aryan Vahanse is telling, when you are meeting a world outside and the things you come into contact, whether you like them or dislike them, or balanced, moderate, you have become impure. That means the mind, there are defilements in the mind. That means in Sinhala it says කැමති තැන රාග අනුශය. That means latent tendency to lust, underlying attachment or sensual desire is there. And අකමැති තැන පටිඝ අනුශය. Latent tendency to aversion, ill will. That means underlying anger, hostility or resistance. මැදිහත් තැන අදුක්කම සුඛ මෝහ අනුශය. That means latent tendency to delusion, ignorance, underlying confusion or lack of wisdom. Therefore, if we are getting something from outside, that means we are not redeemed from defilements, mental impurities. That means we have not redeemed from the world outside. Buddhotpado Aryan Vahanse is always telling us, based on Buddhotpado Aryan Vahanse is doing each and every sermon, more than 13,000 sermons in the YouTube channel, based on true Buddhist philosophy of Lord Buddha. And Aryan Vahanse is has done that great revelation about the true Buddhist philosophy, and all his Dhamma discourses are based on this true Buddhist philosophy. That is why they are, if we are getting something from outside, that means we are not redeemed from the defilements, mental impurities. That means we have not redeemed from the world. According to Buddhotpada Aryan Wahanse's true teachings of Lord Buddha, there is no outside world, because actually we are seeing shadows. That means reflections of each and every stimuli, because we have two lenses in our eyes. So whatever the form is, we will be seeing only a reflection. Then Aryan Wahanse is explaining, if we are not redeemed from the form, not only the outside forms, this body, this human body, our body, the so-called our body is also a body outside. If we are unable to redeem from the body, that means the form, because still the world outside is true to you. In formless meditative attainments and form material meditative attainments, that means in Dhamma it says Arupi Dhyana and Rupi Dhyana. In those places there are Moha Anushaya and Avidya Anushaya. That means in formless meditative attainments and material meditative attainments, there are latent tendency to delusion, ignorance, and latent tendency to unawareness of the reality is there. Yes, that means when people are doing this one-pointedness meditation, and they, which with a great difficulty suppressing the mind, and they used to achieve a certain kind of a meditative state, meditative attainment. In that there are formless meditative attainments and material meditative attainments. In those two formless meditative attainments and material meditative attainments also, there are latent tendency to delusion, ignorance, and latent tendency to unawareness of the reality is there. So that means without having proper Dhamma, that means without having the Satyanana, truth of wisdom, if even they try some kind of meditations and reaching this formless meditative attainments or material meditative attainments, even there are latent tendency to delusion, ignorance, and latent tendency to unawareness of the reality is there, because they didn't know about this true Buddhist philosophy, truth about the phenomena. Without knowing the truth, they just reach that places even with the meditative attainments, there is defilements, mental defilements, that is ignorance, unawareness of the reality is there. Therefore, there is no redemption from those levels also. Even somebody tried that kind of meditations, one-pointed meditations, and if they reach those levels, because those are useless, because there is no redemption from those levels also. Now we can understand, Aryan Mahansa is describing, now we can understand if we are meeting a world outside, we will have to like that or dislike that. That means if meeting the outside, we can't expect purity from the beings. Yes, that means now we can understand if we are meeting a world outside, because actually in the true Buddhist philosophy, Buddhotpada Aryan Mahansa is very clearly showing, based on Lord Buddha's true teachings, there is no outside world, because the world is creating inside the mind. The world is creating inside the mind. So, if we can understand, if we are meeting a world outside, that means a complete wrong thing, because Aryan Mahansa is very clearly showing that through these six sensor systems, each and every stimuli is coming to the mind, and the world, each and every human being's world is created inside their own mind. That is why Aryan Mahansa is very clearly telling us, if we are meeting a world outside, we will have to like that or dislike that. That means if meeting the outside, we can't expect purity from the beings. But nowadays, most of the seekers misleaded from the correct path to Nibbana and seeking a temporary comfort, relief. It is completely wrong, because most of the seekers do not know what is Vidarshana, what is the insight meditation. Nowadays, in this era, only Buddhotpada Aryan Mahansa is showing each and every seeker, each and every human being, what is the correct insight meditation is. So, without knowing that, most of the seekers who are actually they have some liking to be released from this sansaric journey, and they are very hard and practicing this samatha meditation, the one-pointed meditation, and they are completely misleading and going in a wrong path. And because they do not know the correct path, they are just trying to seek some kind of temporary comfort, relief from this one-pointedness meditation of Veda. It is completely wrong. Grabbing the form from outside and taking the form as true, and then cannot realize the Nibbana. Buddhotpado Aryan Vahanse is very clearly showing that grabbing the form from outside and taking the form as true, and then there is no way out. That means there is no way to realize the Nibbana. If needed, somebody may overcome greed and mental distress regarding the world by established in meditative absorption with the mind of equanimity. Let go of crying, weeping, suffering and grief, of unpleasantness for a certain period of time, can stay in comfort relief for a while. That means if needed, somebody may overcome greed and mental distress regarding the world by establishing a meditative absorption with the mind of equanimity. Let go of crying, weeping, suffering and grief, of unpleasantness for a certain period of time, can stay in comfort, relief for a while. If somebody is suppressing the mind with dhyana samapatti, meditative absorption with the mind of equanimity, like pressing a ball inside the water, at any time the ball may come up. Yes, actually, Aryan Vahanse is describing, clarifying what is this dhyana samapatti is attaining through this one-pointedness meditation, because always the self is there. They used to suppress in the mind with meditative absorption with the mind of equanimity. It's like pressing a ball under the water, and at any time the ball may come up. That means that experience, that effort is useless. Like that, again in a certain period of time, he will be fallen into the sorrow of the body and mind. Yes. No temporary things. Even Lord Buddha and Buddhotpado Aryan Vahanse is not allowing us to do these temporary things. Those are useless. Actually, no use. The effort is in vain, because again in a certain period of time, the seeker will be fallen into the sorrow of the body and mind. He will have to cry and weep again, getting old, getting sick, die at any time, with sorrow and lamenting. That is why these temporary things are useless. Even Lord Buddha didn't allow us to do this kind of useless things, but all over the world, so many Buddhist monks and Buddhist teachers and so many people are still doing the things which Lord Buddha was not allowed. Meeting the point of outside world, eyes, ears, tongue, body, skin, nose. That means form, sound, smell, taste and touch. At this some point you are getting stuck. Yes, because of the greed and mental distress. By taking the stimuli as true, you have already got caught. Where is the redemption? Yes. Meeting the point of outside world means through your eyes you see forms, through your ears you hear sounds, through your tongue you taste, through your nose smell, and through your body skin there is touch. And at some point you are getting stuck because of the greed and mental distress happening upon these things, the stimuli, getting into the mind through this six sense system. And if they are becoming a thing, there is a soul, me, my mind is also arising in the other side. That means the duality is there, and therefore there is no redemption from the world stimuli. You have already get caught. So where is the redemption? There is no redemption. The point of redeeming from the world is the point of redeeming from the world is the point of redeeming point of redeeming from the world means point of redeeming from the six sense system. Vinaya loke avidya domanassa means that means it is the place where you are overcoming greed and mental distress. In this Satara Satipatthana Sutra, 4 foundations of mindfulness, it's showing us the letting go of greed and mental distress. If you can't let go of them, you are not redeeming from the greed and mental distress. If you want, you can suppress the form as a temporary suppression and can live 84,000 great eons, an extremely long cosmic time cycle in Buddhist cosmology. Yes, all these are about this Veda meditations. That means they were unable to go out of this, and what they did is this. Not if they are, because of they couldn't redeem from the greed and mental distress, like that, if you want, you can suppress the form as a temporary suppression and can live 84,000 great eons, an extremely long cosmic time cycle in Buddhist cosmology. But it is useless. That is also vanishing. In some day, you will be fallen into the wheel of suffering again, because you no use of these temporary things, because those temporary things are useless. Why? If you are fallen into suffering again, then what is the use of do the same thing again and again? That is useless. 84,000 great tunes, you are suppressing the form and then again falling into the wheel of suffering. So, what is the use of doing that? And the effort, the time, everything is useless. Only suppress the greed and mental distress regarding the world. That means that is not redeemed, and therefore one day again falling into the samsaric journey. But we need to attain Nibbana. Yes, we don't want to do those stupid things, because our great teacher Buddhotpada Aryan Mahansa is showing us a very clear and a steady path to redeem from this mind and world and self and everything at a stretch. So there's no need for us to do those stupid things. Actually, we as true practitioners of Nibbana, we need to attain Nibbana. Then we will have to do a Samuchcheda Prahana. In Dhamma it says Samuchcheda Prahana, a complete eradication, cutting off entirely, must uproot the tree of greed. Yes, that is what Aryan Mahansa is showing us. Therefore, we will have to practice 4 foundations of mindfulness to liberate from the world in the way of being freed from worldly existence, according to the Satara Satipatthana Sutra, 4 foundations of mindfulness. Mindfulness of body, contemplation of mindfulness of body, mindfulness of feeling, mindfulness of mind, and mindfulness of phenomenon. So, according to Aryan Mahansa's true teachings, if somebody want to redeem from the cyclic suffering, wheel of suffering, that means the cycle of rebirth and death, the first thing the seeker should do is to hear, or that means to listen or read the Darshana Samapattiya. That means the true Buddhist philosophy. True Buddhist philosophy. The great revelation of Buddhotpada Aryan Mahansa. Because without knowing the true Buddhist philosophy, anybody on this earth will not be redeeming from the samsaric journey. But it was hidden so many, more than 1,000 years, and after a great effort, our Buddhotpada Aryan Mahansa has revealed that true Buddhist philosophy. So that is the first thing any seeker should do. That means understanding the world created inside the mind and nothing outside, and understanding the mind, and then understanding the body and mind, everything. So after listening the true Buddhist philosophy, any human being on this planet Earth can understand what is the ignorance covered us for so many years, without looking at the truth of the humanity. So after listening to true Buddhist philosophy, Buddhotpado Aryan Vahanse is showing us another thing to do. That is the four great contemplations. Anybody who listens to that true Buddhist philosophy, he will slowly get the wisdom of truth. Lord Buddha has taught us to attain Nibbana. There are three kinds of wisdom we need. First one is wisdom of truth, Satya Jnana. Second one is Krutya Jnana, the practices, practical experience, gaining the wisdom through practical experience. That is the second one. That means when we know what is happening, that is Satya Jnana, and practically realizing the Satya Jnana is Krutya Jnana. Then the third one is Krutakjnana. That means without any kind of effort, the natural wisdom arising inside ourselves, inside the human being. So understanding and realizing uh, true Buddhist philosophy, the Darshana Samapattiya, the seeker will be in the path to first entry of the Nibbana. That means Sotapanna Magga. Lord Buddha said, and Arinvas is explaining, there are 7 chittas. That means 7 chittas to attain Nibbana. So now the first one is Sotapanna Margasita, the path to Sotapanna, the stream enterer. Path to stream enterer, wisdom. That means the path to stream enterer will understand the Satya Jnana, the wisdom of truth, by listening true Buddhist philosophy. When the true Buddhist philosophy is listening, the seeker will be in the path to the stream enterer. That means the Sotapanna Marga Sita. So, while realizing this wisdom of truth, that means the true Buddhist philosophy, any seeker will be able to naturally enter into the stream of Nibbana. That is actually cannot do personally. It's just a happening while understanding the Dhamma. It may happen, but listeners who are listening this true Buddhist philosophy, they are in the Sotapanna Magga. Then, according to the 4 great contemplations, Buddhotpado Aryan Vahanse is showing us, when practicing that 4 great contemplations, the seeker will be a stream enterer first, and then one returner, stage of mind, one returner, then again the non-returner, then again the arahant. that is so profound, that four great contemplations revealed by Buddhotpada Aryan Mahanse is so profound. They are very much valuable. We can't even value that. And this, we can't even value this true Buddhist philosophy also. So the first one, the first contemplation is to understanding this. That means, as I said earlier, to understand there is nothing outside, because this human body is getting everything through this six sense system. This human body is a system, and there are six senses. Through the eye sensor, forms are creating inside the mind, and through the ear sensor, sounds are coming as vibrations. Forms are also coming as vibrations through the eyes. Each and everything is a vibration, but it is not just coming. There is a synchronization happening. So when we see something means, when we see a form means, if there is light vibration, and also our eyes also, eye also vibrating, then the gap between the light vibration and the eye vibration is redeeming, and they become one. That means the light vibration and the eye vibration become one vibration. Then the outside, the form outside, the stimuli outside is also vibrating. Then the vibration of the outside form and the eye vibration and the light vibration is equal. They are synchronizing into one vibration. Then you are able to see that form. That is how we are seeing things. That means the form we see is actually arising in the mind, and the eye consciousness is giving a name. The mind is giving a name to that form. So Aryan Mahanse is telling us to understand there is nothing outside, because this whole cosmos is a vibratory nature, and each and everything in this cosmos is vibrating. So due to the vibratory nature, we see things, synchronizing things into our mind as forms. So there is nothing outside. And we hear sounds through ear vibration and the sound vibration. When they synchronize into one, we hear the sound, because those vibrations should be similar. Then only we can hear the sound. They are synchronized. Actually, the synchronization is happening between equal vibrations. That is how we hear sounds. Then about the smell. Through the nose, smell vibration is also happening. There are so many smells around vibrating, and according to the vibrations of smell, we can smell through our nose, because it is also that smell also synchronizing to the nose, and Nose can feel the smell. And taste is also like that. Tongue, according to the tongue vibration and the food vibration, they become one, and we can feel the taste. The touch is also the same. The body, the whole body, the skin is there. So everything outside, that means the heat, the temperature, heat or cool or anything, we can feel through our body skin. That is also a vibration. The body skin also vibrating, and the cool, according to the vibration of the cool breeze, they both become synchronized and we can feel the breeze. And also we can feel the cold and the hot temperature also through our skin, like this kind of vibration and synchronization. So that means we see things according to the ability of our eyes. We hear things according to the ability of our ears. And we taste things according to the ability of our tongue. We smell things according to the ability of our nose, and we feel things and we touch. Touch vibration is also happening according to the level of the form. That means according to the level of the body skin, the vibratory nature of the body skin. So we can now understand that there is nothing outside, because everything outside is only vibrations. And when those vibrations are equal to our sensor systems, they used to vibrate through the sixth sensor system to our mind. Mind also like that. Mind vibration always synchronizing to the past data. Past data. That is how we used to understand, realize things. Because when we see a creature, suddenly the mind says that is a dog. When we see when we hear a sound, suddenly the mind says it's an plane, aeroplane. When we eat a chili, a hot feeling is there, hot taste, and suddenly the mind says it is chili. That is how the feelings are happening through the sixth sensor system. So it's not very complicated to understand. There is nothing outside, because to a blind person, actually he can't see anything, because his eyes is not ready to see. He is blind, so he can't see the light. He can't see the light by ray, that shape of light. So there is no form world. Actually, he can't see any form. If a deaf man, he can't hear the sounds like that. According to the ability of this body only, the world created inside the mind is happening. So that is not very complicated and simple to understand. There is nothing outside. So that is the first contemplation of Buddhotpado Aryan Mahanse. So there is nothing outside means completely redeeming from the form level. Form. The body, this body and everything, the outside form, the seeker is redeeming by understanding this. Then the second contemplation, that is, there is nothing inside the mind. So the mind's nature is, everything is appearing and disappearing at the same moment. So when we see a jack tree and when we look at something else, the jack tree is gone and we can see a calendar. Like that, it's changing. So mind is like that. Each and every moment it's changing. Just the stimuli is just appearing and disappearing. At once we hear a sound, and then the mind is trying to understand the sound. Then again, if there is a smell, good or bad, then the mind is with the smell, and just the smell is appearing and disappearing. Then again, a body touch, just appearing and disappearing. There may be perspiration due to hot sun. That is also just a feeling and it's disappearing. Cold or hot or anything is like that. Taste is also that, like that. That means this mind is rotating with this six sensor system. Therefore, nothing is permanently in the mind and there is nothing called a existing mind. So it is just a arising and disappearing mind, and therefore there is nothing inside the mind. Everything is appearing and disappearing, arising and fading. Therefore, according to Buddhotpado Aryan Mahanse's second contemplation, there is nothing inside the mind. Then at that point, the seeker will be redeeming from the mind. Seeker, no, there's no outside, nothing outside, and there's nothing inside the mind also. And seeker now understand there is nothing inside the mind, and therefore he is redeeming from the mind. That means he is redeeming from the nama, name. At first, seeker redeem from the outside world, that means redeem from the form. Now understanding there is nothing in the mind, the seeker is redeeming from the nama, name. And according to Buddhotpado Aryan Mahanse's third contemplation, this body is just a six sensor system. Now you can see that clearly. Because this body, according to Lord Buddha there's a meditation, and Lord Buddha has divided this body into 32 pieces and asked, where is me? So we know there is nobody in this body. And Buddhotpado Aryan Mahansa is telling us this body is just a six sensor system. Just a six sensor system. That means the six ways of getting stimuli into the mind. So this body is just a six sensor system. And Buddhotpado Aryan Mahan says, then again showing us the fourth contemplation, that is, there is nobody in this body. There is no owner for this body. Yes, there is no owner for this body. This is just a six sensor system working according to the action mind and the cosmic law, cause and effect law, and this is, there is nobody attached to this body or the mind. So that means as seekers we should understand this. There is no soul, there is no me, my, mind here. Actually this me, my, mind thing is a tag, a wrong view we have taken in our early childhood because of the existing field. So, understanding this, there's nobody in the body or the nobody in the mind, that means the suffering is, we are slowly redeeming from the suffering, and there's no need for us to go behind the sensual desires, sensual pleasure. So, without knowing this truth, living is in this planet Earth is actually useless in this era because actually understanding the true nature of the human body and mind and understanding there's nobody here, every seeker will be dissolving to the phenomena, that means the nature. Nature is also the mind. Nature is also the mind. Everything we see, we hear, we taste, we feel, everything is mind, and the nature is also the mind. So, understanding these four contemplations, after listening to this true Buddhist philosophy, the great path of wisdom is naturally opening to each and every seeker. So, listening Buddhotpado Aryan Mahanse's sermons, and you will be able to live a very free and relieved life. So, we invite each and every people around the world from any corner of this planet Earth to listen to this Dhamma. No matter whatever belief they have, whatever religion they may believe, no matter whatever color of skin they have, no matter whatever social level they live in, that is also no matter which country they live in, is no matter, and only thing matters is to understand the true nature of the human being and open to see the true reality without being covered with millions of wrong views, because those wrong views are also giving you all the suffering. So each and every human being on this planet Earth should understand this true Dhamma. Still, you all can follow, see, go through the website www.wisdomofasia.com, and you can hear Buddhotpada POTV, Zoom and YouTube channel throughout the day and night to understand this true reality of human beings. Then only you will be redeeming from the suffering of your own mind. How much money you have, how much wealth you have, how much real estates you own, but how much power you have, still you are having the suffering in your mind. Therefore, to go beyond the suffering of the mind, everyone should understand what is the true reality of humanity, because there is no other way to know this, because the only our true only our teacher, the Buddhotpada Aryan Mahanse, is showing the whole world this ultimate truth in 3 languages: in Sinhala language, in English language, and in Tamil language. So in Tamil language also, you all can go through Buddhotpada Tamil YouTube channel, Buddhotpada Tamil Zoom discussions YouTube channel, and Buddhotpada Tamil Facebook pages. That is the only way to redeem from the suffering and the cycle of rebirth and death. You all can see how the suffering of humans in this world at this moment. There's no end of suffering. Day by day the way of suffering is changing only, but other than that nothing is changing. For today I am going to conclude this session. Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra Buddhotpada Aryan Vahanse, the great sage of our era, the most valuable spiritual master with the highest wisdom. May Aryan Vahanse live long to spread this Dhamma all over the world to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends.
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you, and welcome to the Buddhotpada POTV English Dhamma discussion. This Dhamma discussion happens daily from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time. So, under the guidance of our spiritual teacher, Buddhotpada Aryan Vahanse. So, basically, his intention is to share this true message of Gautama Buddha Sasana with the non-Sinhala speaking communities over the world. So first of all, let's all pay our homage at Buddhotpado Aryan Mahase's feet. And we always have our gratitude, utmost gratitude to Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha. So it is important to remind as every day that this is the reawakening of Gautama Buddha Sasana. So having fulfilled the perfections over incalculable number of eons, Gautama Buddharajan Mahanse disclosed this dependent origination Dhamma to the world, or the cause and effect Dhamma. The basis of this philosophy is absence of a self and absence of permanent world and permanent entities, and the fact that just because these sense faculties function due to the natural phenomenon of interaction of vibrations of opposing charges, certain power is generated in the sensitivities of sense faculties. Chakku prasada, eye senses sensitivity. Then Gana prasada, nose sensitivity. Sota prasada, ear sensitivity. Jivha prasada, so tongue sensitivity or gustatory sensitivity. The body sensitivity, kaya prasada, mano prasada, the mind sensitivity. So these sense faculties function as if a natural phenomenon. It's a natural phenomenon. So by now in quantum physics and in lot of scientific researches, actually we never make any effort to compare this precious Buddhist philosophy with modern science. Modern science is an infant in front of the great wisdom of Lord Buddha. But still, since the modern generation, present generation is more into science, and they try to analyze everything from a scientific perspective, as a fact, we are just sharing this thought that in quantum physics and especially in these newest investigations done in relation to the smallest particles or electrons, protons, neutrons, and their behavior, the properties, they have discovered that the phenomenon called this telepathization or synchronization, which Lord Buddha has vividly explained, beautifully explained 2,600 years ago. So we can imagine, actually we can't even imagine the wisdom of this great teacher ever born to the world, actually we cannot call it as simply a birth, for the fortune of all living beings. He appeared in this universe. So today we are fortunate to hear his message. And why is this Buddhotpado sermons or Buddhotpado forum is very important for anybody who looks for the truth? It is not because of anything else, but the Aryan Mahanse, our spiritual teacher, shares some self-evident message, self-evident path, self-evident Dhamma with the mankind. By involving in penetrative insight over a long period of time, he actually gives us a beautiful path consists of 4 phases or 4 stages. The first, the liberation from the so-called external world. then the realization that mind is also not true. The second point of contemplation, O Kamatahana. Then the third experience, the action mind that is basically the when the mind and the external world is, then what is left is the experiences of the sense faculties. Finally, when the focus on all these processes is also gone, you experience the self, beautiful non-self experience. So this path actually, the 4 points of contemplation is a very well thought out approach to experience the non-self nature in an artificial situation. Actually, artificial in the sense we set apart a time and we consciously involve in this. So that is very important. That is how, I mean, even in the mundane world, if we think about the education, first we give the theory, when we get the children practice in the classroom situation, then in the real world. So same, I mean, this is the concept that I don't think, I mean, some education is so experts in education came up with this idea, but this is, I mean, others proof to say that Lord Buddha and whoever, I mean, follows his path, a true son of Lord Buddha, are like the experts in education or any field, because this path, if we compare it with Lord Buddha, what Lord Buddha recommended, the 3 levels, Satya, Krutya, Kruta. Satya, that is, you must get a thorough understanding of Dhamma by listening to sermons, by reading scriptures. However, the wisdom of truth, this knowledge of truth should be there. How we feel as if we are living, how does this sense of self arises, how does it become a self-view, how does it develop into self-view, and then what happens with the sense faculties, why do we feel as if things are permanently existing around us? So what are these emotions? How does anger rise, anger, lust, love, then hatred, jealousy? What are they? How do we feel them? So what happens to us after death? Is there a person to die? So what is this mind? Is it a permanent entity? Is it a tangible organ that is found in the body? So all these questions get clarified naturally through the sermons, when you listen to sermons. So each sermon focuses on the self-perception, self-view, and the mechanism of sense faculties and the path. So the first stage, Lord Buddha has beautifully said, the listening wisdom is the main starting point of the path. Listening wisdom arises, Srutamaya Jnana arises with the exposure to philosophy. Then Krutya. Krutya stage is where those 4 points of contemplation comes to play. This is not something new for the followers of Buddhotpada's sermons, because there are practical programs all over the country, and even in Australia. In Australia, they conduct these practical programs. In other countries also, they will start it in time to come. And these practical programs basically get everyone to experience the 4 points of contemplation under the guidance of Buddhotpada Aryan Mahanse himself, or some senior practitioner who has experience, some sort of experience in relation to non-self nature, will be guiding. And the beauty of this is most of these programs are telecast in these YouTube channels. So they are live streamed. Mostly they are live streamed. And then this Krutya stage is where we practice what we heard in sermons. Now we hear the things that we assume to be are not found externally. It is just we use these words. After some time, all these words lose meaning. It will be self-evident to you. Although we say we, I, my, I, ear, nose, this and that, all become concepts at some point. But until then, we use these words. So all entities that arises. Now, if you are in your home front or in the garden, definitely a lot of things will arise. Mango trees, coconut trees, ponds, fish, birds, snails, then bushes, flowers, then fruits, all those entities that you may find in the environment. Or if you are inside the house, sofas, lamps, flower vases, calendars, photographs, televisions, all electrical appliances. So do they exist out there? Or do we think they are so? That is, when the eye perceives this shape of light, does the eye recognize it as the lamp? Or the thought arises that it is the lamp due to some prior knowledge, prior perception that occurred. This should be thoroughly investigated. You can experience it if you patiently try to go from one formation to another to see whether it's the eye that recognizes, so you think that it is so, that you can clarify. Actually, it is not, the identification does not happen at the individual sense faculty level. Identification happens with the mind consciousness. That is simply you think. Now, when the formation arises, the thinking happens. It's the flower vase, it's the tree, it's the clock. So the name form entanglement, I mean, that happened in a previous situation, telepathizes because it's the same vibration. So the name arises. Name always comes from the mind consciousness, the sound that you heard. Because we have discussed them in detail, how at the nursery level, preschool level, or even before that, how the things are introduced to a child. So that is now in this points of contemplation, we go back to those levels in this artificially created situation actually. So if we take the ear, when some sound perception arises, it's the birds calling, or it's the mother's voice, it's the horn of a car, it's the sound of the train. This identification happens. It doesn't come from that external entity that we think they are to be. That identification happens with the mind consciousness, the rising of the mind consciousness. Simply, what our spiritual teacher says is, you think it is the train, sound of the train. You think it is a train. When the shape arises, we think it's a train. When the shape arises, we think it's the mango tree. When the shape arises, we think it's the flower. So at this point, Lord Buddha's word, Chittena Niyati Loko, Chittena Niyati Loko. The world gets created in the mind, is fully realized actually. If you practice this first point of contemplation, do we see or do we think? Do we see or do we think? Do we hear or do we think? Do we smell or do we think? Do we smell jasmine or do we think it's the smell of the jasmine? Do we taste pineapple or do we think that taste is of pineapple? Do we feel the hardness of the floor or we think that it is the hardness of the floor? So this should be practiced. No one else can do this. This should be crystal clear to you, because our spiritual teacher himself has spent, I think, 2-3 years on this first point of contemplation. Then it becomes crystal clear to you. Wow, everything what we experience is just a thought. All entities are thoughts. So that helps you to liberate from the so-called external world, which you believe to be a permanent thing. And the next point of contemplation, now the mind is there. Now we said it's the mind. It's a thought. Now, mango, apple, whatever, they are mere thoughts. So, how did this thought arise? How come? Because how come these thoughts arise when these formations happen? Sound, taste, smell, body sensation. Do we have thoughts in the like somewhere in the brain? No. Is there something called memory? So do we store these names somewhere, and do we retrieve them at some point? So this should be investigated. In the second point of contemplation, that is what happens. How this name and form entanglement occurred. So we say we have to, at this point, the Pubbe Nivasanussati Jnana, or the wisdom to identify or see how and when a particular thought arose for the very first time. That may be your preschool age, or that may be your age 2, 3 or something. At some point somebody introduced when you were touching water, or when you were drinking water, your mom or your somebody around said it's water, water. That sound was made, and from that point it got established. That concept got formed, and from that point onwards, no turning back. So they are the Lord Buddha's example. When the ghee is made from milk, it always remains ghee. You cannot make milk from ghee. So similarly, when the liquid form and the taste and that smell of that thing was identified as water, all of them spark whenever one thing arises, and it happens collectively, and the water, that's water. Only thing why this Dhamma is important. Now we know that water is not a permanent entity, it's just a concept, and we know how the magic behind it. So it's a very, in a way, when we try to explain, it sounds a bit complicated also. These things should be investigated by you yourselves. So this is an ideal opportunity for all of us. Every day talking about them, we also broaden our realizations, and ultimately this self-power, sense of self will gradually calm down. Theruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Theruvan Saranai.
Theruvan Saranai, Sudharma, thank you so much. I think if you need to go, you can actually. Oh, it's fine.
Theruvan Saranai, Dr. Theruvan,
Theruvan
thank you.
Saranai.
I just
Thank
gave
you.
an introduction, Doctor. Thank
Yeah,
you.
that's okay. Theruvan Saranai, Aranahansa, thank you so much for your guidance, noble guidance. I think we talk about no self angle every day. Every day, we try to highlight it as maximum as possible. We know we have like our own conversational abilities maybe not good enough for that, or talking ability maybe not good enough for that, but it's the same phenomena that we are trying to clarify and actually highlight here, that there is no self. And how we feel like there is a self. So there are so many things that you should know. When someone try to understand this, the Aranhanse, Buddhotpada Aranhanse has given some guidance. So he has introduced us like a program where you can practice it. It is actually according to the Kayanupassana, Vedananupassana, Chittanupassana, Dhammanupassana that he has made it in such a way. So the first one is actually the outside is not true. The outside is not true is vast. It's like the skandha, kaya. Kaya in Lord Buddha's time was actually skandha kaya, not this body only. I mean, body also you can put that into. But skandha kaya means the stimuli. So if you really feel the stimuli is outside, chair, if you take a chair or daughter, so you can take any example which is easy for you. If you feel the daughter is outside, anyway, that is what we actually understood as before listening to Dhamma. That's what we felt, right? The chair is outside. Yes, that is the chair. And okay, that is the window. That's the fan. This is the bed. And yeah, this is me. That's how everything went. That was the film. And we had an interpretation of this film on our own way. So if you're in that level, yes, we have to actually understand this thoroughly, because how this film became true, like that. How you saw a chair, how you touched a chair, how you heard a chair. Okay, so if you give the daughter, for the example, how you saw a daughter, how you heard a daughter, how you touched a daughter, or how you thought about the daughter. I mean, it doesn't matter whatever the way. But so if you talk about, can you see a daughter? Can you see a daughter? Can you ever see a daughter? Can you ever see anything in that sense? So the main thing is understanding how you can't actually see what is in the mind. Because daughter is a word, right? Daughter is a word. What you saw, can it be a word? No. So we have given that concept. I mean, basically all of us get that, right? Yeah, it's easy. You get that. But don't you feel like it's really, yes, I saw the daughter though. It's my daughter. So that problem is there. It's my daughter. I saw my daughter. Have you ever seen your daughter? No. You see a shape of light, but you can't see a daughter. But then someone would say, okay, I saw something. But then the answer is, that's the shape of light. Is shape of light true? No. Shape of light is like a round of fire with one single torch. If you make it round, then it looks like a round of fire, right? If you have fire in a end of a rod, you feel like it's happening, but actually not. Actually not. It's just not around, but it seems like a round thing. If you can, from nowadays example, if you see how like drones, you must have heard about drones. Drones, you can arrange it in such a way to say Merry Christmas, right? Was the Merry Christmas there? No, it were just drones arranged in such a way. So we have the concept, but even if the concept is taken out, have you ever seen something? No, that's the shape of light. Shape of light, is it true? No, that's actually shape of lights are giving you a actual picture-like thing because of the speed of things and the way they are arranged. It's actually related to this light frequencies, because even the colors, there are different light frequencies. If you know science, you would know. Otherwise, if you don't have red frequency in your eye, you can't see red. You will see everything else, and that's the color blindness. So the frequency levels that you see is actually a feature of the eye. That's all. So then you understand. Okay, yeah, yes, I get it. You will say, I get it. I can't see a daughter, but I thought I saw a daughter, but that's not true. I know it's a concept only. Then, but I saw something. But that also is because of the speed and this light changes, right? Yes, but then when we say no, that's also due to the speed, that there's nothing actually there. You might say, but I feel something is there. I feel something is there. Is something there? Do you feel like something is there? Because the eye is actual. You feel something in that. Actually, what you feel is the speed of light. That's all you feel. That's all you feel. The speed of eye and the speed of light is the same. Okay, now we will move to the touching the daughter. So the touching the daughter also, you can be really mesmerized by the problem with touching the daughter. Can you ever touch a daughter? Can you ever touch a daughter? Well, now already we have touched on that. We can't actually touch a word, can we? Or can we touch daughter? Daughter is a concept. Can you actually touch daughter? No. But then you will say, no, but I know I didn't touch a daughter, but I touched something. Yes, there was touch sensation, right? Yes, there was touch sensation. Whether it's soft or hard, it is depending on the pressure level that you have exerted. So that there is touch sensation, right? Yes. But is that true? Actually not. If you go into the scientific aspect also, you will understand touch sensation is actually a very nice thing to explain, that it is felt as one thing because of the speed and the level of the power in that touch sensation. Because if it's deep touch, it is felt as like a heavy thing. If it's a soft touch, it's felt as a very light thing, and there is paint sensation as well in that. So then you will say, okay, but I feel something. Yes, that's the speed of this sensory organ, touch. Skin has so many sensory organs, but is mainly talking about the touch and temperature. Pain is also one of them. So the actual balance is also the same thing. It is the same thing, but Lord Buddha mainly have taken the hearing daughter. Okay, there's a sound coming. Daughter is calling you. Is that daughter's sound? Is that daughter's sound? Well, you can say now, because we have talked about it, you can say, really not. It's not daughter's sound, but I heard something. Yes, I heard something. What is that? That's the fast vibration of the inner ear cells, right? Yeah, that's the fast vibration of that. Then you can say, okay, I understand that it's just nothing, but I feel that something is happening. Yeah, that's the speed of light, speed of sound. If you're feeling something, that is the speed of the sensory organs, that if you're feeling something. You need to get this and you need to feel this also. That's the challenge. If you are to become the elements, you have to feel this. Feel this and feel the non-vibration as well. So when you fully realize that actually this feel is also nothing to do with the self, it's just the speed of sensory organ. This this self perception, which is attached with the existence perception, can't exist, can't be telepathized, can't be synchronized. What then synchronizes is the Buddha status. If you feel this once, that is just, you feel, you may feel it once, but to become that, it takes a long time, because as a habit, this self-perception keep coming, because existence perception is actually the one we keep understanding, because until your system dies, until the last breath comes, until this last thought is happening, existence perception is going to be there, but you're going to understand it's not the existence perception. In every thought, because of the habit, it is going to come, but in every thought, you have to have such a good vigilance to actually understand that none of these things have a self. None. Whatsoever level has no self. So the thought or the perception level, the second level we were talking about, the shape of light, the sound, and the touch, temperature, taste, smell, they're all related to the body consciousness. There's a basic thing that you feel with the perception. Feel is actually speed, but the perception level, you still have the shape of light or actual sound. In the field, there's nothing like that. Nothing whatsoever. Nothing whatsoever. So the smells, taste, in the actual field, there's nothing like that. Because even to say this is sweet, this is a sound, you have to have a perception level. Perception means sound wave and the light wave together. So sound wave and the light wave coming together, forming this mind wave, is very, very important thing that Arananse repeatedly is saying. He's highlighting it every day. Actually, he's highlighting everything every day. But the people understand only to a certain level, to their level. That's okay. I mean, that's not a big problem. You just keep understanding. There's nothing big you can do about your level of understanding. But don't give up. Just keep listening. Just keep understanding. Come for the discussions. Try to discuss about it with your Dhamma friends and highlight each other's problems. And yeah, that's the way to go. A lot of people can't do that because of the problems in their own timetables and being busy in this world, and fully get it, because same thing. But if you are fully dedicated to this, then it is really easy. If there is someone who has had time, we actually invite everyone to come for discussion. There's 7 o'clock Sinhala one, which you can join if you can talk Sinhala and understand Sinhala. There's a 5 o'clock 5 a.m. one from the Sri Lankan time. For the again Sinhala, Arananse joins them mostly. And English medium, we have this 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time. If possible, please join. So we were talking about this sensual level where the chair is outside, daughter is outside, I'm here. I mean, that is the fantastic film that we were saying before. It was fantastic. At some time it was disastrous. Sometimes it was so bad. Sometimes it was so good. Sometimes it's so up and down, right? Yes. But it is a film. It's a film of 6 sensory organs. What is the 6th one? We talked about the initial 5. The 6th one is mind. Mind also start to act like a sensory organ, specific sensory organ, and it acts really similar to any other organ, but it get triggered by other sensory organs also. Like you see Lord Buddha statue, you might keep thinking about Lord Buddha. Suddenly you might, after some time, you will be like, wow, I have been thinking for some time now. But it just started by seeing a Lord Buddha statue, right? Yeah, something like that. So if you heard someone shouting, and then you will be like, who is shouting at this time? And you might keep thinking. So likewise, there's always a trigger for the mind system to work. But the mind system really upsets us. Why? Because it seems like that sound is true. Is the inner radio sound true? I mean, outer radio, now you understand the outer radio can't be true, right? Is the inner radio true? What is inner radio? This mind. Which sound is true? Can the external radio true or inner radio true? I mean, I'm just telling an example here by calling the mind as the radio. Keep telling things, right? Yeah, that person is not good. This task is so tiring. Today is a hectic day. Today is a tired day. Couldn't have a proper lunch. Where can I end? I mean, it will go on and on, right? Yeah, it will go on and on. I have to do this and that tomorrow. Yeah, that's okay. It's just what the thought does. But what are we trying to understand here? This thought process actually has no self. Like seeing, we were talking about how seeing, we felt like someone is there, but it is not actually, someone is not there. It's just the vibration of the eye and the speed of the light, right? Yes. This mind is the same. It's the speed of mind. You feel like that the problem is there. Speed of light, speed of sound, speed of touch, temperature, all these body consciousness is due to the speed, and the mind consciousness is the same. The speed of the mind, speed of thoughts happening. So which thought is true? This inner radio, we'll talk about the inner radio a bit more. This inner radio can keep saying things, Dharma things, or day-to-day things, political things, gossip things, right? What else? War, about the war. What else? I mean, if you talk about the family, maybe family, friends, job. Yeah, you can keep talking, right? You can keep talking, also the thinking, same thing, right? So the thing, talking, Lord Buddha said, it's directed thought and the sustained thought. That's Vitakka Vichara. Talking is always due to directed thought and the sustained thought. So we have the ability to do that. That's the beauty of humans. They have the ability to talk and converse and share their thoughts as well. But it is through this inner radio that we have the ability to do the direct thinking and sustained thinking. Does anyone live there for that? Is it someone's task? No. Actually, this light, sound, body consciousness works in such a way they vibrate at the same time. Little baby suddenly has the first thought, mother or ma or mum. That's the first thought of a child, maybe. Maybe it is tata or maybe it is papa or whatever. But after the first thought, the thoughts will continue to strengthen this mind bubble, right? Yeah, that after that it is all about this mind bubble. You are here, the ball is there. That's how the mind bubble works. The duality is already started. So this mind is actually, is there something called mind? Aranwansi actually touched this a long time ago in such a beautiful sermon. Sita කියලා දෙන්නේ. So there's nothing called mind. Why? Why does he say that? Because mind is actually what we feel like having a long mind is because of the vast vibration of the thoughts. What are thoughts? Thoughts are stimuli. Chair, table, fan, door, window, wall, floor, carpet. Yeah, go on with the list, right? They are the thoughts. We have list of, it's like you can go on and on. But again, this like the rain is called fast dropping of water drops. Same thing, mind. What we feel like mind is actually fast occurrence of thoughts. If you're feeling something, that is just mind consciousness. That's the speed of these thoughts. So if you know, if something is in a there is if there is a material and which is moving, there is a power for that. And at the same time, if something is in a higher place, there's a power in that. Like the same way, this mind, in the mind, there's this power which we haven't experimented on. We have to experiment on this. What is the problem? Why this cycle of birth? Why? It's happening even now. It's happening even now. Is that a problem? No. But the thoughts are changing so fast. There's no owner for that. Yeah, speed of thoughts is nothing. It's just like the rain, as we said. You know, when we call something like river is fast moving of water, right? But if it is horizontal, we call it like in a flat layer, we call it river. But if it is falling like in a vertical way, then we call it rain. So the thinking process, that's not true, as we said. Yeah, that's not true. Thinking process is going to happen until the last breath is happening. So breathing is a reason for any action. There's no breathing, there's no action. And talking is happening until there is directed thought and the sustained thought. And Lord Buddha says, reason for thought of the mind, the thought is because of the Vedana Sanya, that is sensation and the perception. So whenever if there is sensation and perception, a thought can form. Is that a problem? No, that's not the problem. But actually understanding none of these things had a self is the very important thing. Then everything becomes unimportant. The craving goes down. If you understand that there is no actual existence, the craving for the existence will slowly go away. And even for the craving for the non-existence also will go away, because there's existence or non-existence is depending on the taking this thing so seriously, the existence. It is a false alarm, the existence. That's the thing. So if you keep understanding that outside is not true, that we have to actually, that's also difficult, not easy. I mean, when we see a car, don't you feel that the car is coming, car is moving? Yeah, but even moving is actual mind perception. Do you know that? Yeah, if you don't have a mind, you don't have a interpretation of moving, right? No. So if you ask from a little baby, they don't know. They don't know anything is moving. So we actually put that car into the system. After that, only baby knows, a child will know this is a car. And car, I'm driving a car, it's also a perception. All mental perception. You actually can't find anything outside. Everything is a mind perception. A single word you say, it's all mind perception. Is any mind perception true? No, why? Mind perception is actually nowhere. It is not, it is, but it has the ability to synchronize. That's the biggest problem here, right? Every mind perception when it is felt as real, self vibration is synchronized. That is the problem. Any perception, if it is feeling as they are, then the existence perception is there, self perception is there. This is the main problem we are trying to understand. That's the important thing that you should know. Otherwise, it will be a problem if you don't know that the mind, none of the mind perceptions are true. So, actually speaking, daughter can't be inside, outside, or inside, right? Well, then you come to the other problem, but I can feel something. Then it will be either mind consciousness, either light consciousness, either sound consciousness, or touch or temperature or smell or taste consciousness. That's all just a simple this human system will have. We have billions of perceptions, and that is the problem actually. And all are true. All are true. And we are suffering because every time a stimuli is felt as real, you actually synchronize into the suffering, the self-perception. So, we started with the Pratipada, the program Maranatha says, advise all of us to do. So first one was outside is not true. Actually, it's a mind perception, right? And second one is mind perceptions. None of the mind perceptions are true. Then he came to the third one. Seeing is just seeing. There's no one of that. Seeing is happening. There's no seeing can happen without a person. Hearing can happen without a person. Touch or temperature can happen without a person. Smell can happen without a person. Taste can happen without a person. Thinking can happen without a person. This we have to fully realize. Slowly you can realize it. None of these actions have a self. None. There's no self. It's something you can feel also. What do you think? So thoughts are not true, but the actions, whatever the actions, seeing, listening, or hearing, smelling, tasting, touch, temperature, nothing is true. Even thinking is not true. So you can do your own research. That's the importance, doing your own research. Mhm. So understanding this Dhamma, there are so many aspects, with a lot of, we have 5 hindrances. Lord Buddha was talking about 5 hindrances. So these 5 hindrances will actually stop us feeling this Dhamma, because we have to feel this truth. We have to understand this truth and we have to feel this truth. And that will be delayed if you have so much craving or so much aversion or ill will or so much sleepiness or stupor or sloth. And if you have restlessness and worry, and if you have doubt about them, this whole thing will delay you experiencing this. So it can be anything. If you're very tired throughout the day, you may be even you very tired and sleepy, right? Yeah, you can't experience anything in that form because it's so difficult when this whole system is down. If it is craving for something, it is directed towards something, it is again difficult to pierce through the stimulus because you are craving the stimuli. That's a different problem. Aversion or the ill will, also the same thing. If you are having a problem with the stimuli, can't actually pierce the stimuli to see that there is no self in that. The same thing with the restlessness and this worry. You can't really feel anything because these 5 hindrances are more powerful than, and it will prevent the system feeling the truth or synchronize into Buddha status. So, what do you understand about all this? It's very important you understand some of these things. So it's trying to understand this Dhamma has a lot of difficulties, as we said. If you are so busy also, it is very difficult because there's no, body, and body restlessness is also there. Mind is also restless. So the restlessness is also a hindrance. It can either lead to sleepiness or the restlessness, whatever. So trying hard, overcoming or having tactics to handle the hindrances is an art. And also understanding how this mind works. Mind is not true. If you feel like the mind is true or the perception is true, perceptions are made of light wave and the sound wave. How can that be true? Actually, perception has touch wave as well, or the body waves as well. But the main thing is light wave and the sound wave. Because if you take the perception of ice cream, it has the picture of it, it has the sound of it, it has the taste of it, it has the coldness of it, it has the smell of it. If it's vanilla, you will have the vanilla smell. If it is chocolate, it will have this particular smell of chocolate. So everything is there in that mind. How can a mind perception have smell? It's a weird thing, right? Yeah, Aranansi highlights this a lot. How can mind perception have light? It's weird. And no one could understand until Lord Buddha understood it. That actually it doesn't. But there's a perception of light in there. So within the ice cream, smell perception is there, taste perception is there. How can mind perception have taste? Because if I say chocolate ice cream, if you have ever tasted it, only you can say that. You will know the taste as well, right? Does the taste perception have taste though? Because you haven't tasted it yet. I just told the word. That's the thing. This mind perception is not true. It's a magic thing that you have to understand. So does the mind perception of ice cream has anything in there? So just imagine you thought about ice cream, you haven't eaten it, you haven't touched it yet, you didn't see even one, you didn't hear about it, you just thought about ice cream. But then that perception has the taste of it, smell of it, sound of it, picture of it. But actually, you haven't tasted it though. So you have a taste perception in that. Can you understand that the taste is something, actual taste is something, but the taste perception is the mind perception? It's very important to understand. If you become the touch, in the sense that if you, not if you become the touch, I mean, I don't know whether you can understand if I say like that. If the mind bubble is not there, if the mind perception is not true, it would be complete feel. What are you going to feel there? Nothing. Because it's only the speed of the mind or the speed of the touch if you are touching. So is there a self in that? No. So none of these things are true. None of these things are true. But there will be a feel according to the sensory organ. There would be a feel. If it is fully understood, you will understand there is no self here. Why it is a challenge to actually exit the mind bubble? Why it is a challenge? Because this mind perception, even though you know that it is not true, still it comes, some mind perception still can come as true, and it's still synchronizing to this existence perception and the self perception. So some mind perceptions are still active. That's why you still can't exit the mind. So you have to find out which one is making you live. So if you say, I want to find out what is maintaining my mind perception or mind bubble, why the perception level is felt as a thing yet, it is because whatever perception that you have is felt as true. So it is actually still keeping you in the mind bubble. So it's only one can say that what is pretty important for that system. Is it the son? Is it the daughter? Is it the husband? It is the wife? Is it the parent? Is it the status? Is it the your beauty, or is it your injury, or is it your work? Is it your, what is it? I don't know, because I don't know. If we have a discussion only, we can understand which one may be keeping you. It can be your past. It can be a prediction of the future. Maybe a responsibility which you have taken so seriously. okay. It is not that easy. So did you understand this, what I was trying to say? It's magic, this mind perception, actually, if you can understand, or the thought. Mind perception is magic because that gives you the life feel also, but it gives you the such a reality that we are addicted to that. We are basically addicted to the self vibration because that's the only thing that you knew. So this mind perception, which has all the features, touch perception, light perception, sound perception, and all these three things. Three in the sense it's actually five: the body consciousness, light consciousness, sound consciousness. Body consciousness actually involves the taste, smell, touch, temperature, everything. So these things are actually mind perceptions. But beyond that, what you feel is the actual speed of the sensory organ. That you can't actually avoid, because until the sensory organ is there, you're going to feel that. That's okay. Until the last breath is there, even an arahant would feel the speed of the sensory organ. That's all they would feel. Do they mistakenly take it as a self? No. So is there a fear of death? No. Fear of death is still there until you are in the mind. So if mind bubble has to become a nothing, has to become nothing, or has to become powerless, for you to actually fully become the elements. Or the field. Becoming the elements and the field is the same thing. But understanding it, that there is no self here and feeling the non-vibration is the best thing that Lord Buddha has explained. That's the best thing. Because this no self angle is the only way to become the non-vibration. Understanding that three worlds, or the sensual world, the form world, and the non-form world, there's no self. So if you keep understanding this is beautiful. Your craving for sensual world will anyway end from the beginning. Because sensual world craving is kind of a basic craving, taking everything as real. Ice cream is real, music is real, mm, uh, beautiful flower is real, or yeah, whatever. They would be real. So this everything will be real, and that will have in sensual world craving, right? But this deep aspect is craving for existence. Craving for existence will be there until you fully realize that there is no existence. It's just sensory organ function only. That is difficult because you have to understand all the six sensory organs. Most difficult aspect is the mind, I would say, because in the mind mind consciousness will be there, the speed of the thoughts will be there, but actually thoughts are not true. Like the sound is not true. Thoughts are not true. Light is not true. But whatever you're feeling is the speed of light or the speed of light. There's no self in that. Does the speed of light has a self? No. As soon as you understand that there's no self, the vibration, synchronization to the self vibration is gone. There's no place for that because there's no existence perception. As soon as the non-existence perception comes, no self-perception comes. But the non-existence perception should be very strong for you to feel the no self perception all the time, because it's not that strong yet. So the feeling it is a problematic thing. Feeling it is a problematic thing. So understanding this Dhamma is a bit maybe difficult, but feeling it is much more difficult. And overcoming this existence, not overcoming, actually fully realizing that existence feel is not existence unless you kind of manifest this non-existence perception all the time, then no self-perception will not be highlighted. So no self-perception, no non-existence perception should also get stronger. Otherwise, it's difficult. So all the Dhamma things, we always look at this self-vibration as a thing to look forward to, this mind bubble. So understanding this is the most important thing, that there is this kind of system which works. Understanding the existence perception and non-existence perception. Existence perception that everything is existing is actually a false perception. They are not actually existing, but it seems like existing, right? Shape of light is seemingly there. Like you feel like you are seeing something. You see something. Shape of light is there, lights, colors are there. Even if the sound doesn't come or the mind bubble is not active, still you feel something. And that is because of the speed of sensory organ. Sorry. Do you get the idea? So the existence perception is not a correct perception. It is due to ignorance. We take everything with as a good thing. This mind perceptions as good thing. But actually it is the culprit for the suffering. The separation we feel, atta and anatta, or anatma, they say. Separation that we feel, it's actually again a problematic perception we have. Actually, there's no separation. We are the elements. We feel like we are separated. Aranwansi brings a very beautiful simile for this. He once said, sea waves. If the sea waves feel like they are different to sea, that's ignorance, right? Yeah, that's what this mind perception feels. That's what the self feels. Like the mind perception is actually arising from all the elements, but then if you don't know that, you feel like it is a different thing. It is not. It is not. It's arising from elements. It's not a different thing. So can't be separated. But this understanding the system, how this works, and give you the wrong perception. And when you see Dhamma, how you actually see this system correctly is the most important thing Lord Buddha actually wanted all of us to do. In Pali, this is called Anicca Dukkha Anatta, right? Yeah. The Lakshana is called in Pali Anicca Dukkha Anatta. So once Lord Buddha said, all the five aggregates are Anicca Dukkha Anatta. That's impermanent, brings suffering and selfless. They are called 3 marks of existence in English. I don't know how that would be impermanence, suffering, and non-self. Every conditioned thing or every formation is impermanent. All formations are impermanent. That includes eye, all the 6 sensory organs, eye, ear, body consciousness, and mind consciousness, everything. Every volition, formation, or condition, things are impermanent. And every conditioned things are like every volitional formations are unsatisfactory or imperfect or unstable or brings suffering. Sabbe sankara anicca, sabbe sankara dukkha, sabbe dhamma anatta. So whether all dhammas or conditioned or unconditioned things have no self or soul. These explanations in English is a bit difficult to say actually, but if you can understand that nothing is actually there, there's no thing for us to take as it is there, not the there's no self in anything, and actually every form is also not there, just a creation of the sensory organ. So the 5 aggregates that Lord Buddha was talking about is the actual stimuli. We have talked about this multiple times. Stimuli is actually creation of the mind. But the baseline, what you feel is this speed of the sensory organ. We keep repeating this because this is not easy for you to understand. If you can come for a discussion, we can discuss about it with your knowledge as well. So understanding every skandha is not the possibility, but if you really understand one skandha, that means every skandha is like that. Every stimuli is like that. But you have to understand it through the eyes, through the body consciousness, through the sound, and through the mind. But the mind vibration is uh, the culprit for this beautiful creation in the humans that makes you to believe that there is a world. World is actually a creation of the six sensory organs. This mind bubble or the mind is actually felt as a mind bubble or continuous thing because of the speed of the sensory, speed of the thoughts. That's why we feel like this is happening. That's why you feel like I can see the wall now, I can see the window now, I can see the there is like a static area that you feel like not moving, right? Yeah, that's how this magic works. So the focus is changing, but self is not changing. That's what you feel, right? Yeah, that's the problem. As the mirage. So you have to become the actual uh, element level to feel that it is otherwise. Otherwise, duality is there all the time. But the non-vibration is there when you understand that even the feel is just a sensory organ speed. So it's a it's not a difficult thing if you actually do the pratipada. Lord Buddha explained it in like 4 different ways: Kayanupassana, Vedananupassana, Chittanupassana, Dhammanupassana. Kayanupassana means skandha, means six sensory organs. You can explain it with the taking the body as well, but actually skandha means the stimuli. Skandha kaya. Kaya anupassana. Kaya means the stimuli. Understanding that the stimuli is not true is very important first step. There's no, it's not actually outside. It's a mind perception. Mind perception not being true is a deep thing that you have to keep understanding every time when it becomes true. Actually, while you are in the mind bubble, you have to keep doing that, because if you are in the mind bubble, or the mind bubble is true, the mind, the existence perception is there. Even if it is one thing, whether it's a family, whether it's a status, whatever, doesn't matter which one it is. Responsibility, whatever, if it is felt as a thing, it's difficult for you to become the elements. So even though this looks like difficult thing in the beginning. If you keep understanding that the world, what is world, and what is body, what is mind, what is this existence feel, what is this self feel, what is this is this existence feel true? Impermanence is a thing for you to actually fully realize, and with an experience you have to feel that none of these things are true. Like in the form world, or like in the feel world, or the non-form world. Form world or the non-form. Non-form is the feel. Liking any of these things is a feature of the this self vibration. But best thing is keeping listening to Aranan's Dhamma. If you can talk in single language, you can come to 7 p.m. sermon in Sri Lanka. You can find the you can Google, check in the internet buddhotpado dhamma.com, or you can check in the YouTube Buddhotpado YouTube channel, and you can join that in the Zoom times and ask questions if you have questions from Aranhans. He is the teacher, and he tries to teach us how to become the non-vibration, in the sense we are vibrating all the time. Simple as that. But how to become the non-vibration, or feel it here and there, is not good enough. You have to become the non-vibration. Becoming is a difficult thing. But if you can get this properly, then that's it. And you can actually, there's another website where Wisdom of Asia as well. You can look into a lot of sermons. Buddhotpad, the Pure TV is English Zoom sermon service, and also it has discussion time 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. You can come and discuss Dhamma. It's not easy. We get it because one thing is the English is not our native language, so it's a bit difficult for you to converse in that really. So you feel like inferiority complex sometimes. You can't talk, but that's not a problem because we know it is not our native language. But everyone in the world also is welcome to join and try to understand this Dhamma and ask questions. One gentleman actually one day asked about this separation. Separation itself is the problem of this mirage. Every perception, Lord Buddha equalize it to a mirage. Because every perception, it's not there. Is the chair there? Is the daughter there? Is the ice cream there? No, it's a mind perception. Mind perception, is it there anywhere? No. But you feel something, right? Yeah. What you feel is just the sensory function. Speed on. Then actually, if you fully realize that, you will feel losing the alive feel and feeling the non-alive feel. I saw an advertisement saying that Aranwansi is going to hold some Dhamma discussions in the in Tombagoda. It's an international meditation center near Kalutara in Sri Lanka. And from 13th of Saturday, he's planning to do programs from there from 8:30 to 4 o'clock. I think. Is it 8:30 to 4 o'clock? Yeah, 8:30 to 4 o'clock. You can join to that from the Buddhotpada Practical Zoom, Facebook, YouTube. You can listen to that. From Zoom, you can join it and listen, or you can join through you can watch it through the YouTube. So it's very important you clarify your doubts with the help of the Dhamma teacher. Because it's a very rare thing. Understanding this Dhamma is very rare. Being a human is a very rare thing. Listening to Dhamma is a very rare thing. And this awaken to the moment is very rare. So thank you, Aranwansa, for trying your best to give this to people, whatever the way you can. It's a difficult task because all the human beings are in a different world where everything is judged, everything is taken as true, and everyone will believe that everyone is like them. So try and understand this, Dhamma. This will make your life so easy. If you become the non-vibration, you will understand how it will end the suffering. And hopefully, in like Aran says, they are in Sri Lanka, and you are so lucky to know the language he talks, and everyone should be listening to that. And we are trying our best to deliver this in English medium, which is the language used by a lot of people in the world. Yeah, we're trying our best, but it would be very valuable if someone can come for the discussions. Thank you very much, Aran Wahansa. Thank you so much. We worship you. And thank you, Dhamma friends, for coming for the discussions whenever you can. And also, may Triple Gem bless everyone, every being. Thank you.
continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 1, page number 63. Meaning Mahanse, yes, Honorable Sir, there should not be any connection with the action, but the action will happen on its own. Aryan Mahanse, a lot of things will happen. You will hear sounds. You will see things. Everything will happen. You will also laugh. You will also speak. Everything will happen with mindfulness. You should not generate more thoughts. Just let it go. Mehineen Mahanse, I understand, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahanse, if your thoughts don't disturb you, if it does not bother you, then the feeling of self is much less. If you are not affected by what is happening around you, that state is known as Akupameya Cheto Vimuktiya. When you are not at all affected by your thoughts and you have realized that there is nothing as good and bad, all these are only thoughts, that is the moment of awakening. You have realized the pure truth, the true nature of this illusion. This is the moment when you truly realized the illusion of the outside world and the illusion of the inside, the me concept. You don't get affected by thoughts. You have gone beyond the illusory nature of the mind. This moment is called Kriyasita. Then this state of Kriyasita, Prabhasvara and this moment you carry on doing an action without thoughts brings about the moment of awakening to the pure truth. Prabhasvara means a pure mind without any trace of anger, jealousy, aversion, etc. No traces of taints or defilements. A newborn baby has a Prabhasvara Sita. Meaning Mahanse, I understand, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahanse, so then, when you listen to sermons about Mohatata Avadiya or awakening to the moment, you should understand the difference between Sihiya, awareness, and thoughts. Awareness is when you don't accept what is outside and what you feel as inside, or the me concept. You see the truth about thoughts, that thoughts too are a lie. When you are aware about the illusory nature of the thoughts, then you won't react towards the thoughts. When you see something, it is only seen. There is nobody who sees it, neither is there anything to see. No more generation of more thoughts. No should you contemplate on thoughts. Mehineen Mahanse, yes, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahanse, an amazing story about the mind has come to surface, has it not? All this time we have falsely believed that a self existed. When you realize the true nature of things, you feel very pure like a flower that is in bloom. You feel like the whole world opens up to you. You feel like your mind overflows without any blockages. You don't feel restricted to this body. Where am I? I am nowhere to be found. Now you experience the Buddha Svabhavaya. Buddha Svabhavaya means that there are no thoughts at this point of awakening to the moment. Where there are no thoughts, you have the most precious Buddha Svabhavaya. There are no feelings here. There is no feeling of pleasure or pain at this point. The Arahant, who has reached the fourth supramundane stage of the spiritual path, does not have any desires. Arahant is a state of awareness where there is no person. The Buddha is also not a person or a human being. That non-existence and nothingness is the Buddha state. Within the Buddha state, a person cannot exist, and you cannot draw a picture or mold a statue because there is no person or shape. Nehin Mansi, yes, Honorable Sir, Sadhu, Sadhu, Sadhu. Aran Mahanse, Devadatta, an enemy of the Buddha, saw the Buddha as a person. He tried to kill the Buddha so he could become the Buddha. He did not understand that the eradication of all defilements, stains such as excess greed, ill will, delusion, and anger brings about the state of the Buddha. The Buddha is not a person. Therun Sanai, everybody.
I just joined. Did we start did Shani read the discussion? Sorry, I just joined.
Therun Sanai, Dr. Kokila, yes,
You have read it. Could you please
yes.
like kind of give me some
So it's a continuation of the previous discussion with Aran Mahanse and that Nehin Mahanse.
yeah.
Yes, and
එක නෝන් කරන්නව නේද?
about this
පළවෙනි භාගයේ දැන් අර කියන ට්‍රේන් එක ඔඩියෝ එක පෙන්නලා ඒක ඔනේ කරලා ඒක සවුන්ඩ් එක වැඩි කරා.
ඔන් කරනවා කියන්නේ අර රතු පාට මේවා එක නැතුව යනවනේ නේ. දැන් හරි නේද?
it ended with the
අර මේ යට පාරේ පින්නන මේ කරන්න එපා. යට පාරේ පින්නන මේ අර ඔඩියෝ එක මම රවුමක් එකේ ටිකෝයක් වගේ හරි
මේ තෙරුවන් සරණයි Zoom
තියනනේ.
එක එනවා. Zoom
ඕ
එකෙන්
මේ රවුමක්නේ තියෙන්නේ නිකන් අර ඔඩියෝ එක උඩින් තියෙන මේවා එක නේද?
කතාව Zoom එකේ ඇහෙනවා.
කොහෙන්ද පොඩයක්
we will recapitulate everything and until our Dhamma friends join, we'll continue to talk about Dhamma.
වැඩ වැඩි කොල්ලයක්.
Specifically,
මං ගන්න.
Priyasita or the English word
Ah.
Shani that
මම ගන්න.
Priyasita in the book. What's the word that is used for that?
It mentioned as Kriyasita.
So there was no English word for that. It's okay. So actually, so we talk about this. You know, when there's the whole, you know, when we talk about a stimulus,
Mami.
because we
හරි.
can't talk
ෆොටෝ
any
එකක් එවන්න ඕනේ.
මේ හරි දැන් පොඩ්ඩක් කියන්න ඕන.
without talking about a stimulus, we can't talk about anything. We can't because we have five senses, and the five senses keep working, and with one, so the five senses, one would fire at one particular time. When one fires, it will definitely in the baby in the cot, it will be just those fast vibrations in the eye, or fast vibrations of the skin, or fast vibrations of the ear, or the nose, or the tongue. But with the development of mind, where this natural phenomena of vibrations happening at the same time,
බලන්න.
kind of co-vibrate at the same time, a new vibration, kind of a new vibration. It's very nice to understand this with the
අර ඕකේ දැන් යටම තියෙනවනේ අර රවුමක් ඇතුලේ ත්‍රිකෝණයක් අර පාරේ.
ඔව්.
there's so many.
අන්න ඒක කොබන්නකො.
One time it's a piano, one time it's a
මීඩියා ප්ලේයර් එක නේද?
kind of, there are so many, but
ඔව් මීඩියම් එක. මම වෙලේ ඔය Zoom එකේ අර ඔඩියෝ එක ඔන්න තියෙන එක මේ ක්ලෝස් කරන්න.
a new music, new note, kind of new outcome. So when the sensory organs vibrate at the same time, they will vibrate simultaneously, and then it give rise to a new understanding. That understanding will have a new perception. That's the important thing. So the new perception is, the red light in the traffic lights. In the traffic lights, the red light have a different perception. And in a machine, when the red light is firing, we know the machine is faulty. And
To feel it as real. That is what matters. Doesn't necessarily matter what the thought is. Thought is a natural process. These 5 sensory organs vibrating simultaneously is a natural process. That's not a big deal. But the thought is something like that is not a big deal. But the big deal is what happens here is the reason for samsara is because we feel this every consciousness as mind consciousness or the eye consciousness, whatever the consciousness as real. That's the problem. That's all. So what we keep understanding here is these are only fast vibrations of the sensory systems, whether it is the eye, ear, or the body, or the mind. But you have to remember there is no mind actually organ like that. Because if you keep using the word organ, somebody listening might feel that there is a new organ. No, sita kiyala deyak naha. Why there is nothing like that is because there's no mind, something called mind, but because it's actually like the fast flowing of thoughts is the sita, like the mind. If you take any of these things as existing, we are trapped because we are there. Did you get that point, Sudhama?
Yes, Dr. Kokila, that's clear. But before we came to know this truth, pure truth, we
Yeah.
believed that there is something like that mind and it existed and
Yeah,
all
true.
the knowledge. Yeah, that's very clear, Dr. Kokila. Thiruvan Saranai. Thank you for the explanation.
But when you go near your dog,
Yeah.
how do you feel it?
I didn't get it, Doctor.
No, I just asked. I mean, don't take it too seriously because
Yeah.
you can actually stand near your pet dog, isn't it?
Yeah,
So that's
sure.
kind of the thing that, once Surangika asked about the, long time ago about the waterfall. Like when you stand near the waterfall, you feel like it is existent. And when you stand near your dog, you feel like the dog is
It's
existent.
there. Yeah.
Yeah, that is the problem. So we have to keep understanding how this works. I think
Yeah, as long as you feel that the dog is there, that existent feeling is there. And
Yes.
from
Same.
that itself,
But once you, so the other way around,
Yeah.
we have to understand this too. Other way around, when someone knows this non-vibration really has felt the non-vibration, that person, that particular person, if that person has become the non-vibration also, like an arahant, that arahant will be standing near the dog and will be petting the dog without any trouble. That's the beauty of this Dhamma, you know, like, so, and that arahant can stand near the waterfall and, you know, feel the cold mist and the cold air, sound of the water,
No,
the
one
beauty
doesn't have to
of
be,
everything.
yeah.
So that's the transition. So that's where we have to understand that everything will be similar. It's just that non-vibration is a thing now, that we were talking about that last time. Remember that as a child we didn't have that problem of self-perception, but then slowly the self-perception became the normality. Now for an arahant, non-perception is the normality. So, but still the world is similar.
And one doesn't
Exactly
even have to
similar.
be, yeah, one doesn't even have to be an arahant. I mean, this is a transitionary thing, means as one progresses on the path, that
Yeah.
you can pet the dog and feel the fur on under the back of your palm, feel sense of happiness petting the dog. Or if one is at the waterfall, one can feel the steam or the vapor of the waterfall on one's face. One can feel the coolness of the air. One can feel all that, but still that doesn't become a thing. Yes, that's
Yeah.
the beauty
Yeah.
of it, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. I think we are running out of time today.
Yes.
I thank Shani for reading the book, and thank you very much, Shani, for starting the Zoom discussion every day. And thank you, Dhamma friends, for coming for the discussion. And we worship Aran Wahanse, and we salute you, Aran Wahanse, for teaching all of us this beautiful Dhamma and trying to instill it in everyone, so that the cessation of suffering is actually happening, and it will become the new normality in next few era, like actual era, coming era. So that all the humans, if they have a chance, they can actually telepathy to the non-vibration. Therwan Sarnai, Aran Wahanse, Therwan Sarnai.
Therwan Sarnai, friends. Therwan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila, and Aran Wahanse. Namaskar.